Brian has been a fisherman for a long, long time. He protects his fishing equipment with SO oils. And this beautiful piece of equipment with SO Protec. SO's best engine protection. Protec. It's right in the name. It's right for your car's engine. Protec. SO's best engine protection.
A new generation of Canadian figure skating champions takes on the world at the Sun Life Skate Canada International beginning October 28th here on CTV.
Your car is ready, ma'am. And here's your guarantee.
Thank you. When I need to buy something, I shop around. So when I find quality, professional workmanship, a guarantee, and a competitive price all at one place, you can bet I'll tell my friends. Hey, friends, see the man you can trust. The Muffler Man.
Try something different. Redecorate with exciting, stimulating ideas from the Framing Experience. Their classic collection of fine art posters and graphics includes some from the best design houses in Toronto, New York, and London, England. Have your artwork custom framed or do it yourself under the guidance of the friendly staff. Their expertise will help you cut the corners. A learning experience, a satisfying experience. That's the Framing Experience. Professional, custom, and do-it-yourself framing. Get into the picture at the Framing Experience.
There are two sides to each of us, the emotional and the logical. Here's a mouthwash that appeals to both. Listerment with fluoride, with all the fresh mint taste and breath protection you need. And Listerment has fluoride, a proven cavity fighter, and it's recognized by the Canadian Dental Association. So when your emotional side wants great breath protection, and your logical side wants to help prevent cavities, Listerment with fluoride gets it all together every morning.
Le courrier du Canada, Monsieur le Président.
There are many good wines in France, like Entrelac, dry, crisp, brilliant. But Entrelac isn't made in France. It's made in the French style, in Canada.
You're looking at Power Arcades, the fantastic new controls for your Atari 2600. This is Flight Commander, built like a machine gun. This is Cosmic Commander, built like a space gun. Use them with your Atari to give you real arcade control, arcade action, arcade excitement. Power Arcades come with their own cartridges, but work with other Atari cartridges too. So now you can turn your 2600 into a Power Arcade with Flight Commander or Cosmic Commander, each sold separately from Milton Bradley.
When you think about fun, whatever you're doing, you could be hula hoop hooping. It's got a peppermint scent that's really sweet, and a peppermint stripe that's oh so neat. You can hoop on your feet, hoop with your knees, wrap it round your neck, hoop any way you please. You could be hula hoop hooping.
New hula hoop with a peppermint scent.
From Irwin.
Home decorating is a very important consideration, and the design staff at Here's know that you want to make the right choices. For over 30 years, we've been assisting folks choose quality decorating for their homes. Let us help you to create a pleasing effect, to add a splash of color, or provide an attractive background for your favorite home furnishings. Here's can show you hundreds of beautiful patterns and colors to bring your rooms alive. Here's Decorating and Design Center for all your home decorating needs.
Agent Snapless in the Snapless Caper.
Does your rice snap? Someone has stolen the snap, crackle, pop of these tasty, toasty Rice Krispies. And I intend to find out who. Or there'll be no Rice Krispies eaten by no one.
Rice Krispies never snap, crackle, and pop without the milk.
I knew that.
It's been a while, look back and smile, your memories are so
Well, Mary,
clear.
tonight's our high school reunion.
20 long years, Bill.
Pink looks great. Wasn't pink Moose's favorite color? Your beauty needs from ideate. You still look great today. Would the prettiest girl at the reunion save me a dance? Every day and every way. Of course. You got a friend that I'll clear with Moose.
You've all seen the Pac-Man. Do you know that the ghosts on that show have names? And those names are Blinky, Inky, Bonnie, Clyde, Pinky, and Sue. Now, for 60 points, which one of these is not a Pac-Man ghost? And we'll start the questioning with Maureen. Which one of these is not a Pac-Man ghost?
Well, I'm going to say Sue.
You're going to say Sue is not a Pac-Man ghost? That is incorrect. Sue, in fact, is a ghost on the Pac-Man show. What kind of ghost is she? She's a purple ghost, of course. And we go to Carol. Which one of these is not a Pac-Man ghost?
I have a brother named Bonnie, so I'm going to go with Bonnie.
You're going to go with Bonnie? That is absolutely correct. Very good.
Join host Robin Ward for Guess What? Weekday mornings at 11 here on CKCO TV.
Here at your Toyota dealers, we've been exercising all your options with Toyota option checks, worth up to $2,000 on options like power windows and door locks, aluminum wheels, and air conditioning. You'll find Toyota option checks in your newspaper, but you only have till May 20th to exercise them, or up to $2,000 in options will be gone.
The Cotton Bunch are giving you more.
Cats act a lot like kittens, just having fun. Chow, chow, chow. Cats, cats. When the cat chow, cats how they play and run. Chow, chow, chow.
Cats need their protein, minerals, and vitamins. Cats. So Purina's put 100% nutrition in.
Chow, chow, chow. So keep your cat and kittens play this game all day. Just make him happy the cat chow way. Chow, chow, chow.
From the saga of Crystar Collection, it's the Crystal Dragon versus the Lava Dragon. Crystal Dragon has dragonfly action. Some assembly required. Both dragons complete with action figure.
Goodness and light, evil and light, the winner is up to you.
Other figures available separately, including Crystar Warbow and Feldspar. Crystal Dragon and Lava Dragon each sold separately, assembly required. The saga of Crystar from Irwin.
Pontiac 2000 Sunbird. Unleash its fuel-injected turbo power, offering more turbo models than any other car line in Canada. Pontiac 2000 Sunbird. Eats straightaways, flattens curves, accelerates the senses. Pontiac builds excitement.
I'm Frank Fattier, and I've got an idea. I built this business by serving the best pizza value in town, my deep dish. Well, I'm thinking, what about those people out there who would rather have a regular crust, not that cardboard stuff? I mean the same great taste, same toppings, same quality as my deep dish, just less crust. What do you think? Let me know. Give me a call.
Lock the door and hope they don't have blasters. That isn't very reassuring.
Han Solo has a way of getting into and out of trouble. The only problem is his mouth. The more he opens it, the more trouble he gets himself into.
I copy, Gold Leader. It came from behind.
There actually seems to be something behind this thing they call the Force. It's capable of the same positive energy that a strong belief in ourselves can deliver. May the Force be with us all.
1961, and Crest announces a new era in cavity prevention. Fewer cavities. Crest promised it first, and millions of checkups prove Crest delivered. Now more than ever, Crest keeps the promise. Say this is Fluorostat. It penetrates tooth enamel to help reverse the tooth decay process at the earliest stage so cavities can't start.
Look, Dad.
Great, honey. Floristat, a big reason why more than ever Crest keeps the promise of fewer cavities.
I'm not ready to go yet, okay? I'm not ready. You gotta wait. I got shit to do. I'm in the middle of something, all right? Just hold on.
Watch your mouth or don't come in here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, people, come on, we're adults here. You know what? What is the point?
Yeah, we're adults here. I got a fucking Burger King fucking thing on my head. We're all fucking adults here, guys. People in my chat, 2 words. What are they? 2 words. Let me see the chat flood. Let me see the chat flood. 2 words. Okay, next caller. Please. Let's get into the meat and potatoes, which translate in American to dick and balls.
I got flip-flops. These are my flip-flops. Yeah, I really like my flip-flops because I can put them on. Because look, watch me put them on. I can put them on all by myself. Watch me put them on. Look, are you watching? Look, these are my flip-flops.
Thanksgiving Day. I remember it clearly. It was Thanksgiving Day. I was inserting myself in somebody else's fucking business as a cash grab, and you know.
This channel is harsh reality.
Karen Yak se jodió la sucia vida. Amen.
This is Jonathan Lee Riches. I have cheeseburgers. I'm gonna put cheese on them. I'm gonna make sure that I have my hamburgers because I'm a big boy now and I can make the hamburgers. My mom lets me use the stove now.
And I'm just like, wow, I like receipts, and they brought receipts. Like they had evidence to back up everything they said. And I'm like, okay, well, there's got to be another side to this, right? Like, this can't, no, this is too fantastic.
Yeah, because you're not going to just jump to the conclusion that there's a conspiracy amongst cops to cover up a murder. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, cops and just, like, soccer moms and shit. Like, that's what made it even crazier. Like,
yeah, get it, Betty. Yeah,
did you have a close relationship with your mom?
Get it, Betty.
Oh, of course, I still do.
Yeah.
My older sister was kind of sad. She was more of the prissy girl, like
that is the best shit fucking
shopping for the dresses with mommy. I was the tomboy that liked playing with the kids.
Shout out to Cherry for just being easily the most faithful and loyal supporter that I've ever had. That someone could have that tenacity with loyalty. And I'm really blessed to have someone like Cherry be part of this channel and in my life. So it means a lot. And yes, I named him after Mr. T and Rocky. Say, woman. Say, woman. Say, woman. Since your old man ain't got no heart, why don't you come down to my apartment tonight and I'll show you a real man. Oh my God, I'm so in love with this little dude. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this one up. I love you guys very, 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 very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends. Oh, say bye. Say bye. Oh, I love you too. Give me a kiss. Oh, I love you. Bye, guys. Woo! Oh my goodness, people. Happy Thursday. Hope everybody's doing well. Hope everybody's having a good day so far. Hope everybody's week is going well so far. Yeah, man. So I don't expect a whole lot of people to be in here for this one. This used to be the majority of my content, honestly, what I'm about to do and talk about. And then I kind of abandoned it due to the drama that kind of tends to come with it. I don't really like to do drama at all. I really, honestly, I don't. I don't like to get in back and forths with people if I can help it. But the problem is I've got this stubborn nature and this that thing inside my head that just goes, when the better part of me says let it go, or the other part of me that just goes no, and I can't really help it. But I'm trying to be good about it. The content that I've been doing lately, I feel really, really good about because I really believe in it. And if I'm being honest, I've never done any content, created anything on this platform that I didn't really believe in. If I didn't really believe in what I was talking about, this is something I can proudly say without any hesitation whatsoever. And since it is early in the day, Clubber is hyper, so you can hear him playing in the background. So now, and yeah, I like to, I tend to find the humor in things too. I find that to be a blessing, that I can find humor in just about anything. It's not something that I like to squander. Also, if I can help it. And the the thing with these people, I've always had a problem with, well, I can't say always. I came into this community not knowing what I was getting into, thinking that was the game. It's just how it was. And I didn't think about it other than, I wasn't thinking about anything other than, am I going to sound okay? Am I going to, are people going to give a shit? Are they going to listen? Blah, 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 that sort of thing. And as I was thinking and caught up in worrying about, the little things that we don't really think about as YouTubers until, like we kind of grow out of thinking about it, or we forget that we think about these things because you become more comfortable. And it's not an excuse. It's, what I should have done is really done my research on YouTube, but I came into YouTube the same way as a lot of other people did. I followed some cases, and then I was like, I have these theories and these opinions on these people who were involved in this case. And I didn't think anything of it, and didn't think anything was wrong with it. And then what I ended up doing was I ended up watching YouTube channels, and I started communicating with people in Facebook groups. It's actually came before the YouTube thing. But the people that I ended up communicating with in the Facebook groups, based on some of my opinions, I attracted some of the wrong people. And then when I started off here, I was involved with a creator that it didn't take me too long, but after a while I realized, wow. And it was due to my own actions and being caught up. Like I violated my own principles, for just a split moment. And it was an easy fix, but it was still a moment that was like, whoa, we need to like reevaluate, what we're doing here. And so then I started just kind of doing my own thing, and then I started speaking up on how easy it is and how crazy it is that we as YouTube creators tend to forget that these true crime cases that we follow, there are real people that have been so grossly affected by this. And until you've lost someone close to you under horrific circumstances, because we all lose people, but to lose someone under horrific circumstances, and in many occasions at the hands of someone that you also care about or and love very closely and dearly, that is, I can't imagine the trauma that somebody feels. And then once I thought of this, that's all it took, was just to actually consider this for a moment. And then I just became very passionate about it. And then I started speaking up very passionately about how I felt about it, the way that I kind of am right now. And then I just started making fun. I realized that, you know, you're not going to change people. But you know, at this point, what I'll do is I'll just lower myself to a certain degree to where I can still sleep at night. And I'll lower myself to the point to where I will insult these people, and I'll laugh at these people, and I'll make fun of these people, and I'll take jabs at these people, and I will discredit these people to every extent that I possibly can, and try to be as entertaining in doing so in order to get your attention and so that you'll listen. That is absolutely been my content for a long time. And then I got into the John O'Keefe, Karen Reed case, and then being accepted into that community and fighting for something else, which seemed to have significantly less toxicity, believe it or not. There is definitely some toxicity in the John O'Keefe, Karen Reed community, but you know, when it comes, it still doesn't even begin to match the toxicity that I've seen in missing persons cases, and specifically missing persons cases that involve a child, or children, and so that to me is fascinating in a negative manner. It's fascinating to me because I just look at people who exploit this and just what. And so the thing is there's a lot of drama that comes with it, and I left, and I wanted to avoid it, but what I'm seeing happening to Sebastian Rogers, and I'm not even that familiar with the case. I just kind of just went all in on the John O'Keefe, Karen Reed thing, and I got to tell you, subconsciously, I think I just avoided all the missing persons cases. There was a time where I just couldn't stop looking at missing persons cases, and now I right now, the relief that I feel that I didn't realize I would feel by letting that go, bothers me. I didn't know I would feel that relief, but I do. And it bothers me. It bothers me that I'm not passionate about sharing information on a missing persons case, specifically a missing child. It bothers me that I'm relieved to not be a part of that community so much anymore. But it took me looking at this Sebastian Rogers thing to realize that I felt this relief. I didn't even realize that I felt this relief. And don't get me wrong, I feel good about the fact that I'm speaking up for a woman who I think is innocent and being accused of killing her boyfriend, who's a Boston police officer. I feel good about that. I feel good about speaking my mind on the issues within that community. I feel good about these things. But I feel bad about the fact that I actually feel relief from stepping away from looking into missing persons cases the way that I used to, because, you know, these are missing kids. They need every set of eyes they can get. They need every voice that could speak up for them. And here I am, like, relieved. And the reason why I'm relieved that I'm not even part of it is just because of the toxicity. And it's disheartening. It's, you know, if, like, dude, if you're just hanging out, if you're just hanging out in a crack den, you know what I mean? Like, it's going to be a negative environment, you know? But if it's almost all you've known, you know what I mean? Like, you're not going to realize that you've got to get out of it. And then once you get out of it, you're like, holy shit, this is way better. This is way better than in there, you know? And the thing is, it sucks because there's a lot of people in that community that I like and respect. Still to this day, there are people who I got tired of pretending like I liked because I feel like I might offend somebody who I do like. I got tired of that. I didn't even realize how tired I was of that. And I didn't even practice it all that much. Normally, I'm the person who's just like, fuck you, you know. But the thing is now, you know, there's these couple of exceptions, and those couple of exceptions, even that's exhausting, you know. So it just felt better to just get away from it all, and then really focus on this. And like I said, I feel really good about what we've been talking about. But this, then my feed just blows up, and the Sebastian Rogers stuff is just overwhelming. And I see this kid's picture, and I hear him described, and I look at all of the behavior going on, and it's chaos. It's chaos around this kid who probably can't even understand the chaos. And you might ask yourself, well, if he can't even understand it, who's it hurting? Well, it's hurting his loved ones, especially since there's this narrative that they're somehow responsible, which always seems to happen. And the fact that he can't comprehend it should be enough reason to respect him enough to not do it. That's my opinion. The fact that he doesn't have the capability of comprehending all of this chaos surrounding him being missing should be something that we use to respect. I mean, right? You know, like if there's a blind person in the street, you know, like, are we all just gonna just give this innocent blind person the middle finger behind their back and right in front of their face, and it's justified because they can't see it? Or do you respect the fact that they're dealing with something that you can't even imagine having to deal with? And you try to make things easier for them. You put yourself in their shoes for just 1 second. I mean, so what's going on is if Sebastian Rogers were a blind kid standing in the square and the YouTube community were the people roaming around the square, but they were all just focused on sticking their middle fingers right in his fucking face and justifying it because they can't see it. That's what this feels like to me. I know, buddy. I know. You want to say hi to everybody? Come here, buddy. Sorry, I was in the middle of it. Come on. Here, say hi to everybody. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. So get down, buddy. Get down. Get down. So go play. Go lay down. Or you could sit there if you want. Okay, go play. And unsupervised maniacs, I'm glad you're here because I'm going to play one or two things from unsupervised maniacs. I have thoughts on unsupervised maniacs actually that I was planning on sharing tonight. But let's just get into this. Now you guys know how I feel about this. And so when I talk about these people, think of me as the person who's, you know, walking by the person who's sticking their middle finger in Sebastian Rogers' face, knowing that he can't see it. And I'm just like walking by and knocking the drink out of their hand and walking on to the next person. That's how you want to think of me in these things, because that's definitely how I think of myself. I have no problem exploiting people who exploit innocent people. I have no problem trashing bullies. And make no mistake, these people are bullies. So now we'll start off with Chronicles of the Shady's most recent video, I think it is. Actually, let me do this real quick. Let me show you guys a little something. So Dolly Vision is a channel that it's mind-blowing to me. He attracts people with a very, very elaborate amount of visual shit behind him. So basically he just attracts a herd of idiots that are like, oh, bright lights, you know. That's basically because the guy doesn't have a rational thought ever, like any logical, nothing logical to bring to the table on any case that he talks about. What he focuses on is merely implying. Now, here's the thing about Dolly, though. Dolly's an idiot when it comes to covering crime cases, but he is a savant at making money on YouTube for someone of his brain capacity. He knows exactly how to manipulate money out of this platform. He's very good at that. He has this thing called the Turtle Island thing. Genius, really. When you think about it, I'll never take that away from him. I'll never take that away from him. But he's an absolute snake oil salesman. Absolutely a modern day snake oil salesman. And you know, when you think of a snake oil salesman, you think of some fucking some yokel with a fucking rope tying their pants up, but for some reason has a silver tongue when it comes to being able to scam people out of money. It's fantastic. It's a fascinating thing to watch. But he's also a really sensitive, insecure little cunt, which is really cute too. let me show you what I'm talking about here. Oh, did he? I think he might have taken it down. But that's all right because I did take a screenshot of it. Might be a different, hold on. No, this is his. I mean, yeah, he must have taken it down. I mean, it would be so much easier, but okay. I guess I'll have to do it this way. All right. So you posted this not very long ago. But I guess he took it down. Says, if you're making videos on me, just know I'm going to strike every vid that has my stuff in it. Oh, excuse me. It's been a while since I've done this. If you're making videos on me, just know I'm going to strike every vid that has my stuff in it. Them strikes should hit by tomorrow. Have a good day. That's how Dolly deals with things because he's a child. And he's incredibly insecure. And it's just fun to watch him. It's very fun. So this is by Chronicles of the Shady. Blessed are the clip channels. So big ups to Chronicles of the Shady for making this one. She's been busy.
What's up, my beautiful people? It is good to see you guys jumping in the chat. My hair look crazy as shit. I just got out the shower. So it is good to see everybody. We got some stuff to talk about tonight, okay? Everything from Sebastian Rogers to Raleigh Strand to P. Diddy being a freakazoid, okay? We're going to talk a little bit about all of it tonight. But of course, if you're just tuning in, make sure y'all hit that like button. The only search group is these people. And I don't want to search with these people. At this point, I want absolutely nothing to do with these people. I don't want to be around them. I don't want to talk about them. They're
Now you see how he's talking about the search for a missing kid. He's talking about that search as though it's a social event. You know, like there's a cool kids table and like there's not, you know, I don't even want to be part of your cool little clique. Like, no, dude, these are the professionals that were asked to assist in this search. Professionals.
they're a waste of my breath, to be dead ass honest. And I don't know. I think people think I'm negative.
So who he's referring to would be the Cajun Navy. And I have their website pinned at the top if you want to donate to them. And we're gonna hear some statements. We're gonna listen to some statements from the the family of Sebastian Rogers. We're gonna go over a few things because, and I'm willing to listen to anyone who has any actual reason to believe why these loved ones would have anything to do with this young man's disappearance. I'm willing to listen. If somebody has a valid opinion and can provide a receipt that makes me go, okay, that's enough for me to disrespect them. That's enough for me to side-eye them. That's enough for me to sit here and hope that law enforcement gets a hold of them, but puts bracelets behind their back on their hands and locks them up. So I'm willing to hear anybody with anything valid to say about it.
Negative. I'm not negative. I am the most positive person in the world. But, you know, when they say, you know, social media, you notice who they called out. They didn't call out anybody but me, right? And maybe you shouldn't have did that. Maybe you should have thought about that before you start attacking somebody that has a bigger base in your whole organization, right? Dolly's organization is bigger and more powerful, okay? And y'all might have more.
Okay. Did he just say that shit out loud? Did he just seriously fucking say that shit out loud? Because I honestly, I can't believe my fucking ears, because that's incredible to me.
I'm not negative. I am the most positive person in the world. But, you know, when they say, you know, social media, you notice who they called out. They didn't call out anybody but me, right? And maybe you shouldn't have did that. Maybe you should have thought about that.
Oh my God. Wait, I missed a super chat earlier, didn't I? I was in the middle of a rant. I apologize.
I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a 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 super chat. Super chat.
You got the whole clip for three reasons. One, well, two reasons really. Because one, because there were two super chats. Thank you, Sully. Yes, Dolly's gonna be mad. Dolly's gonna be mad. Patty K, he is absolutely proving why the Cajun Navy doesn't, why the Cajun Navy wants to keep him away. I absolutely agree. Clever, please don't chew on the chair. Go lay down, buddy. So, yeah, and the other reason is because it annoys the shit out of Cherry. So, all right. So Dolly just, okay. This is just killing me right now. I can't. This is just the strangest thing that I've ever heard. Sorry. Clever, please. You gotta stop chewing on the chair. All right. Hold on.
Negative. I am the most positive person in the world. But, you know, when they say, you know, social media, you notice who they called out. They didn't call out anybody but me, right? And maybe you shouldn't have did that. Maybe you should have thought about that before you start attacking somebody that has a bigger base in your whole organization.
Okay. Dolly claims to have a bigger base than their whole organization, than the whole Cajun Navy, right? Like they're gangs. See, this is the mentality. I mean, look at his fucking face. This is the mentality of people who, this is the face of the people who support him. Think about it. This is the face of the people who support him. Like, I mean, This guy believes that he is more important and serves a better purpose than the Cajun Navy. And he's trying to say that I have a bigger platform, meaning I have more supporters than you. So what are you proposing? To go to war with an organization that helps find missing children? Are you trying to start a rivalry with a nonprofit organization that dedicated to helping find missing children? Is that what you're doing here, Dolly? Because you have to know how stupid you sound, right? You have to know how fucking dumb you sound right now. Like, let's come back to earth, bro.
Right? Dolly's organization is bigger and more powerful. Okay, and y'all might have more money than me. Okay, but that's it. As far as people and the numbers, y'all don't have that. Y'all only got chairs. Okay, Dolly got a chair. Look right there. I got a chair over there. I got 2 chairs. There's a chair there, and I'm sitting in one. That's 2 chairs. Okay. If you cannot search, then supply food, portable toilets, etc. Maybe I'll bring them some chairs. Okay, maybe we just take them some chairs. If you cannot search, then supply food, portable toilets, etc. The focus should not be on the Proudfoots, YouTubers, TikTokers, or anyone other than Sebastian. The focus is Sebastian and Sebastian alone. Nothing else is relevant. Nothing else matters. I don't think that's true. Thanks.
Okay. Now, real quick, folks. Real quick. Let's...
Take them some chairs. If you cannot search, then supply food, portable toilets, etc. The focus should not be on the Proudfoots, YouTubers, TikTokers, or anyone other than Sebastian. The focus is Sebastian and Sebastian alone. Nothing else is relevant. Nothing else matters. I don't think that's true.
Now that is Sebastian's grandmother. He's reading a statement from Sebastian's grandmother right now. Basically begging YouTubers and TikTokers and everybody alike to knock the shit off. You don't need to be focused on the Proudfoots. Energy that's being put on the stepfather and mother of this child could be put towards looking for this kid. And here he is, as if he has a place to argue with this person, as if he can actually put himself in her shoes for even a moment. He has the audacity to disagree with her and say, I don't think that's true. You don't get to say whether that's true or not. You don't get to even have an opinion on whether or not that's true because A, you're not a grandmother. B, you're not the grandmother of a special needs teenager. C, you don't know these people personally. She does. This is somebody who clearly has, if there was foul play, would have had nothing to do with it. But she's trying to tell you right now, there's time for that. And there are professionals focused on these things if they need to be focused on it. Right now, what the public can do, the only productive thing that the public can do is try to put out the name and face and information of Sebastian. That's it. Speculating on the family of this young man is not going to do finding him any good. Because you don't know shit. You are an asshole. You are a cunt. You know nothing. There are professionals out there. I mean, when have you ever even really covered a trial and talked about forensics and really even just paid any loose attention on how a case is put together and how long a case takes to be put together and the purpose of why a case is put together and the goal of which is to make sure that you could present this evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. Present this evidence in a court of law that is airtight, that ensures that whoever you are presenting this evidence against is going to get locked up or is going to pay whatever the law dictates they have to pay. So I just think that it's amazing that this guy, and people don't see through it, and they support it, which is amazing. Like this is a TV show, like there's not actually a missing kid out there, and it's the plot of some fictional bullshit. And this is the kind of shit that goes on with the Summer Wells case, but 2 years later, 3 years later. This is the kind of shit that happens. But the thing is Sebastian's only been missing a month. Now, that's a long time. Don't get me wrong. Sebastian's been missing a month. But in comparison of 3 years, like how, I mean, there's still definitely more hope with the difference in time between Sebastian Rogers and Summer Wells. I mean, that's just a natural fact. There's just nothing that we can do about that. That's just the truth. The truth is that there's just more hope to be had for finding Sebastian Rogers, given that he's older, given that he's only been missing a month as in comparison to 3 years. But Summer Wells or Sebastian Rogers or any missing person that you talk about like this, because focusing on and throwing shade at the family members of this missing person implies that they did something to this child. And implying that they did something to this child implies that this child is no longer with us, most likely. And then what happens is people stop looking. People stop focusing on trying to find him. They start speculating and their minds start racing about what happened. Ooh, I wonder what happened. I wonder, was there an accident and they tried to cover it up? Was there an argument? Blah, 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 blah. Just a whole bunch of nonsense and stupidity based on no facts. Nonsense and fucking stupidity that ends up leading to this nonsense and stupidity. And there's thousands of people on board. It's fascinating.
Things do matter. There are things that are relevant. Their story, the powerful story, it don't add up. If you're worried about your grandson, you should worry about what happened to him. Okay? Do you really believe your grandson ran off? There was no dog trail. We learned that last night. Okay? I'm thinking something bad has happened to your grandson, ma'am. And I know you want to protect.
Sorry. Thank you. Appreciate it, guys. Sorry about that. So that guy right there is telling the grandmother of a missing child who has absolutely no qualifications whatsoever to make the determination that something happened to Sebastian. This guy that can't even articulate the word speculate. He pronounces it speculate. speculate. This guy is talking to the grandmother of a missing child as though he's qualified in some way to make the determination of whether or not he's no longer with us. This guy is a cunt and a piece of shit. There's nothing, it's not a question of being, it's not a question of being, you know, stupid. It's not a question of being uneducated. It's not a question of being ignorant. In a way it is, but it's simply a question of this guy being a cunt. I mean, that's all it is. That's all this is. This guy is an absolute heartless piece of shit who feels entitled to some sort of financial compensation at the name of this missing child. So, I mean, there's no other explanation. There's nothing else to describe someone willing to say this to the grandmother of a missing child. There's nothing that you're not going to tell me that this is somebody who's just a little stupid. No. This is a shit bag.
I don't know why you're protecting them, why you're defending them. You know, I think I would, until it was over. And, you know, so then you don't go, oh, damn, they did this to my grandson. Let me tell you, that's a really nice neighborhood. Cameras on every house. Not one house caught a video of that boy. Not one neighbor seen that boy. You know why? Because that boy didn't go out of that house. The doors were locked. Okay, so he went out and locked the door back. His mama heard a noise but didn't go check on him. Why didn't she check on him? Just told him to be quiet. You know, I've heard such terrible rumors about the mistreatment of that boy. I think that matters too. Okay, you know, this whole nothing else matters. That's great Metallica song. Okay, I like Metallica. Nothing else matters, but that's far from the truth. A lot of things matter. Their actions matter. Their behavior matters. What's going on right now matters. Everything matters. Okay, to say nothing else matters, it's not true. That's far from the truth. Right? As a grandmother, you got to want answers. As a parent,
to imply that she doesn't want answers is just plain fucked up. If she makes it a point to actually make a statement on social media, a public statement on social media, pleading with assholes like this to stop doing what they're doing, she wants peace because she is riddled with worry right now. And to assume anything less of her makes you a shitbag. Because you have no reason to assume anything less of her. Why? Because she doesn't agree with your unqualified opinion?
and any of my kid, I want answers. There's a lot of things that matter. I just see Seth Rogers in the room. Okay, all right, I see him. I mean, I don't know if that's him. Hello? I see him. I know him. Okay, hello, Seth, if that is actually you. Now, listen, I'll touch on this. I know a lot of people think I'm negative about what went down with them people. I'm not a negative person. I want nothing but the best for your family. I want your son found. Definitely. You know, I've been out looking. Other people have been out looking.
Oh, yeah.
I showed up there to help.
I'm spinning.
I got there, so
I'm spinning a narrative that you're fucking murderers, but, you know, I want nothing but the best for you. Sure. No, dude, you're a piece of shit. Like, don't try to walk it back now, because you see what he's doing right now. He's trying to walk back the fact that he just fucking told the grandmother of a missing child that something happened to him, where he has no place to do that. And then he just started walking it back. Like, I'm not a negative person. I'm a positive person. I mean, I'm a positive person. You know, I just want what's best for you and everything. No, dude, you just fucking said that something happened to this child and the Proudfoots need to be looked at. You said that. You just fucking said that. When she says nothing else matters, it doesn't. Not as far as you're concerned. Not as far as you're concerned. Not as far as any of us are concerned. Our place is to just let law enforcement handle that. You're not law enforcement. If a crime was committed, let the crime investigators investigate it. The fuck are you talking about? How is it your place to do that?
Mr. Skip, okay, comes up to the vehicle and starts cussing me. Talking about he's going to put me in jail for trespassing, you know, being a real smartass. Now, apparently he did the same thing to Galore. I just thought that was really unprofessional.
It was unprofessional. You're not professional. See, it doesn't apply. Professionals don't need to extend you any professional courtesy when you're not a professional. They're not required to do so. These people are out there not fucking around. They're out there looking for a missing kid. A missing autistic kid who doesn't know what to do. That's our best hope right now. Anybody with a heart right now is hoping that that kid is sitting out there somewhere scared. Just waiting for somebody to come get him. And it can be done. Remember baby JJ? It can be done. That little boy is tough as nails. What was he, 2? And he was out there for how long, Cherry? How long was JJ out there? The one that that bullshit Betty went out there for like 20 minutes and complained about stickers on her feet the whole time and then hated on the guy that actually found him. Yeah, she was out there like every other time looking for a body, not hoping that this child is found safe. This is not what they're hoping for. There's no clicks and views in that for them. If they go out searching and they happen to capture someone else discovering a body and they get to film it, they're raking it in. This is what they do. They fish for this. They're big game hunters in the true crime game. That's how they think of things. They think like big game hunters. If I go out to the location of a missing person and I join the search, there's a chance that I could throw out my fishing line and I can actually capture footage of a body being found or find it myself. And then my name's in every paper. My name's all over the internet. Subscribe to my channel. That's what they're hoping for. And he was missing 24 hours. 2-year-old kid. So we're talking about a 15-year-old. And he's a human being. It's high functioning. So hopefully he's got survival instincts. And he's just out there somewhere scared. Doesn't know what to do. And it's up to the professionals that are tasked with the responsibility of finding him to find him. That's it. And all we can do is hope that that happens. That's the best thing that we can do for Sebastian, is hope that these professionals find him. That is it.
Professional, you know, and then when you hear some of the things that are coming out. Now, I read what your mother said. I read it about, you know, nothing matters, but I think it does matter. I think what was going on in that house matters. I think that man whipping on your kid, I think that matters. There's a lot of things to me that matter. It may not matter to some people, but to other people, these things matter. These people taking off and leaving and not out there helping you search, is that not a red flag to you, sir? What if he walked up to come home? His mama's not there. His stepdaddy's not there. There's nobody there. Or maybe there's a family member there. But why would they take off? Look, the internet puts pressure on a lot of people. They don't run, okay? I mean, some of them do. Leilani ran. But then again, she murdered her baby. She's in jail right now for murdering a baby, Seth. I'm in a world where I see these red flags. I don't know about you, Seth. I've been around baby killers. I've been around murderers. I've been around these people. There's certain telltale signs.
Certain telltale signs. So now this guy is a fucking, he's a profiler now, right? You got this jackass right here who's a fucking, now he's talking about himself like he's a profiler. See, I just don't understand how somebody can do that. Like, I don't understand how somebody can just like muster up the lies like that, dude. Like, it's just so crazy to me to like lie to yourself to that point that you're somehow more important than you are, because you're not. You're nothing but a hindrance. See, here's the thing, though. Dolly knows this, though. This is the difference between Dolly and Bullhorn Betty. Bullhorn Betty believes this shit that she says. You put her on a lie detector, she'll pass. Guaranteed. She believes this shit. This guy here, he knows it's all, to him, it's all a fucking game. To him, it's all showboating. It's wrestling promos. That's what it is to him. He knows that there's an audience for this bullshit, and he will milk them for everything they've got. Because they're stupid. And he knows they're stupid. He targets stupidity. It's fascinating. Like, he knows exactly what he's doing.
Every time. Nobody seen your son. There's cameras on all them houses. They live in a $500,000 and up neighborhood, but nobody's seen them. Nobody's a witness. No camera caught them. I don't really buy it. You don't put your hands on somebody else's kids. You let some person put their hands on my kid, I'm going.
You don't have any. I don't think he does. I don't know. The issue with the cameras. Now, is there any police statement? Because he's been gone a month and I haven't followed this case, so I don't know. But is there any police statement that says that no camera footage has been recovered by any of the neighbors? I mean, is there anything official that says what he's saying here, or is it just shit that he pulled off of social media? Like fucking Reddit or 4chan or even fucking Twitter or Facebook. So
I'm going to prison. I'm going straight to prison. Now, people are different. You don't got to handle yourself that way, Seth. I know you can't go to jail. You can't get in trouble. Best thing is find your son.
I mean, that's the thing is,
and just know that
it's none of your fucking business how people raise their kids, dude. Like, that's none of your fucking business. Like, if that's an issue, that's going to come up. You know what I'm saying? Like, if these things are true, like, law enforcement knows about it. There's no need for you to focus on it. You're not helping. You're not doing anything. There's literally no purpose behind you even following shit. Like, I understand, like, if I'm following this case, the way that I do it is, okay, is there any news? And then I check to see if there's news. And if there's no news, then there's no news. You know what I mean? If there's no fucking updates, then there's no updates. Right, exactly, unsupervised maniacs. Absolutely true. If it's all true, what? That doesn't find Sebastian. Exactly. It does nothing to find Sebastian. This person is still missing. What good are you doing?
Just know that I'm praying for you. And if you do want some help and all this clears up, and these people do, like I think, they jump ship, you get a hold of me. And I promise you, personally, I'll come down by your side. I'll search any trench, anywhere you want to go, and I will search right beside you till fucking the sun comes up, till the next day, till I fall asleep out there searching for your kid. If they apologize, I'll help them. But no apology, I can't. You know, it's like, you don't treat, they didn't know who I was. No clue in this world. I could have been anybody. You know, I could have been anybody. And that's what happened. So, I mean, I understand that this weight that has been put on you is great. I heard you on the news tonight. These people helped me lift this weight off my shoulders. I'm glad. I'm glad that some of that weight is lifted off of you. I just wish better people would have lifted it up off of you. That's it. There's no way to call. I'm not in my studio. Okay. So prayers that this little boy is found. I wish y'all nothing but the best out there. Listen, guys, I know they didn't treat me good. They didn't treat me good. But I'm not trying to discourage anybody from going out there and helping stuff. All right. Even if you don't go mess with these swamp rats. Okay. Help self. I know you didn't have nothing to do with it. You're a good dad. It almost brings me to tears to see you talk. I listen to all of it. I always have.
Are there going to be some volunteers coming out tomorrow?
Hope so.
Yeah. Where are you guys? I mean, like, where do you get your? I'm just wondering, where do you get your tips and stuff from, or is it just places that maybe? How do you kind of come up with the locations?
I've got people on the internet. People send a lot of things to my sister, to my mom, to other people that are helping me on some of these Facebook pages. And they come into me. I go through them all. And it's before, when it was just me, it was like, well, I know what I'm doing today. I'm going to check out this place. Then I'm going to check out this place.
Yeah, because I think that, I mean, besides the actual searching itself, kind of just coming up with a place to search has to be difficult in and of itself. I mean, you want to search wherever you can search, but you know, without any concrete leads, it is kind of difficult.
Because I don't get the leads from that TBI and them get.
Right.
You know, I tell people, if you have leads, tell TBI. They can go search them. My sister, she gets leads from people. She sends them to me. I send them to TBI.
There you go.
Right.
Same point in time, I turn around and tell TBI, I'm going here, I'm going here, I'm going here.
Right.
You want a kind of a contained search. Is that the reason for the organization?
They're not telling me where they're searching. Because now that they have come in, you know, from my understanding, they really didn't want me out there to begin with. Which is policy. I mean,
right. Okay.
It's policy for me not to be out there. I'm emotionally
he's
attached to the case.
Okay. So this is very important. So Dolly goes out there and he manages to track down this organization. It's an organization that the father, his wishes are that they are the outside entity outside of law enforcement to help locate Sebastian. And so he sounds extremely logical. Okay. But right there, that indicates to me what he just said and what he described. That indicates to me why they were the way they were with Dolly. They want to search and they don't want any outside interference. They don't want any footage. They don't want anyone to know anything. It's a need to know basis as to what their efforts are in finding Sebastian. And there's a reason for this. There's a reason for this. I will, Cherry. Give me a second. Thank you. There's a reason for this. This is the fact that it's to preserve evidence. It's so rumors don't start to get spread. It's so that the environment is more controlled and allows them to work without distractions and without unnecessary things to balance. And I mean, so for them to have told Dolly, like, nope, we don't need you, get out of here. I mean, they see him as a clout chaser. And so the fact that they were rude to him, good. I'm glad they were rude to him. Anybody going out there for the reasons that Dolly, JLR, or Bullhorn Betty or anybody like them is going out there to do for those reasons, they should be shut the fuck down. I absolutely, totally agree. And I'm glad they were rude to him. I'm glad that they are just 100% focused and not deterred from just keeping the focus on Sebastian. They don't seem deterred from this focus. And I love it.
You know, they're worried. Law enforcement is worried that I'll fuck up a scene. That, you know, I find my son, and you know, but I know what my job duties are. You know, I know what they are, but at the same point in time, my son's out there. He's probably cold, probably hungry, lost, doesn't know where the hell he's at. I need to fucking find him. It's I'm not torn between my profession and the fact that I'm a dad. I know what policy is. I know the correct procedures and stuff like that.
Right. Like, it tears this guy up that he can't be out there doing exactly what these men and women are doing. But he understands that there's a policy, and these are the professionals. And these professionals, I mean, him being the father, this is what's mind-blowing. This is how you know Dolly and Bullhorn Betty and JLR are the cocksucking cunts that they are, is because if the father has the understanding that these are the professionals and there is a policy and those policies are in place in order to produce the best possible results, and that best possible result would be to find Sebastian and find him safely. If that is the best possible result, and he knows that there is a policy in place for this, he's gladly going to step aside. It hurts him that he can't be out there. Sure, of course. And he genuinely cares, but he understands. And he's like, the professionals are saying the best thing is for me to hang back. I'm going to hang back. If the father of this child can do this, why can't a random YouTuber? And more importantly, how can people support it? Especially if you're saying that this gentleman here is the person in this whole scenario that you respect the most. This is the man that you're saying is, you know, oh, well, the father, he's cool and we love him. It's the stepdad that we're looking side-eyed at. Okay, great, fine. For now, just for the sake of this thought, why not follow his example? Who better example to follow than an actual, no questions asked parent of a missing child who's missing and worried about their child? Who better of an example to follow than his? And you can't do that. And there's only one reason why you can't do that. It's not because you're stupid. It's because you're a cunt. That's it.
But what do you think my son's going to do if he sees me after, 30 days of not seeing me, being out there on the streets, not knowing where he's at? He's going to run to me.
Yeah, I think you are. I really do. I really do think that you're going to find him. And I said this when the first time that we talked. I believe that you'll be the reason that he's found, and because I don't know if Chris and Katie are looking for Sebastian. They say that they have, but it doesn't feel that way to me. And like I said, I don't want to rail against them, because
man,
it's just not appropriate for me to do that,
dude. But you're doing it anyway. This is another fucking cunt right here, dude. This guy with the Summer Wells case, like, and I was seriously, like, I was just thinking in my mind up until that point. I was like, wow, Josh from the lab, he's maybe he's changed his approach here, maybe he's changed his approach. Seriously, like, for a split second, and then he brings up these step parents, and then I'm just, dude, you had me for a second, man.
He'll be the reason that he's found, and because I don't know if Chris and Katie are looking for Sebastian. They say that they have, but it doesn't feel that way.
Maybe they're not looking for him for the same exact reasons that his father. Now, you don't even know the extent in which they're looking for him. Maybe law enforcement told them the best thing you can do is stay home in case he comes home. Maybe. Of course, this doesn't occur to anybody. That law enforcement probably told them the best thing you can do is wait and let us do our jobs, and we'll update you on anything. Of course, if you hear anything, give us a call. Nothing wrong with calling some friends, calling some family members, asking them if they've seen or heard anything. I mean, you don't know to the extent of what law enforcement is asking these folks to do. And you're going to sit up here and tell the father, because this is what he's doing. What Josh is doing here is he's fishing for drama. He's fishing for drama. He wants the father of Sebastian to get up there, and he's trying to fuel him up to trash talk the stepfather and the mother. He's trying to fuel him up to get him to do that. Because it's content, because it gets him clicks and views.
Way to me, and like I said, I don't want to rail against them, because
but you are.
It's
why bring
it's
them
just
up?
not appropriate for me to do that.
Why bring them up then?
What
was your
you
point?
know, a lot of people think that they're guilty. I've seen some of the comments, but my profession says that you're innocent until proven guilty. And that even comes to when it comes to my son.
Yeah.
Again,
Why the fuck you lying?
Translation, let law enforcement handle it. Simply just let law enforcement handle it. Doesn't matter. Like, I'm not biting. That was Josh throwing out a line, hoping that dad bites. And dad was like, nope, innocent until proven guilty. I may have an opinion on it, but I'm not fucking telling you, because I know exactly what the fuck you're doing. Because it doesn't help find my son. Now, hold on. Let me take a look here real quick. All right. Let's watch this interview from 3 weeks ago. All right.
In Sumner County described to us exclusively how they feel on day 8 of their son's disappearance. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Marius Payton.
And I'm Lauren Lowry. Sebastian Rogers is 15. He was last seen by his parents on February 25th in Hendersonville. Sebastian has autism, and he's gone without his medication this whole time. And since then, authorities have searched by air, by foot, and on horseback.
Helicopters, drones, and dive teams have also been brought in to try to find him. Today, his parents spoke exclusively to our Holly Thompson.
She's live tonight in Sumner County. Holly, I imagine it was quite an emotional interview.
Certainly was. It is hard for any of us to imagine the emotions that this family is going through right now. But we know one thing is certain. They remain positive. They are holding on to hope that their son Sebastian will return home safely.
Can you walk us through what you're thinking right now?
I just want my baby to be okay. I don't know where he's at.
Mom Katie broke down several times in our interview, but says her hope is strong that her son Sebastian will be found safe and return home.
And you know,
he's gonna walk through that door, and this street will be flooded again with family and relatives all waiting to hug and love him. And
Stepdad Chris says it's been an emotional roller coaster that all started Sunday night, February 25th.
Pretty normal. He was playing in his room. When I told him to go to bed, he did. He said, "Good night, Mom. I love you."
Katie says,
so like, what bugs me is like, every time this happens, now I haven't seen it, but I know it's out there. I fucking know it. I've been doing this long enough to where I know it. And people are tearing probably this lady apart, you know, because, you know, if she doesn't cry and she doesn't sway and seem emotional, well, then she doesn't care and she must have done something. Or if she's doing that and she's doing what, then she's overdoing it and she's acting like, and she's putting on a show for the cameras, because people just want these people to be guilty, you know? And I'm not saying they're not, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what the fuck happened to this kid. I have no idea. Marshall Dove, well, thank you. Marshall Dove, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome. I mean, that's the thing, is I don't know. But until I know, I'm going to assume that these are grieving, worried parents freaking the fuck out. You know what I mean? See, that's what innocent until proven guilty means to me. It means that exactly. It means it to its very core to me. Innocent until proven guilty, yes. Innocent, worried, grief-stricken, scared out of their minds, as well as innocent. That is what I'm going to assume that they are. Because that's the only moral thing to do.
Says she went to wake up Sebastian around 6 a.m. Monday for school, and he was gone. Within minutes, Katie says she was on the phone with Chris, who was working out of town, and they quickly called 911.
And he's not a runner. He's never run away before. I don't know why. I don't know why he walked out that door.
I mean, he's a good kid. He's not a mischievous child by any means.
Katie and Chris say Sebastian is not on social media. While he loves to play Minecraft, they tell me he does not have any online capabilities. I asked if there was any reason he might want to leave.
We've been combing over that day and even the weeks before he left, and I hadn't been able to figure it out. He's that morning he was laughing, he was joking.
It's as if Sebastian vanished. No sign of him on any video throughout the community. Thousands of miles logged by law enforcement, canines, helicopters, even dive teams, and no sign of him. Chris and Katie tell me they've been harassed, people pointing fingers at them.
You're not in this situation. You don't quite understand. I wish people would step back, take a different wide open view, and not assume what they know. It's just better to stick to the facts.
Are you both in the clear?
I can tell you that Mom, myself, and the father have worked very fully and cooperatively with all agencies across the board. We have anything that they've wanted, we have provided.
What do you want to say to Sebastian? What do you want him to hear from you right now? That we love you so much and we want you to come home and you're not in trouble.
I see no indication that these people that I should not believe these people. I see nothing to indicate as to why I should not believe them. Like I they gave me no reason to side eye them and go, you know, like, what's up, Deets? Like, I don't. It's just insane.
Did tell me that even though Sebastian does have autism, he is a
Now, don't
smart
worry.
teenager. He is highly functional. They say autism. He is.
Hold on, I want to hear that, but I want to say what I got to say. Like, we are going to go into more of the tragedy pimp shit. I want to educate myself, and as well as anybody else who's not very well educated on Sebastian Rogers' case. I'm going to, I want to do that for a while because I'm going to get more out of this if I do. So.
Now, Katie did tell me that even though Sebastian does have autism, he is a smart teenager. He is highly functional. They say if you see him, say his name, say Sebastian, and he'll respond. He'll at least acknowledge you. And I can tell you, this is my home. This is my community. And the people here are strong. They say they will continue to search. They will continue to hope and continue to pray for Sebastian's safe return. And by the way, you can watch my full exclusive interview with Sebastian's parents on our WSMV4 app. Live here in Hendersonville, Holly Thompson, WSMV4. Back to
Okay. Hold on a second. So let's see the statement from Dad here. Which was published on March 27th. So says here the first organized volunteer searches for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers launched Wednesday in Sumner County. Volunteers, thank you, Carrie, for the Venmo. I appreciate it. Volunteers have teamed up with the United Cajun Navy. I requested these people to come help, said Seth Rogers, Sebastian's biological father. They accepted the fact that I need help. They are here. Seth told News 2 that he has been searching for his son since the day Sebastian went reported missing from his home in the beach area of Hendersonville. New resources in search for missing Sumner County teen Sebastian Rogers. I am asking the world to help me find my son, Seth said. I need my son back. The United Cajun Navy is now in Sumner County following the conclusion of the Riley Strange search. Seth said more resources are looking for his son. I feel like I am carrying the weight of the world, and all of a sudden I got somebody standing behind me helping me hold that up, Seth explained. Okay. Let's listen to what he's saying here. I want to hear him say it because I think there's video. Here we go.
Volunteers teaming up with the United Cajun Navy.
News 2's Caitlin Quisenberry spoke with Sebastian's biological father.
I feel like I'm carrying the world, and all of a sudden I got somebody standing behind me, helping me hold that up.
Seth Rogers, Sebastian's biological dad, tells me he has been searching for his son since the first day Sebastian was reported missing from his home in the beach area. And he says now there are more resources looking for Sebastian with the United Cajun Navy here following the conclusion of the Riley Strange search.
Normally we wouldn't deploy twice in the same area, but the outpouring was just so strong for us to stay and look for Sebastian. We said, you know what, since we're here, let's do it.
The UCN is working independently from law enforcement and joined search efforts on Saturday. Today was the first day volunteers were encouraged to help in the ongoing search.
There's really a lack of answers, and the truth is nobody knows where he is, and I see his family hurting, and I see a community trying to rally together around this boy.
But the turnout, volunteers say, was not enough. With criticism online, Seth says the drama on the internet has deterred some people from helping, and he says it needs to stop.
People need to stop their ego. Just because you pick up a phone and start recording, you can either help with that or you can hinder. I am asking the world
you
to
go.
help me find my son. I need my son back.
The handful of volunteers that did show spent the morning searching their assigned grid plan. Officials with the United Cajun Navy tell me due to a shortage of volunteers, they ended the searches around 3. But the search will continue tomorrow at 90 Volunteer Drive, and the only thing they need is people. As the search continues, for now, Seth is just clinging on to the memories and conversations he shared with Sebastian.
He's a teenager. He's 15. I understand. Oh, Dad, no. You're old. Okay, I'm old. I'm still your dad. You still have to deal with it. You may not want me here now, but you're going to need me later, and I'm going to be there for him.
Like you are right now.
Right now, I'm there for him.
In Sumner County, Caitlin Quisenberry, News 2.
I mean, I gotta say, I love that dad. I love that dad. I do. My heart's absolutely with him. All right. Let's see. When is this? This is 2 days ago. Oh, I think this is what I just watched. No, this is different. Yeah, I want more of this dad, man. This dude is fucking fantastic. I love this guy. Like, how do you not respect what this guy says, dude? Like, just fucking do what the guy says, man.
It has now been nearly 1 month since 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers disappeared from his home in Sumner County. Thanks for joining us on this Monday, everyone. I'm Rory Johnston. Like you, we have followed this story closely and hope Sebastian will soon be found safe. Well, tonight we share this update. The teen's father tells
D.
News Channel 5's Jason Lamb, even 1 month later, he has not and will not give up hope.
Wearing a ribbon of his son Sebastian's favorite color, Seth Rogers reflects on his son's disappearance nearly 1 month later. As this search has gone from hours to days to now almost a month, how are you holding up?
I didn't even realize it had been a month yet till about 3 days ago when I looked at a calendar. To me, it's just one big day, and it hasn't ended. And it's not going to end until I have my son back.
After law enforcement scaled back its search, the United Cajun Navy, the same group that searched for missing Mizzou student Riley Strain, is now helping with the search effort for the 15-year-old boy with autism, who authorities say wandered away from his Hendersonville home. There's been no trace of the boy ever since. I'm curious what you would say to investigators, to some people watching now, who would say that kids just don't vanish without a trace, implying that there must be some kind of foul play involved. What would you say to them?
Foul play is still negativity. He's out there. We just got to find him. Stop making excuses.
There you go.
You know, if there's foul play, we'll find out after we get a hold of him. We got to talk to him.
Bro, what the fuck did I say like an hour ago? Right? Listening to Dolly spew out his bullshit. What did I say like an hour ago? I said almost exactly the same thing verbatim. They're going to figure it out. There's people for that. That's resources, that's time, that's energy wasted on trying to sleuth something that's not your fucking business to sleuth. This guy's son is still out there. Put your energy towards that.
He'll tell us what happened.
I want to hear that again.
To some people watching now who would say that kids just don't vanish without a trace, implying that there must be some kind of foul play involved. What would you say to them?
Foul play is still negativity. He's out there. We just got to find him.
There you go.
Stop making excuses. You know,
Stay
if
on
there's
point.
foul play, we'll find out after we get a hold of him. We got to talk to him. He'll tell us what happened. We just gotta find him first.
That's it. My kid's out there. There's nothing that you're gonna fucking get me to fucking get off of that track. That is this man's mentality right now. His mind is on track, period. Like, I am a moving train, and that train is called finding my kid because he's out there. I don't want to hear any bullshit about foul play. I don't want to hear any fucking rumors about the stepdad. I don't want to hear any shit about that. There's time for that. That's not the priority. The priority is the fact that my son is out there and nobody knows where the fuck he is. Like, I love that he's like not deterred from this at all.
And let's just be clear for everyone watching. Do you have any knowledge whatsoever about your son's disappearance?
I don't. I found out over an hour after his mother found out he was gone.
With his son still missing, Rogers urged neighbors once again to check their properties, even places you'd think someone would never go.
He's going to be at the weirdest place in the world because that's my son. You know, people are going to be like, oh, well, we're not going to check this, but you better check it. Because knowing him and his curiosity, he might be there.
He might be there, an unending hope that Sebastian's father is still holding on to. Jason Lamb, News Channel 5.
That's literally the best thing that you could be doing. That's literally the best thing that you could be doing is following this guy's example of hope. Simple. It's the fact that this is difficult for people blows my mind. Seriously does. It's very simple. This guy is putting out that example. Everyone wants to bitch and moan about parents not being public, not saying enough to the media, not pleading for their child's safe return enough, blah, blah, blah. This guy's out there doing it. The least you could do is follow his example. If he's doing everything right that a missing child's parent should be doing up to your fucking standards, the public, well, then the least you could do is follow his example. Hold out hope. Let your hope guide your decisions. If you hope that Sebastian is out there safe, then what you will logically follow with is trusting professionals who are trained to locate him. If there is foul play, you let the professionals who handle things like foul play because they're going to produce the best results, not an amateur asshole who wants clicks and views on YouTube. Somebody who went to school for years. Somebody who daydreamed in class all day long about putting on a badge and helping people, and then went through the schooling and the training to learn how. Not some dickhead who figured out how an iPhone works. I'm kind of picking and choosing here. I want. Hold on, sorry. All right. This is probably going to piss me off, but because this lady just pisses me off. She just does.
February 26th, Monday morning, 6 a.m.
Like, she constantly looks like she's smelling a fart. She looks like she smelled a fart and then somebody came up and smacked her on the back real hard and her face got stuck.
From everything we can tell, that is the moment that Sebastian's mom and stepdad realize he's gone. For just one moment, imagine that. You go in your child's room where you find your child every single school day morning and you wake them up, but at 6 a.m., he's not there. Can you imagine what must have gone through their minds? First of all, I want you to hear what his bio mom, Katie Proudfoot, says. Listen.
When I woke him up for school, he wasn't there. I took a second and walked through the house looking for him in case he'd gotten up and was trying to get breakfast or something, because he did that sometimes. About 3 minutes in, give or take, I was on the phone with my husband. I said, can't find him. He said, what do you mean you can't find him? I said, he's not in the house.
Can't find him. Where is he? And in the last days, we learned that the official law enforcement search is actually scaling back. This as TikTokers and YouTubers are flooding the area, conducting their own searches. Listen to Eric Craddock, Chief Deputy, Sumner County Sheriff's.
Really want to come to the community and ask for your help. We need you to search your properties every day, morning and night. If there's a shed or a crawl space or up under your mobile home or a tarp that's in your yard, check it every morning and check it every night. Look for any details that something has been disturbed. If there's a shirt that was there today that wasn't there yesterday, notify us. You can really help us by searching your own property twice a day. Like I said, we're operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off, and we really need your help to ensure that he is brought home safe.
We are trying to determine what happened when this young boy, an autistic young boy, seemingly walks out of his own home in the middle of the night, we think, barefoot. How did that happen? I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. Thank you for being with us here at Crime Stories and on Sirius XM 111. We've read a lot online. We've seen a lot of theories, a lot of speculation, but let's start with what we know to be true. Joining me right now, an all-star panel. But first, I'm going to go to two special guests joining us, Katie and Chris.
I'm glad I read that first. Please, no song. Okay. I rarely catch a live, so I just wanted to say thanks for always being a voice of reason in the chaos. Thank you, Crystal Lee. That means a lot. Appreciate it.
Proudfoot. This is Sebastian's biological mother and his stepfather, who were in their home with Sebastian when he goes missing. To both of the Proudfoots, thank you for being with us. I want to go straight back to when Sebastian goes.
You see how she sets that up?
Miss Proudfoot,
You see how she does that? The parents who were in the home when Sebastian went missing. Like, yeah, we already know that, bro. Like, why do you have to emphasize that? You're only emphasizing that shit in order to get people to go, ooh, they must know something. Like, it's the only reason you're doing that. It's a shitty thing to do, Nancy Grace. You suck. You're an asshole.
I understand that the day before, which would have been Sunday, if I've got the information correct, that you guys went out, you went to dinner, you went to somewhere, I believe you said BJ's, where he had a, quote, colossal popcorn. Then you came home that night, and around 9 p.m., you tell Sebastian to go to bed. He says, okay, he goes to his room. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That night, I understand from previous statements you've made that you went to bed around midnight. Is that correct?
It is.
And to you, Mr. Proudfoot, Chris Proudfoot, did you also go to bed at midnight or before or after?
No, man. We went to bed around the same time because we were on the.
This is already a fucking interrogation, bro. This is already an interrogation. You know what I mean? Like, who the fuck are you, Nancy Grace? Like, seriously, who are you exactly to just right off the bat just start interrogating these people like as if you're qualified in some way? It's incredible.
You're a magnificent cunt.
It sure is.
We were on the phone together.
And please excuse any of my questions. I'm simply trying to find out more about that night. Do you two sleep in the same bedroom?
He wasn't actually in the home at all that weekend.
You were not home.
No,
okay.
ma'am.
So where were you, Mr. Proudfoot?
I was in Memphis, Tennessee.
How far away is that?
3 hours and 37 minutes from doorstep to doorstep.
And what were you doing in Memphis?
Working.
Where do you work?
I'm currently working, or was working at the St. Jude Children's Hospital.
Bro, Nancy Grace, do you realize how much of a fucking dick drip you are? Like, seriously? Do you have any fucking idea? Like, are you aware of how shitty you are? I mean, you know what the kind of shit you're stirring up? Here are these people willing to go on your show, hoping to spread information as far as that would help find their son. They're thinking, wow, Nancy Grace has a huge audience. This is more people that'll be out there looking for Sebastian. And then you fucking just like blindside these people with some crazy fucking inquisition. The fuck is wrong with you?
Construction project.
Yes, I'm very familiar with St. Jude's. You said you were working there. Are you no longer working there?
Right now, that's up in the air.
Well, you've been gone ever since Sebastian went missing, so I understand. When you are home, do you two sleep in the same bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this a 3-bedroom home?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is your room as it relates to Sebastian's room?
It's on the opposite end of the house. The master bedroom's on one side, and the other 2 bedrooms are on the other side of the house.
Okay, so your master bedroom is on one side of the house and Sebastian's room is on the other side of the house. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you have a 3rd bedroom that I believe you keep for your other daughter. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that Faith? Is your other daughter named Faith?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So where is Faith's bedroom as it relates to Sebastian's bedroom?
It's in the back side of the house. Sebastian's bedroom is on the front side of the house.
Okay. So his bedroom is away from Faith's bedroom and away from your master bedroom. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is Sebastian's room on a top floor or a ground level?
We have a ranch style house. It's a 1.5 story. So everything's flat, and then you have the bonus room above the garage.
Okay. So his is on ground floor, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. That morning, was there any sign of a break-in through a window, a front door, a back door, sliding glass door, anything at all?
No, ma'am.
Okay. No sign of forced entry. Was anything taken from the home at all?
Not that we could find anything. We couldn't find anything missing.
I want to circle back to Sebastian's shoes regarding if anything was missing. Do you have a burglar alarm?
No, ma'am.
Do you have a Ring doorbell cam?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Have the 2 of you taken a polygraph?
I have.
Fuck.
I have not.
Would you be willing to?
Who the fuck is this lady, bro? Who the fuck do you think you are? Are you fucking kidding me? Nancy Grace, Jesus Christ, bro. Like, dude, go on Tinder or something. And like, you seriously need to get laid or something. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Offered and volunteered on many occasions to take a polygraph, and I was told directly by law enforcement because of my whereabouts, I did not need one.
I understand. Ms. Proudfoot, did you pass your polygraph?
I did.
Those questions out of the way. Was Faith in the home when Sebastian went missing?
No, ma'am.
Does anyone else have a key to your home beside your immediate family?
No.
No, ma'am.
That night, Ms. Proudfoot, at midnight when you went to bed, what did you do until midnight?
I had been reading a chapter that I needed to, and I had been talking to my husband on the phone.
Now, I want to be clear about something. Like, I'm not covering this case. Like, I mean, I'm merely just educating myself on it live. That's literally what I'm doing right now. I have not watched any of this shit yet.
I was falling asleep on him, so that's when he told me it was around midnight. He told me to go ahead and put the dogs up and go to bed, and that's what I did. I got up, put the dogs where they sleep, and then I myself went to bed.
Where do they sleep?
They have a big pen.
A pen, is it inside or outside?
Inside.
Inside. That reminds me of another question. Do you guys have a motion sensor light or lights on the outside of your house?
Yes, we do have lights on the outside of our house.
Did they activate that night?
They're not motion censored. We have lights.
Were they on that night?
No,
Okay.
ma'am.
Were they on that night? So the lights were out the whole night?
Yes, ma'am. We don't typically turn the floodlights on.
Were there any lights outside the house on at all?
Just my little solar lights that we have in the garden.
There's two lights on the side of the house above the garage that are on at all times.
Oh, yeah, those are on.
Oh, there's a light above the garage. It's on at all times.
There's two. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So those lights were on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The reason I'm asking is because I heard you say earlier, Mr. Proudfoot, that your neighbors have been very, very forthcoming with their Ring camera info. And I was trying to determine if any lights were on, what, if anything, they may have caught. But I understand from your previous interviews that nothing of any evidentiary value was caught. And also, in another statement you gave, I understand that the video of the two flashlights, and I'm saying that with air quotes, that's not exactly what that was at all. We now don't believe that two flashlights were observed around your home. Is that correct?
You're very correct.
Okay. Question regarding your vehicles. Ms. Proudfoot, what make and model do you drive?
I drive a Infinity SUV.
Year?
I mean, the fact that they're willing to even go on this show, like the fact that it's gone on for 11 and a half minutes and they haven't been like, hey, lady, what the fuck is this? You know what I mean? I find that fascinating because they're like, whatever. Okay. If it feels like, I mean, if this is what I got to do to get Sebastian's name and face out there, then fine. You know what I mean? But they didn't think that a professional like Nancy Grace was going to railroad him. Shit. All right. Can you all see me right now and hear me? Because I think I got a copyright claim on well, not a copyright claim, but they sniped me. So okay, you guys can actually see me though? Okay, cool. All right. Yeah. So okay, I can't play the rest of that. But hold on, I just saw something. Let's watch somebody that I recently found here.
They drive for 9 minutes back to the house. Now, about a week after this information.
Now this is live, other than the pauses that I'm going to do. But this lady is she loves to tragedy pimp. She's a big fan. She loves to do it, and she just happens to be live right now talking about Sebastian Rogers. She also she likes to team up with that crazy psychic lady too, which is really funny to me. Like the two of them, man, they got this great grift going, a fantastic grift between the two of them. Yeah, Serafina, yeah, that's her.
Information was uncovered, I guess, from law enforcement, or it's actually no, about a week into the investigation. Then Katie comes out and says, hey, by the way, I have dash cam footage. So Sebastian is actually heard in the vehicle on dash cam during that drive home. So we know for sure, 100%. And so far, my source has been on point. Okay. It came out in the Nancy Grace of, every.
Okay. So she's got a source. And based on her source, she knows 100%. Okay.
Everything that I've been told so far has been top notch, but that's the last time he was
No,
heard
I'm not
or
putting her
heard
link
from.
up. Fuck her.
So I'm guessing once they return
See,
home,
I'm not nice like Dietz. Like, I'm not trying to promote these motherfuckers. Fuck her.
6:30 something that night is when the trash happened. He's seen taking the trash to the end of the driveway. Now, there's one detail I didn't tell you guys about that trash thing. So the person who shared that information with me, she told me that she herself didn't actually see that part, but when she talked to law enforcement, she said, so did you guys actually see him taking out the trash at 6:30? And law enforcement officer says, yes, he is for sure on camera. That's around 6:30-ish. So he's actually seen, though, taking out the trash. So we know that those two sightings, well, his voice in the car, but then the trash, taking out the trash, both of those are valid. So we can honestly say that's like the last time he's heard from.
Okay.
Okay. So
according
things
to
I've
her
been
source.
wondering lately.
So, in summary, since I clicked on this person who's live right now, according to her source, she knows the last time Sebastian was seen. 100% for sure, she said. That's what she said.
About this whole cockamamie story that Sebastian just up and leaves in the middle of the night. Where did he go? His footprints, I guess, were found, according to this recent dispatch call, supposedly like a size, and this is if I heard it correctly, okay, but there was footprints seen around this retention pond. Well, they end up draining it, and there's no sign of Sebastian anywhere. Let's see. About the cockamamie story. What I have trouble with is I feel like Katie's really boxed herself in with her answers, right? He wasn't a runner. He never in the past had done something like this before. He wasn't allowed to talk to people online. Like every possible out, she's blocked herself into saying, that wasn't like part of the equation. But we're supposed to believe he left the home without shoes, without a jacket. There's never been mention of a jacket. And just left town, wherever he went. It just doesn't ring true. One of the concerns I have is like the first couple weeks of this investigation, I feel like they were more so viewing it as like a runaway. I hate to imagine that being the case, but
that's what you do. That's how every missing persons case is approached initially. Every single one of a missing child, especially a teenager. It is approached as a runaway. They don't jump all over foul play. They ask the right questions, but they focus on finding the person. They don't focus on trying to pin a crime on a family member. They focus on trying to find the person missing. And the likelihood that it's a runaway is much greater than if somebody fucking killed him. I mean, are you using your brain, lady?
That's what I'm hearing. For example, the cars were never impounded. Why on earth would the cars have never been impounded?
Because they're not suspects.
This is a very...
You need probable cause for that. You can't just impound their vehicles unless they're suspects. And unless you have a reason to think that they're suspects, you're not going to impound their vehicle. You're not going to seize their tech. You're not going to get a search warrant for the house. Doesn't work that way. Thank you, Tara. I appreciate you for the Venmo. Thank you. I mean, what the fuck are you talking about?
A very suspicious situation. And then it seems like Chris and Katie might have totally outsmarted them just by way of covering their tracks. Again, with the digital, like the electronic stuff, you know, your phone. Think if your phone is showing that you're in the location you're supposed to be at, then the cops aren't going to, I feel like, look as deeply into you. And if Chris's phone was at that RV park that he claims he was at, then they're really not going to, I guess my concern is they might not look as deeply into him as they should. We all know he could have borrowed a car. Maybe there's relevance to this
What's
whole
wrong
Uber
with you,
story.
lady? I got
that
a
maybe
serious question, sweetie pie low. What is wrong with you exactly? Like what ails you?
I'm retarded?
I don't know about that. Probably something more simple. I'd probably say
twat.
Yeah.
He, you know what I'm saying? Maybe he was contacted and like, hey, I did something I can't undo. I need help.
I love that
You
shit.
know, could it have been something like that? I don't know. There's so much to this. It's crazy. But okay, so the first order of business. Here we go. Let's listen to the Nancy Grace comparison. I know you guys are probably sick of hearing the Nancy Grace stuff, but I just want to.
You see what I'm talking about? Is these fucking idiots? They always invest so much in Nancy Grace. You know what I mean? Nancy Grace is like one of the biggest problems in the true crime community because she just loves to spin narratives that are more dramatic. And these fucking idiots jump all over it. Like as if Nancy Grace is the end all be all fucking gospel of true crime. When the truth is, she's just a fart smelling weirdo with a big mouth. I mean, that's all it boils down to. Like she doesn't actually, if she has any expertise, she doesn't fucking apply it. She never does. She never applies her expertise if she has any. All she does is just spin dramatic narratives and get idiots like this fired up. Let's watch the Nancy Grace thing because it talks about the stuff that we want to think about. That's what we're not going to pay attention to any of the other stuff. We're just going to pay attention to the Nancy Grace stuff because here she is interrogating these innocent people like it's all good. Like this lady sucks, dude.
I'm going to share with you this bold-faced lie. Lie number one. You guys need to see this or to hear it. I mean.
Mr. Proudfoot hitting Sebastian with a belt.
That was actually several years ago, and it was
to Mr. Proudfoot, to Mr. Proudfoot, to Mr. Proudfoot.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Proudfoot, what happened?
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought you were asking Katie. Sebastian had gotten in trouble. He got caught lying, and I had asked him. I said, "Hey, you know, you got to have a punishment for this." He says, "Yes, sir." And I said, "Okay." So I gave him a swat with a belt on his buttocks on the outside of his clothes, one swat.
What did he lie about?
Honestly, I don't remember at the time, but it was probably something dealing with school because that's majority where his issues lie.
Did he have other issues at school?
Some behavioral stuff, but nothing too crazy.
What kind of behavioral stuff?
Here's the thing about that. That shit is nobody's fucking business. That shit is nobody's fucking business. It's not Nancy Grace's business to bring up and ask about. Like, I'm going to talk about something that I normally don't talk about. I talked about it once, and I regret talking about it to a certain degree. But mostly what I regret, as far as when I talked about it, I was almost apologetic, if not apologetic, to the people listening and watching. And so, and you'll hear my haters bring this up. Now, before I talk about this, I'm going to say one thing. Don't hit women. Don't hurt dogs. None of these things are true. There was one occasion where my son, who lived with me, I had custody of him, where I got physical with him. And when I described this, I described him as having special needs. That does not mean that I should have used better words. He had needs that were not for that were not for the average person. Okay. But I just worded it like that, and people took it like as if he was autistic or mentally handicapped in some way, none of which are true. And here's what I'll say about this. And this is all you're ever going to get from me about this. And yes, it is none of your business. I will never reveal the circumstances in which that took place, because those circumstances are none of your business. That is private between me and my kid. Someone decided to air that out, and I felt it was necessary to be honest, and I was honest. The only thing I wasn't totally honest about was how I felt about talking about it. But I'm going to do that now. However I chose to raise my kid is none of your fucking business. It's none of my business how you raise your kids. It's none of my business or your business how Mr. Proudfoot and Mrs. Proudfoot run their household and how they choose to raise their child. That's nobody's fucking business. I don't owe you or anyone else any explanation for how I chose to raise or discipline my kid. All of you can go fuck yourselves. That's how I honestly feel about it. Those are my real feelings about it. The only thing I regret is sounding even remotely apologetic to any of you. Now, the fact that this young man, or this gentleman, the fact that this gentleman has to sit up there and feel like he owes Nancy Grace and her listeners any answers as far as how they run their household makes me angry. Because he's in a mind place right now where he thinks anything that I say can help focus the attention on finding my son, my stepson. And it makes me sad that he feels like he has to do that. I hope that he at some point goes, you know what? That shit is none of your motherfucking business. I don't give a fuck what any of you people think. I'm really hoping that happens. I'm hoping these people are absolutely innocent and just want to find their kid, and the way that they choose to deal with it. That's me with my popcorn emoji. Is the day that these people go, you know what? All of you can go fuck yourselves. Find my kid. Keep your eye out for my kid. Focus on what matters. None of these people have any right to judge anybody. I don't know what your life is like behind closed doors. Everybody here's got secrets. Everybody here's got lifestyles that somebody's not going to approve of. Everybody here's got their own shit, and it's none of anybody's fucking business. And they're not excluded from that simply because they have a lot of attention on them because they have a missing child. They're not excluded from this kind of privacy, to this right to privacy. Focus on putting the kid's name out there, putting Sebastian Rogers' name and face out there. That is the best thing you can do. Being a busybody and minding how these people live their lives is none of your fucking business. And it doesn't help find Sebastian.
Sometimes he's like awkwardly socially like blending in with students. So it's a little, he's trying to figure out how to do it, but respecting people's space. He gets a little too close. And then kids don't really accept that too much. So it kind of causes an issue. But he'll not stop and he continues on. So then it causes an issue. And instead of being honest about it, he'll lie like, no, I didn't. Okay, Sebastian.
We're lying about doing work.
Was that the first time? Was that the first time you had ever hit him with a belt?
Yes, ma'am. The one and only time, actually.
It happens, you know, sometimes, especially.
Ask me the hard questions. By golly, let's get these hard questions out.
Right.
Sorry, but I just.
So
let me start. Okay.
I found nothing incriminating about that. Absolutely not a fucking, not a shred of anything incriminating about that. Like, you don't know what the circumstances were. Like, you don't know what someone's dynamic is with their own kid. You don't have any fucking idea. There's nothing about that that is incriminating to this Mr. Proudfoot gentleman. The spanking was reported, CPS investigated, and the case was not opened. Why? Because they had no reason to think that there was any concern. The proper authorities, the people in charge of investigating these things, qualified people, not you, qualified people, investigated this and determined that there was nothing to be concerned about. And even that bit of information is none of our business. Like, I hear people trashing Dolly and saying, oh, well, you know, Dolly's brother and blah, 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 blah. I don't give a fuck about any of that. That is also none of my business. None of your business. I don't give a fuck about any of that. What I give a fuck about is the fact that this dude is spinning narratives that make innocent people look bad and causes people to attack them online. That is my concern. Please, no song and dance. You got it. Fairy Raven, thank you so much. I understand this has been a difficult show, so thank you for doing it. You're welcome. I didn't expect it to go this way. I never know how these things are going to go. But I'm not done yet. Right. You will never see me do that shit. You'll never see me sit there and fucking make all these assumptions and take jabs. I think I went over the video one time of his brother or whatever, and then I don't even think that I even I think I was just like, that's okay. Authorities need to handle that.
Just so you're tracking. Now we're going to go over what they said originally. So you just heard what they said on Nancy Grace. Well, now this is what I'm sharing with you now is like 2 to 3, maybe even 4 days before the Nancy Grace interview. So you can see the stark contrast because it is very notable.
Have you ever had CPS called on you before?
Yeah, that is a good point, Cherry. That is a good point. CPS do fuck up all the time. I mean, we have the Oakley Carlson case, Gabriel Fernandez, so on and so forth. Sure. But the thing is, though, just because CPS fuck up as much as they do, and I know that's not what you're saying, Cherry, I'm just making the point that even though they fuck up, it doesn't give the public the right to intervene and start doing what they're not trained to do. Unfortunately, it's what we've got to work with. Unfortunately, we have to let the professionals handle these things. Just because they have a bad track record from time to time does not give us, the public, the right to start stepping in and assume their responsibilities with absolutely no training whatsoever.
Okay. Okay. And you don't have to go into it elaborate or anything like that. I just, that was the question that I had. And that happens, you know, sometimes, especially when you have a child who is, you know, has special needs and stuff. That's hard.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I've had CPS called on me in 2 states, New Mexico and Tennessee.
And and that, did that include with Sebastian?
Tennessee, West Sebastian. Yes, ma'am. In fact, Sebastian here, like I said, I got nothing to hide. So Sebastian went to school one day because we were at the house. He got in trouble. He didn't have a belt on. I was like, "Where's your belt?" And got it. Whack. Got it. So he goes to school and he tells the teacher. They're mandatory reporters. So the teacher reports it. That afternoon, CPS shows up to the house while we're actually sitting down to eat dinner. Now, mind you, 15-year-old child, he's not real happy because he's in trouble. So he's being punished. So he shows, he makes a report. They come to the house. And the lady who comes to the house is the same lady we've had. She's had a case before. Now, the case that was before was something that didn't even happen. And it's like 3 stories that shoved into one. When they finally got it debunked, they were like, "Oh, he got so mixed up in telling one story, it mixed into 3 and it caused a commotion." Well, they canceled that out. So the one on me, she shows up, and I said, "Hey, how you feeling?" It's her again. She's like, "Oh, hey." She's, "Hey, I already don't." She's like, "Don't tell me anything, but I'm gonna tell you what I know happened." And I said, "Okay." She goes, "Boo, boo, boo."
Frankly, I couldn't believe how much on good behavior Chris was. Hold on. Can you guys, I hope there's no problem with my service. Are you guys there? You can hear me okay? Okay, good.
These people just love to act.
I couldn't believe what good behavior Chris was on.
Ladies like this they just love, just fucking busybodies, love to just act like they fucking have a right to people's personal fucking information, dude. Like, it's so annoying, dude. Right, Cherry. People think that they can outthink the TVI. Like, come on, man.
On as far as not being as cocky and brash and rude as normal, it was like he was far more obedient, is the only way I can describe how they actually both were acting. Katie specifically struck me as like a docile, submissive, like, "Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am," to every single question. I'm going, what? She giving like 1-word answers. "Your son is missing." Yes, subdued. There you go. Great way to characterize it. Very subdued. And it's like, you have this opportunity to go on national, like a national syndicated radio show or podcast, we'll call it.
Yeah, I know. These master criminals, bro. Like, I love that shit. These master criminals that are just outsmarting all of these law enforcement agencies. Like, you don't think that all hands are on deck? This kid's been missing for a month, man. You don't think all hands are on deck when it comes to this missing child? You don't think these people you don't think the TBI has learned from the Summer Wells case in this case? Like, I mean, but you motherfuckers on YouTube are just so much smarter, right? You guys just know better than the TBI, don't you? Okay.
And you're going to give like these 1-word answers. She was emotionless. To me, she had dead eyes. There was nothing left in her. It was almost like, everybody thinks I'm guilty. I am guilty. I don't care what you think of me anymore. Look on her face. That was what I felt anyway. That's what I.
Because you're a fucking body language expert,
perceived,
right?
In that time that she was on there.
What I perceived.
Oh, guys, this is so upsetting. It's like,
oh my God, I got all of this from looking at a stranger's face who I've never had a conversation with in my fucking life, and I got all of this from her facial expressions. The fuck are you? What do you know? It was her facial expressions, dude. I went into the John O'Keefe Karen Reed case the same way I'm going into this, ready to just shut everything the fuck down. Like, ready to just be like, okay, you're saying this person's guilty, get the fuck out of here. You're saying this person is shady, get the fuck out of here. And then what it took for me to get to the point to where I am now and following the John O'Keefe Karen Reed case, what got me to that point was actually reading these statements, watching the judge make decisions. And now to the point to where like this most recent decision, I'm just like, what in the fuck? I haven't even finished going over that denial of the motion for dismissal. I haven't even finished going over that. I haven't even gotten to the 227 search part yet, which I'm gonna do at some point. But like, I haven't even gotten to that shit yet. But I'm looking at actions. I'm not looking at somebody's fucking face and making assumptions based on their face. I'm not looking at Jen McCabe's face and going, oh my God, she's a liar. No, I'm reading her statements and going, oh my God, she's a fucking liar. You know what I mean? I'm reading reports from Celebrite. Like, you know, it's just very funny to me that somebody could still do this. And this is what I was saying at the beginning of the stream. I was like, I feel relieved. I feel relieved. Because like this kind of shit isn't bombarding me all the time. And yet now with the Sebastian Rogers case, it still is. I'm not even really active in this side of the community anymore. Dude, yeah, I've had enough of this fucking sweetie pie fucking dickhead. So yeah, let's drop in on this guy real quick.
The search for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers continues. Galore investigates. Got some new information I want to share with all of you. We're talking about this young man here, been up in the Hendersonville, Tennessee area, Mississippi area, Memphis area, Jackson, Tennessee area, and areas all in between the last week. Bringing awareness to this young man. This young man needs to be found. There needs to be a resolution here. Authorities are working around the clock.
Yeah, I got it, Cherry. Thank you.
We're talking about Sumner County Sheriffs. We're talking about TBI. According to Chris Profwood, other agencies in other states have worked on this case, which is very interesting. Well, we do know that they did a search warrant at a landfill in Kentucky in reference to related to that dumpster area right by the Profwood's house. Wondering if authorities are searching around the Yogi Bear campground. There was a lot of chatter that Profwoods have fled their home and are staying at this campground just south of Memphis, Horn Lake area of Tennessee or Mississippi. What's going on with that? But the Profwoods actually went on television today. They went on television. But I want to tell you something. This is interesting too, and I'm trying to get this person on. But a waitress bartender from Alabama has reached out to me and gave me a scoop on Profwood when Profwood was working down in Alabama. At one point, Christopher Profwood used to go to Texas Roadhouse to go eat while he was working, while he was down there at the job, while his wife was in Tennessee. And I want to share some of that information, which is interesting. I see a lot of people in the chat. Come on in. We are keeping Sebastian's name out there. I am in Georgia right now, en route to Florida. I am not participating in any searches whatsoever conducted by the United Cajun Navy. One thing I want to say to everybody is if you decide to search, or if you want to search, or if you want to make a difference out there, do not under any circumstances give your personal information to anyone. Anybody that asks you to sign something or provide your ID or provide you, your email address or anything, do not, I repeat, do not give your personal information to anyone. You do not want to get...
Okay. Okay. Oh my goodness. I didn't get a special request to void.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad.
Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. Sherry Davis, my new favorite channel. Right on. I'm glad. Thank you. So this is fascinating right here. Right. Deets, there you go. This is fascinating to me right here. So homeboy, first off, calls what he got out of some bartender in buttfuck Mississippi, I guess, or whatever. He calls that information. No, that's a rumor. That's rumor. That's some fucking rando's fucking hearsay. There's nothing that should be invested in that. Oh my God, Sherry Davis, you know what you're doing to Cherry here?
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad.
Sherry Davis, you are so welcome. Thank you again. Appreciate it. So request no song. Y'all don't listen to what Cherry has to say. Y'all don't listen to Cherry. Listen. I didn't want to tell you guys this, but Cherry's not well. Okay. Cherry, she makes these weird random decisions sometimes in chat. And what you're just gonna have to do is you're like, if she ever says anything in regards to like that's negative about the super chat, the Cuck Church super chat dance and song, it's to be dismissed. Okay, it's to be dismissed because Cherry has these moments. Okay, she has these little moments that the doctors can't figure out what causes it. But it's specifically, oh, Carrie, thank you for the Venmo. I appreciate it. It's specifically focused on the super chat song. It has an effect on her. I don't know what it is, but she's okay all otherwise. But when it comes to the super chat song, or if it comes to cheese emojis, anything she says negatively about cheese, it's to be disregarded. Or if she tries to deny that it's her birthday, that's also to be disregarded. Just so you know.
Want to get your name
now. I gotta hear this shit one more time because this shit is mind-blowing to me. This is very, very, very funny to me.
Share some of that information, which is interesting. I see a lot of people in the chat come on in. We are keeping Sebastian's name out there. I am in Georgia right now, en route to Florida. I am not participating in any searches whatsoever conducted by the United Cajun Navy. One thing I want to say to everybody is, if you decide to search, or if you want to search, or if you want to make a difference out there, do not under any circumstances give your personal information to anyone. Anybody that asks you to sign something or provide your ID or provide you, your email address or anything, do not.
Okay. Do not. Now, as Dietz had pointed out earlier, any organized search is going to ask you for ID. Why? Because there's the possibility that a crime could have been committed, but mostly it's for your own safety. The reason why you give ID and you give your information is in case you get lost or hurt out there in the process of searching. What JLR is telling you to do right now, or telling you not to do right now, you should be doing exactly the opposite. If you plan on going out and searching and involving yourself in an organized search, what you should do, first off, I suggest what you do is pay attention to SF Investigates on Twitter or X. Follow him. He's an experienced investigator, and he specializes in organizing these searches. Anything that he says is most likely going to be the opposite of whatever you just heard. So you absolutely want to be able to, you of course vet the organization. Sure. There's nothing wrong with that. Vet the organization. Sure. Nobody's saying not to do that. But chances are, if that organization is reputable in some way, then it's perfectly fine to give them your personal information for your own safety. Unreal that he would say
I
that.
repeat, do not give your personal information to anyone. You do not want to get your name on someone's list. You know, you'll get all types of spamming and solicitations for donations and bamboozled and, you know, redirected to different places. You don't want to give your personal information to anyone. Proudfoots talked on Fox and Friends this morning. Proudfoots talked to Fox and Friends this morning. And if you notice, looks like Katie is at one location and Christopher is at another location. They're trying to do serious damage control here. They know the tables have turned on them. They have literally, they're in a corner here. No support whatsoever. No friends and associates of Proudfoot that I'm told that are backing him. Pretty much the only people that are backing the Proudfoots at this point are Chris Proudfoot's parents. Doesn't seem like anyone openly wants anything to do with the Proudfoots right now. You know what's interesting too, folks? We don't talk about Katie Proudfoot's mom. We don't talk about Katie Proudfoot's side of the family at all. And they haven't come out. You know, her father has a Facebook account, doesn't have his photo on there, Mr. Payne. And, you know, he's trying to find his grandson, he says, but no public support for Katie Proudfoot. Wonder why.
Geez, so, you know, the Proudfoots don't have any public support. So I happen to know this because, you know, I'm just some asshole in my car and I can already have a monitored system of where I know all of the people that the Proudfoots know, and nobody is supporting them. Nobody has their back, and nobody's talking to them privately behind the scenes. Nobody is trying to keep out of the public eye, yet trying to show them support and letting them know that they're there for them. We don't know whether this is happening or not, but I'm going to tell you that it's not happening. He's not getting, the Proudfoots are getting no support whatsoever. Bullshit, bro. Like, what do you mean? How do you know that the Proudfoots are not getting support? How do you know that? Where could you possibly have, what method of collecting information did you apply to come to this conclusion? I would love to know.
Wonder why. Well, Katie Proudfoot's own mom is in big trouble with the law herself in Virginia. I don't know if you guys are aware of that. Extensive history of all types of crimes committed. It's kind of scary. You know, if Sebastian was ever around Katie Proudfoot's mother, it would be yikes. But I'm going to show you something. I'm spilling the tea. Look, this is the thumbnail of this video. We are spilling the tea. I want to share with you some correspondence I had with a bartender / waitress from Alabama. And this person, I will not reveal their name, and you can, you know, maybe look into this more.
Wow. Yeah. That's awesome. That's just great. You've got a bartender / waitress who spilled all the beans. Awesome, dude.
Do this more yourself. Maybe this person is not telling the truth, but I find this person pretty credible in my eyes. I'm vetting it around. It says, just have some inside information. I'm a bartender at Texas Roadhouse in Alabama. For months, Chris was on a crane job site near Pelham, Alabama. He came into the restaurant several times a week, ordering the same thing, sat at the bar. He never drank alcohol, sweet tea, filet, steak, rare. She's actually getting into specifics. Wanted his steak so rare it had to be cold. Claimed to have a disorder that he wasn't, that didn't allow his body to digest meat unless it was raw. You guys know anything about that? Can Chris Proudfoot eat meat? And does it have to be raw?
Yeah, because this,
he never would provide his name. And
yeah, because this sounds so credible so far. This is just fucking fascinating. So here we got a guy who walks into a bar. Well, it's not a bar. It's the Texas Roadhouse. It is a steakhouse. But he prefers to sit at the bar, probably because, I don't know, doesn't want to wait for a table, or he's sitting by himself. Makes sense to sit at the bar when you are by yourself so you don't take up a table. A lot of the times the host or hostess will offer a spot at the bar. Would you like to sit at the bar if it's just one? Or would you like a table? They'll offer you a table. 9 out of 10 times, person sitting alone will sit at the bar. Okay. Didn't order alcohol. Wasn't there to drink. Okay. But then, you know, he liked his meat so raw because he had a condition. Because this bartender / waitress knows Chris Proudfoot, the guy who worked on the crane somewhere along the way nearby. She knows every little detail about this guy's medical conditions and knows because I mean, this is clearly a credible source here. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Deets. I would have been suspicious if he would have ordered his steak well done. That's when I would have been like, wait a second. Because I side-eye anybody who eats their steak well done. That makes no sense to me. Anybody who eats a well-done steak, I'm like, are you trustworthy? Like, why would you order a well-done steak? Ridiculous.
Asked for a name for his tab. He would always give random cartoon names like Mickey, Daffy, Goofy. Now, I thought this was kind of fake, but then I'm reading into this, and it actually makes sense. Eventually, we labeled him as Scooby, and that's what he was known as moving forward. Chris spoke of his daughter in New Mexico that he may get to see twice a year, along with a custody battle. There was a death in the family at some point around October or November. The mother had an illness, something serious. I think maybe a brain tumor. There were multiple conversations ongoing and a lot of insight to his personal life, but never.
Yeah, and anything that's not well done is passable. Okay. It's as long as there's a little bit of pink left, you know.
A mention of his wife or stepson. None of us had any idea he was married. This man pursued me in a dating matter. Had I been interested, he would have gone that route. I texted him since seeing his face on the news and called him out on keeping his family a secret. He claims that they were separated at the time and doing much better now. What was the wedge in the marriage if there was an actual separation?
Okay. So, but she was texting. Oh my God. Oh my God. You guys are gonna give me.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad.
Sherry Davis, happy birthday, Sherry. Yes. Yes. Thank you so much, Sherry. I appreciate it.
What did it take to fix that marriage? Now, I believe this person. I'm going to try to get this marriage. He claims that they were separated at the time and doing much better now. What was the wedge in the marriage if there was an actual separation? What did it take to fix that marriage? Now, I believe this person. I'm going to try to get...
Because this is all so relevant to Sebastian Rogers being found, right? It's all so relevant. Because let's just say that any of this bullshit is true. A, do you really give a fuck about it? Because if you do, there's something wrong with you. And Microdots. Subscribe to Microdots, y'all. And make sure to subscribe to Deets on the Streets, too. Happy birthday, Jerry. So, yeah, let's just say for fucking argument's sake that any of that shit's true. The guy doesn't drink at the bar. He eats rare steak. He told the waitress, bartender, that he's separated. I mean, okay, maybe he tried to cheat on his wife. Okay. So I guess everybody who engages or even tries to engage in infidelity must be capable of murder, right? I mean, it's incredible.
Try to get this person on. This is somebody that sent something. So can someone, if anyone knows,
I want to get this person on. You know what's really funny? You want to hear an ironic story? Is I used to cover this guy a lot, and I had somebody, some asshole, put me in touch with one of his ex-girlfriends, right? And I thought that she was going to come on here and talk about how shady and crazy he was and fucked up, you know, and she didn't. She was just giving me a bunch of bullshit, and I was live, and I had been drinking too. And I was live and I had been drinking, and she was just ranting on and on and on about this guy and his personal bullshit. And I swear, like, I couldn't take it. Like I had no patience because she was giving me the kind of shit that the same kind of shit that he's spewing out about this person. I still didn't care, even though it was him. I was like, I kicked her off. Oh no, Dietz, please do so. Dietz did an incredible expose on Jonathan Lee Riches. As a matter of fact, I may just go over it. I mean, I think that was actually what made me get like what caught my attention on you. I think was that video. I could be wrong though. Who knows? But yeah, check out that video, dude, that Dietz just dropped. We're actually, I think we might even watch it. Like, just so you get an idea who this guy is. But I remember I had somebody claiming to be his ex-girlfriend on, and I was drunk and I was just like listening to her just rant about this idiot and stuff that just didn't matter, stuff that I didn't care about, personal shit. I didn't give a fuck about any of it. And then I just booted her off. I was just like, all right, get the fuck out of here. I was a total dick about it. And I don't regret it at all. Not even a little bit. I'm not even slightly apologetic about it. But yeah, let's give you guys a little history on JLR here. Now, Dietz dropped the link in the chat for this video. Give it a like. Just take a second, click over, give it a like. Video is actually fantastic.
Hey y'all, so I have been working on this one for about a week now. It took a little bit of time to do all the research and gather all the material, but I want to show you all why I believe that Jonathan Lee Riches is the ultimate true crime tragedy parasite. Yes, different from tragedy pimp. I know that's the preferred term around here, but I prefer parasite. The definition of a pimp is to make use of, often dishonorably for one's own gain or benefit. So I understand why pimp is used and the saying, tragedy pimps, I get that. But parasite makes
Damn, Dietz got 16,000 views on this shit, man. Like, this is, it's that good.
More sense for me, because the definition is an organism living in, on, or with another organism in order to obtain nutrients, grow, or multiply, often in a state that directly or indirectly harms the host. There's also the second definition that I really think sticks. Someone or something that resembles a biological parasite in living off of, being dependent on, or exploiting another while giving little or nothing in return. I saw Jonathan had posted this video last week, and I gave it a chance. I truly did. And for those who don't know Jonathan's past, you might think, oh, what's the big deal? He just went to Sandy Hook to share the memorial and everything that happened there. But it's a lot deeper than that.
So it says, welcome to the memorial honoring the lives of the victims of the December 14th, 2012 shooting at the Sandy Hook Elementary School. This is a special place of quiet and reverence, place for the families of the victims and for the community to reflect and remember. Encased within the stone is the sacred soil created from the many items left in the spontaneous.
I am going to speed this up because this is an hour long, and I'm going to hang out for a while. I'm going to make another cup of coffee. Like, we're going to be here a while, guys.
Memorials throughout the town on the days following the tragedy.
After reading the plaque, all Jonathan does is walk you down and show you the memorial and read off the names. I kept waiting for it, for the apology that never came. At the end of reading off all the names of the victims, he said that he was praying for them. And I want to believe that, but I just can't. I'm sorry. It felt like to me he was exploiting them all over again. It might have been in a little bit different way than it was over 10 years ago when he exploited them the first time, but it feels like he exploited them nonetheless, using them solely for content, nothing informational or educational at all about the visit, and more importantly, no apology whatsoever for what he did 10 years ago. I know he did all the legal stuff beforehand and the fishing and all that, and we'll get into it, but to me, Sandy Hook is where he perfected his true crime, parasite, trolling career, and it's just spiraled since then. For us to fully understand how Jonathan got to this trolling parasite entity that he is now, we're gonna have to go back to the beginning. And everything that I'm reading, the articles will be referenced in the description under this video. Some of the articles are no longer available, but their newspaper or their affiliate will be linked also. In the early 2000s, when the less affluent, the technologically unsophisticated, and the simply reluctant masses were just starting to find their bearings online, Jonathan Lee Riches helped develop the identity theft technique known as phishing. He was in his mid-20s, living in Florida, and collaborating with teenage chat room acquaintances in Texas, who used spam emails to trick victims into disclosing personal information. Riches' role was to monetize the data, which he accomplished by seamlessly navigating the online and offline worlds. In contemporaneous news accounts, investigators described the way Riches would stroll into a bank, flash fake identification, and coolly impersonate his mark, convincing tellers to hand over thousands of dollars in cash. The consequences reverberated widely. By the estimate of the FBI, the group charged more than $1.4 million to accounts opened in the names of about 2,000 people. Rich's own parents, who live in a small town in Pennsylvania, served probation for failing to fully cooperate with investigators. He was sentenced.
Now, mind you, guys, this is the same guy that you just heard tell his audience not to give their personal information to reputable search organizations. This is a guy that just told his audience to not give their personal information out, who actually did time in federal prison for identity theft and bank fraud.
Sentenced to 125 months in prison for fraud and conspiracy. Rich has kept up a steady legal correspondence on his case. In March of 2006, from a medium security prison in South Carolina, he filed a motion seeking the return of confiscated assets, including 23 new PlayStation video games, a commemorative Super Bowl football, 66 new shirts with tags, I wonder if they all said media, a plunger, a subwoofer, and a box of life vests. The document drew little attention or sympathy, and the judge ordered the items forfeited to the FBI for donation to Goodwill. In hindsight, though, the signature on the sworn statement, Jonathan Lee Riches with a copyright symbol at the end, signified the start of an improvisatory publicity campaign. He used the copyright symbol that same month in a 9-page conspiracy complaint seeking damages of almost $400 trillion, backed by gold or silver. Filing his suit in the Eastern District of Pennsylvania, he named several hundred defendants, including President Bush, Pope Benedict XVI, Bill Gates, and Kofi Annan. Rich's lawsuit was eventually dismissed on the grounds of failure to pay.
We're talking, he tried to sue the Grand Canyon and Nostradamus. That fucking happened. I'm telling you, dude, Wikipedia, Jonathan Lee Riches, Wikipedia him. Like, it's fascinating. It's crazy.
A $250 filing fee. But a more pretentious result did emerge. His work had been sucked into the internet slipstream with viral results. At this point, we are in the middle of 2006. At this point, his image begins to appear regularly on legal blogs such as Dreadnought, Above the Law, and even the hard-hitting Smoking Gun. One blogger called him America's favorite serial litigant. Over the next 6 years, he became a world-class irritant by filing absurd, frivolous, pro se lawsuits. He filed thousands of them against anyone and everyone. The Kardashians, Kanye West, whom Rich is accused of running a secret Al-Qaeda camp, Belichick, Michael Vick, anyone. So prolific a litigant was Riches that he became a one-man burden on the federal court system, a troll tagging the docket forever. In 2010, federal prosecutors won an unprecedented and possibly unconstitutional nationwide injunction against him to prevent him from suing, claiming that if he weren't stopped, the government would suffer irreparable harm. Riches immediately bypassed the injunction by slipping a batch of lawsuits to a soon-to-be released inmate to file on the outside for him. The prison cracked down hard after this. No paper in his cell, no stamps. This only caused Jonathan to go on a hunger strike in protest. After 22 days, the warden had him force-fed through a tube. This just shows his dedication to misinformation. Jonathan was different. He trolled harder, unafraid to use his name and face, often shunning a keyboard in favor of real-world trickery, all of which made him a more effective.
You guys need to understand something. Jonathan Lee Riches, his capability of trolling is unmatched. That is a fact. Like, what Dietz is describing here is all fact. This shit fucking happened. All of this happened. This guy is the most stubborn troll ever. Ever. And he admits it. He admits to it. He's proud of it. It's insane.
Hoaxer. Now, I obviously cannot mention every single lawsuit because there are thousands, but the next couple I think are very important to mention. I would say it helps us understand Jonathan, but I don't think there's any understanding this guy. But it gives us some insight into the type of individual that Jonathan is, and it shows us the lengths that this man will go to effectively hoax, troll, parasite a situation, a tragedy.
I mean, he tried to pull up shit. I mean, like, my docs is very public, and he tried to pull up shit on me. But it's, I mean, I don't have a record. So what always ends up happening is anybody who doxes me will find things in there and then put their own spin on them and make up their own fucking story behind it. So I mean, he got all upset and butthurt about me reviewing him one time, and then put out my arrest. That was like, okay, like, put out my mugshot with some weird ominous music, which is just really funny. But yeah, he's harmless.
It's truly sick. In
I mean,
2011
okay, it's not fair. Like, he's harmless to me, but he's not generally harmless. He's like, as you'll watch in this video, he will troll to the point to where, I mean, people get hurt. He doesn't care.
2011, he sued Jared Lee Loeffner, the defendant in the shooting of Congresswoman Gabrielle Giffords. His reasoning was, and I quote, "I'm in fear that if the defendant transfers to FMC Lexington, he will be placed in solitary confinement, where I'm currently being illegally detained and possibly being my cellmate, in which he could use his bare hands or a prison shank to kill me for being a moderate Democrat." In his suit, Jonathan includes a 4-page handwritten story of how he had to smuggle his complaint out of prison. It's a complicated story. It involves ants and pigeons. In 2016, Jonathan will end up circling back to Loeffner and impersonate him to sue someone else. But we'll get to that a little later. This brings us to Jonathan's release from federal prison in April of 2012. He was ordered to serve 5 years of probation, participate in any mental health treatment deemed necessary by his parole officer, and pay restitution of $92,680 at a rate of $200 a month. In legal filings, he pledged to capitalize on his fame by running legal workshops and selling t-shirts. He went home to live with his parents in Pennsylvania, but his parting shot, the Loeffner lawsuit, marked a darker turn. A little more than a month later, courts in several states received requests for a restraining order against Jerry Sandusky, the Penn State assistant football coach convicted of child molestation. The plaintiffs, who all typed similar accusations in all caps, included people calling themselves Jonathan Bollinger, Tom N. Jerry, and Gino Romano. In his injunction, Riches, posing as Jonathan Bollinger, a cousin to Brooks Bollinger, a former Wisconsin Badgers quarterback, alleges that on October 5th, 2002, I went to Camp Randall Stadium to watch my cousin play quarterback against the visiting Penn.
Yeah, that's what makes him so dangerous is now he's got the reach that he's been looking for. And so he has people who admire his troll abilities. They love him for it. They think he's great. It's like this dude who I had this is one of the very few things that I get to brag about is I had someone on this channel a few times who goes by the name of Colton Harris Moore. Colton Harris Moore was known in the news as the Barefoot Bandit. And they turned him into some sort of folk hero. When really, at the end of the day, what he was a thief. He was a 15-year-old kid who was just doing whatever the fuck he wanted. He was smarter than everyone. And then eventually he got caught. And then when he got caught, he embraced his rehabilitation in prison, did everything he could to make things right. And then when he got out, he was just extremely perfectly well adjusted. And I had fascinating conversations with him on this channel. And the thing is he's worshipped for the same reasons why some people worship this guy. They're like if you look at the comments in those videos that I made, they're like, legend, Colton Harris Moore, Barefoot Bandit, legend. He said, fuck you to the system and blah, blah, blah. But if they had actually watched the videos and paid attention to him, he was like, I can't stand that shit. He's like, I'm trying to be an entrepreneur here. He won't fuck people out of money in order to do it. He could. He's perfectly capable of coming up with a mad grift and get people to follow up. And he could absolutely do that if he wanted to. He could take his name and take the title Barefoot Bandit. He could absolutely do that and capitalize off of it. But he won't. He refuses to. And I admired him for that. I still admire him for that. He completely fell off the grid. I lost touch with this guy years ago. And honestly, I miss talking to him. I got to tell you, I really miss talking to him because he's a fascinating individual. We're talking about a guy who at 15 years old stole 5 airplanes, taught himself how to fly an airplane, stole 5 airplanes, couple boats, couple cars, and then eluded the FBI by hiding in the woods in Washington. eluded the FBI for, I think it was 3 years, till he was 19. And then, yeah. And then he got caught. Like, they were going to make a movie about this guy. They were going to make a movie about him. The guy who wrote what he did was he sold the rights to his story to 20th Century Fox. He hired, while he was in prison, hired a entertainment lawyer and a regular lawyer to negotiate the terms of his story, and got the highest amount that anybody has ever gotten to selling their story to a major film studio. The movie never got made, but the person who was on board to write the screenplay was the same screenwriter who won the Oscar for Milk, best screenplay, and Robert Zemeckis was supposed to be signed on to direct it. Robert Zemeckis, as you know, is the director of Forrest Gump and the Back to the Future trilogy, right? Among other things as well. It never happened. He didn't want the movie to happen. He negotiated this amount, and then he took the amount that he negotiated. I think it was something like $3 million or something like that. And he put it towards restitution for his victims that he stole from. And did this on his own. And of course, the DA in Seattle tried to say that, tried to take credit for it, who later became the mayor, Jenny Durkin. She became the mayor, and she made this public statement like, we are not going to allow Colton Harris Moore to benefit financially from, when his plan to negotiate was not to keep the money. It was he had already negotiated, and he had already made the arrangements to donate to his victims. So, but that's the thing is he has the same following, the same type of following. The difference is Colton Harris Moore is a man of integrity, and he doesn't want that kind of following. He doesn't want to be admired for the mistakes that he made. He wants to be admired for growing out of those mistakes and what he's learned from those mistakes. And unfortunately, that's just not as lucrative. But JLR is embracing this. He wants that type of following. He wants the type of following that is going to praise him for basically just being a nuisance. And it's fascinating because Bullhorn Betty admired him forever for this and wanted the same type of following. And since she realized that she couldn't get it, she has targeted him and said that he's her sworn mortal enemy, because she just merely wanted to achieve what he's achieved, which is to be known for being a loudmouth and gain popularity and notoriety from being a loudmouth asshole. And that's it.
Penn State Lions. Around the third quarter, I went to the bathroom. While urinating, I was approached by defendant Jerry Sandusky, who said he was traveling with Penn State and asked me if I wanted a signed Joe Paterno autograph. And I told him to leave me alone because I was peeing. And Sandusky said to me, "Let me touch it," and reached in the urinal and grabbed my penis, further saying to me, "Let me make your sexual fantasies come true." I told him, "Stop molesting me, and I'm reporting him to the police." Sandusky then left, but gave me a fair warning. "If you tell a soul I touched your penis, I will kill you," and left. Then after the game, I told my cousin Brooks, head football coach Barry Alvarez, Brian White, and Kevin Cosgrove, who the coaching staff told me they are friends with Sandusky and won't help me. I have suffered emotional distress since. I fear Sandusky is going to kill me. I seek a restraining order. Respectfully, Jonathan Bollinger. This completely fabricated injunction, ladies and gentlemen, was manufactured by the man who now covers missing children's cases. None too amused, a judge in Wisconsin identified the plaintiff as Jonathan Lee Riches, who has vexed the court system with thousands of frivolous lawsuits before his recent release from federal prison, and whose zeal for filing meretricious actions against newsmakers, celebrities, athletes, and politicians continues unabated. Threatening to hold Riches in contempt, the judge wrote, "Aside from the incredibly tasteless act of filing these false accusations in light of the very real victims of sexual assault against children, the individual involved here appears to have committed a fraud on this court. The admonition carried serious consequences, including the threat of a report to his probation officer. In a letter to the judge dated July 13th, 2012, Riches denied any knowledge of the lawsuit. He requested an attorney and a mental health evaluation because, quote, I don't know what this paperwork means. Quote, seriously, Jonathan? I can't with this guy. After this, Riches began to build his online social media presence on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. His next 3 lawsuits helped bridge that gap between online hoaxes and real-world antics. His behavior was beginning to escalate. In October 2012, he posed as Selena Gomez's father and filed a federal complaint against Justin Bieber for stealing his credit card and using it to pay for a penis enlargement. That hoax was picked up by multiple news sources, mainly TMZ, who ran with the hoax for a while. Then he posed as the brother of Kevin Federline, and that one exploded on Radar Online, and it brought a lot of attention to Jonathan. The third case was filed by a Jonathan Jolie, who sued Brad Pitt, John Travolta, and the Church of Scientology for, among other things, assaulting him. Jolie, meaning Riches, who claimed to be Angelina Jolie's cousin, wrote that he was hiding at the Italian embassy in New York for protection, and I'm wearing a mask. Included in the lawsuit is a photo of a masked man standing in a kitchen. He's holding a February 2003 mugshot of Jonathan Lee Riches. And then, in late December of 2012, Jonathan commits the act that spurred the motivation to create this video. A decade after his first crimes of stealing personal profiles and going into banks to get cash advances from the identities that he stole, Riches begins venturing into the real world in search of material to post online. 2 days after the massacre of 26 children and educators at Sandy Hook Elementary School, Jonathan Lee Riches filmed himself driving to Connecticut. In the car, he displayed a photo of Adam Lanza, the accused killer, attached to a doll. He drove past recognizable landmarks, tried to approach the Lanza home, and turned back at a police checkpoint. Riches then drove to a makeshift memorial site in Newtown. Now, in his YouTube video...
Now, all of this is fact. I've gone over those videos myself. All of this is fact.
That he uploaded later online, he looked around the area for a while first. He then goes back to the memorial site where he identified himself to reporters as Jonathan Lanza, uncle of the school shooter. It was reported by the New York Daily News and other media outlets. He told journalists that the killer had been taking Fanapt, an antipsychotic drug prescribed for the treatment of schizophrenia. As photographers snapped away, Riches dropped to a knee and feigned praying for the young victims. Of course, as we all know, this was completely fabricated. Riches has no connection whatsoever to Adam Lanza, and he used this tragedy, this traumatic experience for the entire country. It's the worst school shooting, mass shooting in history. And Jonathan Lee Riches used that tragedy like a parasite. He exploited the hell out of it, and he was proud of it. Heels in the Air has this audio from a 2015 interview that Jonathan did. He describes his actions at Newtown, and afterwards will prove how he was lying again.
I went up to Sandy Hook. I did do it. I didn't say I did it in court, though. I tried to play the denial role, but, I was actually at Adam Lanza's window in his house and get chased off by a neighbor. I decided to get on my knees and start praying. At that point, while I was praying on my knees, I could hear the snapshot, like camera snapshot. So I thought, okay, let me just wing this. So I just pretended I was crying. And I started crying, going hysterical, and the cameras were rolling. I get up from the memorial, and this one media journalist comes up to me and says, sir, you're very emotional here. What's going on? And then at that point, I just winged it. I'm Jonathan Lanza. So at this point, by identifying myself as Jonathan Lanza, then I started to get flooded like cockroaches. Everybody, all media outlets started swarming me, wanting an interview, and asking me my take, and I just winged it. I basically said I was with Adam Lanza 2 weeks prior. We had a barbecue, everything was fine. It had to be the medication, it had to be the Fanapt, and so on and so on. At that point, I started getting worried, a little scared because I was getting overwhelmed with media. I'm not used to media coverage like that. So I basically ran off, kind of walked away from the scene, but I was getting chased by media, and I didn't know what to do because my car was up the road, and I was parked across the street from a church. And believe it or not, during that time, the actual victims of the shootings, the family, were praying in that church, and the church was basically, there was security outside the church to protect the family and whatnot. My car was parked across the street, and I was running up the hill, and the media was chasing me, but I didn't want to get in my car because they might have gotten my license plate and realized that I was not Jonathan Lanza and identified me or whatnot. So I just looked at the church, and I just ran to the church, and at that point, the security saw me and must have realized that the media were chasing me because I was a victim's family member or somebody. So they grabbed me, the security, and ushered me into the church and told the other media to back off the property. And I get into the church, and I was thanking them, you saved my life. These people want to interview for me and whatnot. I said, my nephew died from the tragedy, and I switched the role playing at that point. Now I become a victim. There's victims' family members flooded in there, praying. And one of the preachers, or I don't know who he was, he must have been the head preacher there, come down and talk to me, and I said, look, you don't even understand these media here trying to get an interview from me, whatever like that, and I need your help. So he brings over a big gentleman inside the church, and he goes, this guy's a retired police officer. He's security here. Give him the keys to your car. He'll pull it around back, and you can get in your car and leave. And I was at that. For a second, I was going to give him my keys, but I realized on the front seat of my car was Adam and mine Lanza's dolls that I had. So I said, no, I can't go that route. But I said, I need some help getting out of here. Whatnot. He said, well, come down to the basement. I'll give you a change of clothes. Look at this guy. And this guy here, he had like some escort guy. He said, he'll take you through the woods, through the town, down the street, and you can go about your way. And I said, okay, cool. So I put on a different outfit, went out the back door of the church, and we started walking in the woods. And then I realized how, this is ridiculous. This is cold, whatever. So I just gave my keys to the guys that they had with me. So look, dude, here, just take my keys. This is my car. It's across the street from the church. Bring it down here right now, whatever like that. I got lucky because on my front seat, the dolls were there, but I had a towel over the dolls. So you didn't get to see the dolls. So I start driving off. I see the media still outside the church. I drive down to the high school because the word was Barack Obama was going to fly into town and talk to some of the victims' families. He was flying. So I actually parked down the street from the high school and went through the woods up to the high school where there was some media people already camped out there. And I was there for a while. I was there for about an hour or two. But then Secret Service came. They came early before Barack arrived and started sweeping the property. So Secret Service, they asked me up for my media credentials. They asked me who I was, and I told them, oh, I'm media. I'm an independent journalist. And they asked me for my media credentials. I didn't have any and stuff like that, so I got escorted off the property. That was around 4 p.m. that day. This was Sunday, the 16th. The 14th was on a Friday. Sandy Hook was on a Friday, so this was the 16th on a Sunday. It was later on in the day, and I started seeing pictures of me viral online, kneeling at the memorial and whatnot, news programs as Jonathan. But then I guess something happened in the next day or two where people started realizing, I wasn't who I was, and then that started going viral. A lot of these places that put me out as Jonathan Lanza started retracting it. I just think it's amazing that the media would actually put me out there as Jonathan Lanza without me providing them any credentials, just saying who I am. I mean, that's a classic form of media trolling and incompetence on the media's part, I would say. So that was the deal. Basically, I posted the videos up on Facebook. Local police department, I don't know some way from how I get my calls now. My police department says the videos are all mine, and then I'm just taking a shower. I guess it's on the 19th of December, and there's a knock on my door, and there's about 20 police officers at my door, ready to detain me, and I haven't seen the light of day since.
So Jonathan's first lie was that he was at the window of Adam Lanza and a neighbor ran him off. Well, thanks to his own recording, although this is not from him, it's another YouTube channel had it posted, and it was also on a news site. But from his own recording, that's not what happened.
Jonathan Lee Riches. And I'm here with my friend Adam and Ryan Lanza. And we are at Bresson Farm Road. And we are going to the neighborhood of 36 Yogananda Street in Sandy Hook, Connecticut. We are going to go to the house of Ryan and Adam Lanza.
Okay, I removed the audio and sped this next part up because all he's doing is driving up to Adam Lanza's house with his creepy ass dolls. I wanted to leave the audio on the first part to prove to you that it is in fact Jonathan Lee Riches. You can tell that from his voice. But there's also a part coming up where I will freeze it and you can see his face. So we know it's the day he went to Sandy Hook. He's attempting to go up to Adam Lanza's house. He gets turned down by law enforcement, other people protecting the house, and asked to leave. There is no neighbor. He didn't go up to any window. He never even got out of the car. Just more fabrication from Riches. Everything this man does is a made-up story.
Well, I just got kicked out. God told me to turn the camera off. I just got kicked out. Let us go. I don't know what's going on there. How do you feel about that? I had to throw the dolls down. Oh, I'm sorry. I ruined your face. I'm sorry I ruined your face. Adam. Anyway, this guy here told me to turn the camera down. Turn the camera off.
There's a couple other lies that Jonathan tells us in that audio clip, right? There's about 30 minutes of video from his trip to Sandy Hook. I'm not going to share all that because it would just be ridiculously long. But
now, mind you guys, I want you guys to understand something. This is the guy that, like everything that you're seeing right now, we're not even halfway through with this video, okay? But this is the guy that the idiots in the drama community want to compare Turtle Boy to. Think about that for a second. This guy who filed all these frivolous lawsuits, who, insane lawsuits, who did time in prison, made all these crazy false accusations, praised school shooters, made videos just to piss people off in regards to school shooters. This is the guy that people are comparing Turtle Boy to. Think about that.
But there's a few pieces of audio I really want you to hear.
You'll see there, down that street there, it's Sandy Hook Elementary School. Police are not letting anyone go past there unless you are law enforcement. I believe they're trying to cover something up. I believe this whole incident was a false flag attack. I believe that Adam Lanza was mind controlled by the Illuminati or possibly by some sort of New World Order global elitists. I'm here as a truth seeker to figure out what's going on and to find answers, because this will affect every American with the taking away of their civil liberties and the disarmament.
I'm so glad that I'm going over this. Like, it didn't even occur to me to do this, but I'm so glad that I'm going over this. And I'm really glad Dietz made this video. Because this is a perfect response to anybody who tries to claim that Turtle Boy is anything like this guy. So those of you who follow Turtle Boy, just know the next time you're in someone's chat and they try to say that Turtle Boy and JLR are basically the same guy, just remember this video that you're watching here. Those of you who are already familiar with Turtle Boy.
There were multiple memorials around Sandy Hook, and Jonathan visits them all.
Jonathan Lee Bridges, Sandy Hook Elementary School. Front entrance. They're not letting anyone in. Adam Lanza was a victim of a mind control experiment orchestrated by the Illuminati, and I'm here to solve the puzzle. Jonathan Lee Bridges. And today is December 16, 2012, and I'm behind the crime scene. I've made it behind the police. And this is downtown Newton, Connecticut, site of the Sandy Hook school shooting massacre.
So we've heard twice now that he was unable to get access to the school. Praise the Lord. And we're about to hear it for a third time.
And I was just down at the Sandy Hook school, but they wouldn't let anyone in. Got blocked off.
Jonathan claimed in the audio that he was accosted by media and chased to a church because his car was parked across from the church. That's not true, because we'll see at the end of this clip where his car is parked. The church is much farther down if you look at the map. He also claimed that he's changed his character for a third time and was taken through the woods and hid out to go to the school because he wanted to see Obama. And I think in the audio he said it was around 4 p.m. We can tell from his videos that he is there early in the day. We can tell from news reports that when he tells them he is Jonathan Lanza, it's in the mid-morning hours. And then he has video of himself leaving the area that afternoon. So again, nothing but lies from this man. Lies about the horrific hoax that he did. It's just ridiculous.
And if you notice, going over to my car, and I'm going to show you something. Look at all these news meetings. But when we go into my car, what do we have here? What's under the masks? Yeah, it's Adam and Ryan Lanza.
Wow.
We're together downtown. I'm here to seek the truth.
This clip is from the day before. On the 15th, he had planned to go to Newton. He's with his creepy ass dolls again, and then he burns a picture of Sandy Hook School. At the end of Heel's audio clip, there's a part that I cut out, and it's Bullhorn Betty claiming that Jonathan was brilliant for doing this. It's actually kind of smart if you think about it. She says he's proving that the media doesn't do a good job of fact-checking their sources. I'm curious how often Betty or Jonathan or any of these tragedy parasites fact-check their sources. But what Jonathan did 10 years ago and what he is still doing today is akin to what Alex Jones did to the victims at Sandy Hook. You are making a mockery of this tragedy. This is not an individual who is a self-proclaimed advocate for anyone. This is truly just horrible, and it continues to get worse. A few days after Sandy Hook and posting his videos on social media, because we know that's what Jonathan does, his probation officer saw them, and you can clearly see his face in that one video. He violated his probation. This article states, Jonathan Lee Ridges of West Goshen Township appears before Chester County Court Judge Jacqueline C. Cody on Thursday morning, accused of violating his probation by traveling to Newtown, Connecticut in December without permission. He told the judge he suffered from mental illness and does not always follow his prescribed regimen. I know that I have to take my medications, he said. I need treatment, Your Honor. He acknowledged feeling better since his incarceration, a contradiction to a letter one of his many followers posted on Facebook, in which Ridges allegedly complains that Chester County Prison was starving him and keeping him in isolation, accusations the prison empathetically denied. Assistant District Attorney Andrea Cardamon told the judge that the offense marked Ridges' fourth probation violation since 2000, a history of disturbing infractions that was interrupted while Ridges spent 10 years in federal prison for duping AOL customers into giving him personal information that he used to make fraudulent purchases. He was paroled in April. In addition to making harassing, obscene phone calls, Ridges has filed forged documents claiming he was working for an Illinois law firm, posted personal data, including a social security number of his probation officer online, and demonstrated a kinship with recent mass murderers, Cardamon said, recommending a 1 to 5 year state prison term. Defense attorney Robert J. Donatoni acknowledged that his client needed to be punished. However, he urged an 8 to 12-month county sentence. He pointed out that Ridges' behavior also prompted a federal detainer. The federal government is waiting to see what happens here, Donatoni said, suggesting that the federal system's medical facilities are better equipped to meet Ridges' needs. He's mentally ill, Donatoni said. I don't say that as an excuse. I say it as a statement of fact. Donatoni said Ridges was delusional enough to file record number of lawsuits from federal prison, citing a suit against Hurricane Katrina as an example of his client's tenuous grip on reality. The suits, many of which garnered headlines, were so frequent and frivolous that a federal injunction was filed and Ridges ended up in solitary confinement, Donatoni said. Before issuing her decision, Cody watched a brief portion of the YouTube video that landed Ridges back in prison before indicating that she had seen enough. In the video, Ridges talks about being a truth seeker who will determine how Lanza was mind controlled to unload his weapons on school children. I know mental illness is
See you
a
later,
difficult thing to live
Deets.
with,
Thank
said
you.
Cody, but she said things have been getting worse and worse to the point of causing serious emotional harm to a lot of people. Ridges' parents and a family friend attended the hearing. Also in the courtroom was West Goshen Township Detective David Morter, one of the officers who has fielded concerns from people across the country about some of Ridges' postings. Police said they have been monitoring Ridges since his release in April. In fact, That vigilance generated Thursday's hearing. While watching the December video in which Riches describes approaching the Connecticut residence of Adam Lanza, officers saw Riches' face briefly when he dropped the video camera. Because Riches had not notified his probation officer of the trip, he was cited for the violation. After the hearing, Donatoni said he is concerned that Riches will not get the help he needs in state prison. He said he expected federal authorities to impose an additional penalty, although no hearing has been scheduled. He said that term could be consecutive to the Chester County sentence. A strictly penal sentence will not serve anyone. He's seriously mentally ill, said Donatoni. He needs to be in a place where he can get treatment so he doesn't get worse. Cardamon said she was pleased with the sentence, in particular because it prioritizes the need to protect the public and the community. She said both Chester County and the federal authorities have been attempting to address Mr. Rich's mental health needs for over a decade. The sentence imposed by the court today ensures that the community will be protected while these efforts continue. I don't take the claims about Jonathan's mental health lightly. However, I also don't take what is happening to these victims lightly either. And maybe you're saying the same thing that Betty says here.
Something has happened in Sandy Hook, and him making a joke of it and that type of stuff. There's been no answers for that.
But when you realize that was over a decade ago, and you realize that was like 12 years ago. So, okay, yeah, this was over a decade ago. I get that. I would like to point out to Betty and Jonathan that they have harassed people whose criminal records are well over a decade ago as well. Lots of people. But it's okay for Jonathan? Let's go ahead and see what he's done since then, though. Has he changed his behavior? Jonathan spends 3 years in prison for that parole violation. I can't find much on him during his time in there until the very end. On March 18th, 2016, Riches knowingly and willfully made, used, and filed a false and fraudulent writing and document falsely and fraudulently posed as Jared Lee Loeffner. In the phony lawsuit, Riches sought $25 million in punitive damages from Giffords for emotional and psychological distress. While posing as Loeffner, Riches said Loeffner was illegally incarcerated based on false statements by Giffords. He also couldn't help himself, and he had to get involved in filing a lawsuit on behalf of Jason Dalton, the Kalamazoo spree shooter. Multiple media outlets reported about the jaw-dropping $10 million suit that Jason Dalton, the alleged Kalamazoo spree shooter, had purportedly filed against ride-sharing company Uber. Dalton, a former Uber driver, stands accused of killing 6 people and wounding 2 others between passenger pickups on February 20th in the western Michigan town. News of Dalton's supposed suit came days after police revealed that during an interrogation, Dalton claimed that he was possessed by the devil through his use of the Uber app. In the multi-million-dollar suit, Dalton alleged that Uber had subjected him to a hostile work environment and that working for the company had ruined his life. When it was discovered to be a hoax and Riches was called out, this is what he had to say for himself. I, Jonathan Lee Riches, wrote the lawsuit. I drafted it up and it got sent to the courts. And I'll tell you the reason why I've done it. This jerk here ruined a lot of families. He hurt a lot of people. Do you understand? And now he's sitting in jail at the taxpayer's expense, sitting comfortably in solitary confinement. He's sitting there eating commissary and just sitting nonchalantly. Well, it ain't happening. I'm speaking up on behalf of all the victims of this tragedy. My intent was to file the lawsuit, not necessarily to fool the media, but I wanted to create a lot of hostility towards Dalton. He's sitting in prison comfortably. You know, if you file a bunch of lawsuits in an individual's name, the clerk of court and the court will pretty much authorize the prison to take $350 out of that person's account because they have to pay the filing fees. This is in reference to the 1996 Prison Litigation Reform Act. So what I'm trying to say is the more lawsuits that get filed in Jason Dalton's name, the clerk of court and the courts will send a notice to the jail or the prison, wherever the individual is, authorizing them to take $350 out of the prisoner's trust account. Therefore, Jason Dalton can't get no commissary because his account will be frozen. He'll be so in debt to the courts. I hope people all around the country file suits in his name. I'll continue to file suits in this man's name, and I strongly encourage other people to do it. Dalton might be a monster, but what Jonathan did is he turned him into a victim of Jonathan's crime. There are 2 more lawsuits that Jonathan did before he was released from prison that I want to.
You see what he did there? Sorry, I'm mixing Clubber's food. And he's just looking at me like, yo, where's my shit? You see what he did there is he weaponized the commissary against this guy by encouraging people to file random lawsuits against him because he has to pay there's going to be a $350 filing fee for every single time that someone files a lawsuit against him, right? So the way that they're going to take that money out is they're going to take it out of his commissary account. So it's going to fuck up his comfort level while he's in prison. So he deliberately did this in order to make the guy's prison life more uncomfortable. He facilitated a mass amount of lawsuits in order to troll the guy in prison and fuck with his money. That's the level of troll that this guy is willing to go. That's how deep this guy's willing to go to fuck with someone's life. And he'll do it just for clout.
I want to share with you. And it might be repetitive of me to go over these suits, but I want you to realize the scope of what Jonathan has done, the torment that he has put on people. And I know he probably thinks these lawsuits are a victimless crime, but they're not. In this handwritten lawsuit, Jonathan poses as a man named Jahidi Shitz. I don't know if that's how you say it, but that's what it looks like. And he sues a couple that have recently won the Mega Millions in Tennessee. He alleges that he was in contact with their daughter Tiffany, as well as the winners themselves. He states that he lent the money to Tiffany Robinson for the winning Powerball ticket that her parents purchased. Some of the comments made by Jonathan in his lawsuit go beyond frivolous. He actually tries to claim that he was in personal contact with the Robinsons' daughter Tiffany, and that he wanted her to be his Muslim bride, to leave America with her and live in the land flowing with milk and honey. The lawsuit has caused many alarm and sparked conversations regarding the safety and security of lottery winners, especially those who win huge amounts of money like the Mega Millions and the large Powerball jackpots, like the Robinsons did. This is what Jonathan wrote in that lawsuit. I am the actual true winner of the Powerball jackpot. For the last 2.5 years while I was incarcerated, I was pen pals with Tiffany Robertson. She was a fan of mine and a Facebook follower, and she wrote me dirty letters, which I have as evidence. And she said she wanted to marry me when I got out of prison. Tiffany told me that no one on this earth treats her better than me, and then I sent her $20 from my prison trust fund account and told her to use the money for Powerball tickets, because if we win, we will leave America and live on a remote island full of milk and honey. And I told Tiffany to give my money to her parents, Lisa and John Robinson, to buy Powerball tickets because they couldn't afford to buy. And they promised me if they won any Powerball, I am entitled to half the winnings. Now I find out this Robinson family won the Powerball. Tiffany changed her number. The whole Robinson family defriended me on Facebook. I am not in prison no more. He was in a halfway house at this point. I am a practicing Muslim, and Tiffany was going to be my Muslim wife. And now I'm homeless. I had to borrow pen and paper to write this restraining order. Now the whole Robinson family are going to run around this earth spreading Powerball money that belongs to me. I am so heartbroken by this injustice. I feel Tiffany conned and bamboozled me and manipulated my love for $20 and sold me out. Now she is laughing at me while I collect crumbs. I had to go to a psychologist to get depression medication because of Tiffany Robinson. She's responsible. I seek a restraining order against the Robinson family collecting any Powerball money. The money belongs to me. I paid for the winning ticket. I seek a full congressional investigation. I seek half of the Robinsons' earnings. I pray for relief. If we have learned one thing from Jonathan's lawsuits, it's that he can easily conjure up a story, a narrative, twist facts to bend in his favor. And we see him do this frequently now in true crime. It's disgusting. The last lawsuit that Jonathan Lee Riches files before leaving prison halfway house situation that he was in is kind of ironic, but he files a suit seeking an injunction and a temporary restraining order to stop Donald Trump from running for president. I can't even. The reason it's ironic is what he spends the rest of his year doing. We're going to get into it. After his release, Jonathan
this is
spends the rest of 2016 and 2017 perfecting his skill. I don't know what else to call it. He becomes very prolific in social media, creating multiple Facebook accounts.
Now, what she's going to describe here is this is what makes Jonathan Lee Riches a fraud by nature. Jonathan Lee Riches doesn't believe in anything. He doesn't have any conviction for anything. He believes in jack shit. He doesn't care about anything. This will prove it.
YouTube accounts, Twitter accounts to troll people with, even to troll himself at times. Very odd behavior, a behavior that I believe he continues to this day. But he also starts to go quote unquote real life. Although his past crimes affected real people, they truly did. What he begins to do though is actively attack people on social media and cases, of course. It's very evident that he is drawn to whatever the hot topic is of the time. He attended the Bill Cosby trial in September and offered Cosby Jell-O every time the rapist entered and exited the court. This is also when Jonathan takes the opportunity to jump into the political world and troll the shit out of it. One particularly successful ruse was posing as a Muslim and attending political events. He did it at a Trump event in Pennsylvania on October 1st, 2016. And then just 3 days later, he was front row at a Hillary Clinton town hall in Haverford, Pennsylvania, representing Muslims for Clinton. That appearance led to Riches being featured in the lead image of a Breitbart story, attacking the Council on Islamic American Relations, a Muslim civil rights and advocacy group that the political right has used as a boogeyman to whip up Islamophobia.
That's the thing, is pay close attention to this part of this video, because he's neither. He claims to be a conservative. He claims currently to be a Trump supporter, but he doesn't actually support anything. He just tries to troll his way into certain things in order to troll it. That's it. He doesn't actually give a shit about anything.
While all of Jonathan's political trolling is downright narcissistic, shameless, and disgusting, this situation at the end of 2016 sheds a lot of light into who Jonathan Lee Riches truly is. After Trump won the election, Jonathan took to trolling anti-Trump protests rallies that were happening around the country. He also started doxing anyone that would post that they were having an anti-Trump rally. When he posted Nicole's photo, the comments under it were so horrendous. He also outed her previous employer, thinking it was her current one, and within a half an hour, over 600 bad reviews were made on the previous employer's business. business, which led into a lot of problems for Nicole. The previous employer calling her, talking about lawsuits. It was just despicable. Nicole tried going to law enforcement, but multiple agencies told her basically because her information was online, there was nothing that they could do about it. So Riches continued doxing people. Jonathan continued to ag on the people in the group, telling them to expose her. Her previous employer even ended up doxing her new job when he was replying to a comment, and the group found that and ran with it. Law enforcement told her not to go into work because they were so worried about all the threats that had been made to her. At this time, Jonathan's Facebook post became increasingly pro-Trump, but with racist rhetoric. He made a post that said, "It will be bigger than Berlin's wall and bigger than an inwards penis." In another post, he said, "I hope Donald Trump doesn't deport my illegal Mexican ex who lives at," and then he posted her address. Jonathan took to creating fake Facebook pages like this one to lure in marks connected to real events. Him and several other trolls created multiple Covington-related pages, pretending to be Sandman himself, and then go on there and bash the elder Nathan Phillips. People actually believed that this was the real Nathan. Situations like this make me wonder how often he's doing it now in true crime to the victims that he is covering, quote unquote. Jonathan once again gained national attention when he lied and wore this yarmulke and the Star of David t-shirt with the words "Jews for Trump." 4 days before this, a gunman, allegedly a white nationalist, had murdered 11 people in the Tree of Life synagogue.
So Jews for Trump, right? Where he was also trolling Trump rallies posing as a Muslim. Yeah.
In Pittsburgh. Jonathan told the reporter, "I sometimes have visions of potential confrontations with Proud Boys, or with white supremacists, or with some other Trump supporter who might not appreciate having Jews around. But it's never happened. To be honest, everyone I meet at the rallies feels like family." The material was just too good for every news article not to publish it, right? Until it turned out that it was a complete hoax. And a few days later, the New Yorker had to take the article down when they found out that Jonathan Lee Riches was indeed not Jewish. In November, Riches released a book about his litigation exploits called Nothing is Written in Stone. One of his
And the purpose was to troll the New York Post.
contributors also writes for white nationalist publications. In 2019, Luke O'Brien, a reporter for the Huffington Post, does an interview with Riches where he answers some questions for him. I think it's important to go over these answers again, just to give us a little insight.
No, see, Scott, he welcomes this. He welcomes this. He hopes for it to happen. Anything, this guy sees anything as an opportunity. He could take anything and twist it as an opportunity to gain publicity. Anything. So if someone were to assault him, he'll spin that as the victim and create this whole story behind it and capitalize off of it. He's hoping for someone to just punch him in the face. That's what he wants. It's fascinating.
Luke asks, "How long were you in prison?" Riches says 10 years, got out, and then I went to Sandy Hook and left the state without permission. So I violated probation. I got 3 years for a violation. I actually went up there like a conspiracy theorist to see what was going on. I just thought it was fascinating to go there. I actually got on my knees and prayed at the memorial. Then I got up and some reporter was in my face. Then I just winged it. I just said, "My name is Jonathan Lanza. I'm the uncle of the shooter and I'm here to give respect to the victims' families." Then next thing I know, I get bombarded by media people. "You're the uncle of the shooter? Oh my God, oh my God." They're putting cameras and microphones up in my face. I gave like a press conference there. I drive home. Next thing I know, my phone's blowing up and everybody's telling me I'm on the news as the shooter's uncle. So this is the third story we have heard out of Riches about the Sandy Hook situation. I'm guessing none of them are the truth. He just fabricates bullshit on a daily basis.
None of them are true.
I don't get what his reasoning is though behind it. Is it truly just a mental health issue, or is there some other sick, twisted thing happening here? After the Sandy Hook stunt, you were in prison for 3 years.
Well, let's
Yep.
clout.
At that time, I stopped the lawsuits.
See, the
and
thing is about this, the thing is about, and I'm going to be totally honest with you guys about this. The thing about Jonathan Lee Riches is there's an irony to his existence on YouTube. There's an irony to his way of thinking. There's an irony to it all. I honestly, truly believe that he has the same gene in him that school shooters have, that mass shooters have, that need to be that delusion of grandeur that they feel entitled to have all of this attention and be recognized for absolutely doing actually nothing. They just want the recognition. They want to be, that is the epitome of a delusion of grandeur, is to feel like you deserve notoriety and praise for doing absolutely nothing. And that's exactly what he is. This is the irony. I truly believe that if he wasn't gaining the popularity on YouTube that he's gaining now, that he would have snapped by now and done something completely and totally insane. He's done everything but become violent. He's victimized people in every possible way short of being violent. And if he had nobody paying attention to him and he was desperate enough for attention, he would absolutely stoop to violence. I absolutely believe that.
And I shifted towards the Pennsylvania right to know law, which is like the Freedom of Information Act, but on the state level. I just kept submitting them. Like, I want to know Taylor
thank you
Swift's
so
educational
much.
record.
Congrats to Becca J. Right on. Thank you.
Department in Pennsylvania. I want to know how many gallons of milk your milking department made in the month of blah, blah, blah. Just stupid stuff. I was just creating a clusterfuck. That was my entertainment when I was in prison. This is a lie because we know for a fact that he filed multiple lawsuits while he was in jail that second time around. But this also shows us he likes to just file FOIA requests for the simple fact of filing them. I don't believe for 1 second that he cares about the people that he's producing content on YouTube. You got out of prison the second time in May, which was coincidental because not long after that, Trump declared his candidacy. Rich's replies, that's where I got fascinated because Mr. Trump comes and then he's just is not politically correct. He's just a candidate that I instantly paid attention to. I was looking at the online reactions to him and stuff, and then I trolled off of other people's reactions. So Trump was your entry point to political trolling? Political and online trolling, yes, and real life trolling. Once he got the nomination, then that's when I started, especially in Pennsylvania, because Pennsylvania was a hotbed state. So I was going to every single rally with anybody that was a high profile political figure. I went to a Hillary Clinton town hall meeting and they placed me right behind Hillary Clinton as a Muslim for Clinton. I shook her hand and everything. Sometimes the campaigns put people behind a certain candidate if you fit a narrative, whatever, like that. Tell me where and when the New Yorker interview happened. It was at the Fort Myers Trump rally. I was just standing in line as Jews for Trump, and this photographer came up to me, liked my shirt, and started asking me some questions. Wanted to take my picture. He was directing me. He was telling me exactly what to look at, the way I should position myself, which was strange because I never had anybody do that. So he took my picture and gets my information and says the reporter is going to get back to me. And you were wearing a yarmulke the whole time? Yarmulke, Jews for Trump shirt, Trump shoes, shoes that have Trump on them. And then I just told that guy, my name is Jonah. I just took a Jewish name. I figured Jonah was Jewish, Jonah Rich. I was going to say Rothschild, but I just said Jonah Rich. You were posing as a Jew after a massacre in a synagogue. Do you think there's anything wrong with that when so much anti-Semitism is swirling around and you're not Jewish? And people might interpret it as you making light of a tragedy. In my mind, at that particular moment, for that particular rally was go down there, Jews for Trump, and show that Jews do support Trump. But you're not Jewish, right? No, I'm not Jewish at all. So you were creating disinformation that in the wake of an actual tragedy
Wow.
could be viewed, especially by the people in the Jewish community, as very disrespectful. I'm just thinking of myself in that moment. With different rallies, I try to go with different themes. So I had that Jews for Trump shirt and I had that yarmulke for a while, and it was just an opportunity to use it at that time. Just the luck that the tragedy happened. I'm like, okay, I'm going to run with the Jews for Trump because of the tragedy. I don't think about the long-term.
This is him in an article, in an interview, admitting to not giving a fuck and to doing what he's doing just for the sake of trolling, just for the sake of fucking with people.
Consequences as far as disinformation or offending anyone, but I understand after the fact that people could be offended. My belief system shows no disrespect whatsoever towards that tragedy. This wasn't 10 years ago, people. This is 4 years ago. What did you tell the New Yorker reporter when he contacted you a few days later? We talked about my life and I just created a whole story that wasn't even true. I come from a Jewish family. I've been ostracized from the community or from my Jewish community for supporting Trump. The only thing that was real that I told him was maybe close to my name, Jonah Rich, Jonathan Riches, and my age. I'm from Philadelphia. Other than that, everything I told him was complete bullshit. I was telling him I was going to rallies I've never even been to. I was Googling Trump rallies from 2017 to get the time and month right so I could spit it out to him. He did ask me on the phone, okay, so who's your parents? I'm also looking up the white pages and I just find some family in Philadelphia linked to a guy named Jonah Rich in their 60s. I shot him off their names, so it backed me up. How long was that story up? Well, the next day I put up a Facebook post that said, haha, look at this, I trolled them, and then that evening it was gone. In terms of effective trolling, how important is it for you to do things in person? It's like testing my own boundaries, testing my own limits. My next troll is I'm going to start running for political office, like mayor, city councilman, sheriff in different elections, like mock campaigns. Getting out diversifies my craft. It gives me confidence to do these feats, and I like to try to test the limits. Social media has made it much.
You see what I'm saying? Those are his words. That's printed in an interview. Those are his words. He believes he just wants to fuck with everything. Where he's so delusional that he thinks that he could run for office and win at this point. So, I mean, you got to understand, this is a guy who's just doing whatever he can just to fuck with anybody who actually believes in something. Like, so if you're a Trump supporter, I mean, you see this guy wearing his MAGA hat and all this bullshit. If you're a Trump supporter and you see this, you have to know that he's full of shit. Do you want to be standing side by side with a guy like this, supporting what you believe in? Think about that. And I'm not even a Trump supporter, but if I'm a Trump supporter, I mean, I'm not a Biden supporter either, but I'm saying, if I'm a Trump supporter and I got that guy, I'm going to be like, fuck this guy, dude. Get out of here. You're making us all look bad. Get the fuck out of here.
Much easier to troll, right? I think the tools are available now that can be exploited, and it's easy to get that message spread. The disinformation that I want, I can put out there. The next mass shooting, before they identify the shooter, I can set up 10 Twitter accounts looking like news sites, and then create...
You see that? He's straight up saying, I can create misinformation and spread it. This is what I know how to do. I make up misinformation and I spread it just to fuck with people. And this is a guy who's out there looking for a missing child. This is a guy that we just saw spreading rumors about the family. Spreading rumors about Sebastian Rogers' family, about his stepfather. Today, we just watched it. We just watched just a little while ago, before I started watching this video, this guy making up some bullshit story or spreading some bullshit story about him going to Texas Roadhouse and eating rare steak cold and not drinking and trying to cheat on his wife. None of which helps find Sebastian. None of which.
whoever I want as the shooter, and then use the news sites to retweet that. Vulnerable, gullible people will see that. They think it's from a news site, and then they will copy it and tweet it out. Whenever there's disasters, I also set up Facebook groups, and then just thousands flock into the groups. I encourage everyone to basically fight each other. I don't censor anything. Is Facebook aware of the groups? Facebook is aware. Every single tragedy that happened in this country since, I would say, 2015, I got a group set up in that topic. I can create fake Facebook accounts under people's names so I can be anonymous. If a mass shooting happens,
he literally targets tragedies. He's admitting to it. Look at this guy right here. What's up, dude? You want to say hi? Dude, we're going later, okay? I just gave you treats because you ate all your food, and I'm very proud of you for that. But we're not going to the park for a little while, okay? I still got stuff to do here. I love you. I love you.
I'll create a video real quick and put whoever I want to identify as the mass shooter. Put some music, photo edit it real quick, and then throw it up on BitChute because I know that will be the searched word. People think of trolling in a negative way for good reason, but can trolling have a positive effect? I think if someone trolls, I think they should expose their troll to bring awareness. When I troll something and troll events, I go on my Facebook page and talk about the troll, kind of like informing everyone of what I've done. One, to brag, but also to wake people up. It provokes thought. It plugs the loopholes. What do you believe underneath all this? Do you have any firm beliefs? What are your politics? I'm just an atheist from a Christian family. I don't practice any religion. I don't hate anyone for their religion. I might pretend I belong to a religion, but not to disrespect it. What about your politics? I made a choice. Whoever's in power, that's who I'm going to support. I just try to go with the flow. Obviously, I was in prison and I strongly believe in criminal justice reform. Do you think Donald Trump is a troll? I would consider him the king of trolls. He knows what he's doing. He knows what to say to provoke attention. He's a showman. I think he's trolling the presidency, to be honest. For what reason? I think he's just getting a kick out of it. This might be some sort of bigger thing.
For those of you that believe in Donald Trump, this is what he thinks of the guy who he is on the surface supporting. He thinks that Donald Trump is just trolling the presidency, which may be true. Who knows? But this is not somebody who gives a fuck about America. This is not somebody who gives a fuck about how about missing children. He doesn't give a fuck about anything.
Maybe with Russia or something, create division because there's no unity in this country. It's getting more and more divided. I don't know what the future's going to be like. I just think that 2019 is going to be a bloody political mess.
He wants to create division. He wants the chaos. He wants the division and he wants the chaos. This is the kind of soul this man has.
right before the election again. It's going to be tense, man. And it depends on what Trump trolls around and tries to excite everybody with. I just know whatever is going on, I'm going to be trolling. Whatever breaking news, you can expect me to troll it. In 2020, COVID hit, and Jonathan continued his political trolling, this time attending school board meetings about mask mandates in counties that he didn't even live in, not to mention the fact that he doesn't even have any children. That's okay, because you can care about political viewpoints like that without having children. But the way he acted in some of these meetings was just bizarre. He continues to this day to attend Proud Boy rallies and Trump rallies and multiple political things for both sides of the aisle. For me, this isn't about politics. I don't care what your political viewpoint is. It's about what he is doing to victims. In 2021,
Like, look at
we
him.
saw
He's dressed like a biker. He doesn't own a motorcycle, but these bikers at Trump rallies embrace him and embrace Betty, right? So he's only wearing that to get support from that particular small community. But he's just being loud at a school board meeting for the sake of being loud at a school board meeting. Again, he doesn't have any kids. He doesn't even live in the county. And he's yelling and screaming about mask mandates. Why? Because he knows that there are people out there that are pissed off about mask mandates, and he just wants to be heard. And so he dresses like a fucking biker, you know, for the same purpose as dressing like a Muslim or like a Jew. He just dresses, he just adapts to the troll.
saw Jonathan switch to true crime when he showed up on the front lawn of the Laundrie's household, screaming into a bullhorn, asking, "Where is Gabby? Where is Gabby?" Now, the whole world wanted to know where Gabby was, and everyone was watching. But Jonathan, he was spreading misinformation during that time as well. He went to Brian's sister's house and harassed her along with Bullhorn Betty. They both harassed her until she came out and gave an interview she had already given to law enforcement and didn't owe to the general public. But because there's this crazy person in her front yard screaming out on a bullhorn while her neighbors are trying to just live, she came out and did it anyway. Jonathan claimed multiple times that he personally knew Gabby Petito's family, yet we've never seen any proof of that whatsoever. He continued creating fake Facebook accounts and fake Facebook pages. Every single tragedy that has happened across this country, I bet you Jonathan Lee Riches has a fake Facebook group for it, and he's probably spreading misinformation inside of it, or at the very least, encouraging his members to fight amongst each other. Why? For his sick, twisted pleasure. We saw later how Jonathan went to the home of Summer Wells. He's gone there multiple times. Jonathan has a sick obsession with Summer Wells. If you scroll through his YouTube, you will see hundreds, if not thousands of videos about Summer, and all of the thumbnails are odd. More importantly, though, he's spreading misinformation about that case, and that is not doing that victim any justice whatsoever. He's done it with most major cases that we have seen today. Michael Vaughn's, the Idaho 4 case, the Murdoch case. Anywhere something is happening, Jonathan Lee Riches is there trolling like a parasite, and he has thousands of people commenting under his videos. "Thank you so much for this information. Oh my gosh, you're the best ever." What did he do? He told you some narrative that he wants you to believe, and he pointed his hand at it. That's all he did. He continues to dox victims around these cases as well. Right now, his sights are set on Dylan from the Idaho 4 case, and he's going.
Dietz won't say it, but I'll say it. Those of you who buy into Jonathan Lee Riches shit, you're fucking dumb. See, she's nicer than I am. I'll just fucking tell you. Anybody who buys into Jonathan Lee Riches shit is a fucking idiot. All 100,000 subscribers of you who buy into this guy's bullshit, you've been duped. Plain and simple.
Going at her at full force, creating narratives and stories that don't make any sense but harm Dylan and her loved ones. For why? I don't believe that it's for super chats or money like other people in this tragedy pimp community. No, I think Jonathan derives some sick, twisted pleasure from all of this, and I think he has for a very, very long time.
That's another
and
thing.
Keep feeding the troll.
He doesn't need the money. He doesn't need the money, and he seems to have an almost unlimited source of income, at least as far as what it costs to do what he's doing. So he's not hurting for money at all. He doesn't need the money. He's not doing this to grift for money. He's doing this for a much more sinister reason. He's doing this just to fuck with everyone. He's doing this to get notoriety and get praise for fucking with them. He wants people to praise him for fucking with them. That's his goal. He gets a sick, twisted pleasure from you throwing money at him that he doesn't need, believing his bullshit because he thinks it's funny. He sits at home and laughs about it. He's like, these fucking idiots. Every time he ends a live stream, he goes, fucking dumbasses. Every time. He doesn't give a shit about money. He only gives a shit. And that's the thing. That's what makes it such a good troll, is because he doesn't give a shit about the money. Because the answer to 99 out of 100 questions, folks, is what? Money. That's the reason most of these people do what they're doing. And when you take money out of the equation and say, well, he doesn't need money, then you go, well, then he must be for real. Because it doesn't occur to you that he's just doing it to fuck with you. He doesn't give a fuck about money. He gives a fuck about seeing that you were skeptical for 1 second, and all it took was a little lie, and to sell that lie to turn you. When he sits there and he looks at his subscriber count, he's looking at every single person like they're a fucking moron that he got over on. Every single one of them. It's fascinating.
The troll by giving him clicks and views or attention like this, although I hope this comes across as informative to some people. But if we keep feeding the troll, it's just going to get bigger and bigger. And when will he stop? When will he stop harming victims and their families? If you made it this far, and I'm sorry, I know it's long, but I hope you learn from Jonathan himself how he teaches us that he is a parasite to the true crime community. So I'm begging, please, please stop exploiting the tragedies in this country. Stop creating division and hate and misinformation, because there's already too much of it in our world. We don't need any more. I also want to take a moment to remember those beautiful souls that were taken way too early. Charlotte, Daniel, Rachel, Olivia, Josephine, Dawn, Dylan, Madeline, Catherine, Chase, Nancy, Jesse, Anna Grace, James, Grace, Anna Marie, Emily, Jack, Noah, Caroline, Jessica, Abiel, Lauren, Mary, Victoria, Benjamin, and Allison.
So that's Dietz's video on JLR. I hope you guys found that informative. Let's move on. Let's move on. Because this is always fun. I'm just going to go with the latest here. Let's just go with the latest here.
Off, it's got too much shine. There we go. We're still a little homebound right now. Car, we're trying to find out a reasonable resolution. Apparently the module I just found out is irreparable. So it is what it is. I can't right now. But I saw some people comment like, oh, we miss our show. We miss our show. I'm kind of dealing with a lot with the car right now. So I figured, I've been doing so much on the newer channels and trying to build some channels up, but I have been neglecting you guys. So I decided I'd go ahead and come live right now and chat with you guys about Riley Strain as well as Sebastian Rogers and everything that's been going on with that. Let me change. I'm not used to, there we go, live chat. There everybody is. Hi, everyone. I hope you guys are doing well today. So basically, I'm sure everybody is aware of all the weird things going on in Riley Strain. Can somebody answer this question? Maybe I misunderstood. I didn't go back and watch. To be honest with you, I've been watching everything related to Sebastian Rogers. The mom and dad are going on interviews and stuff like that and interviewing, but still refusing to look. They keep saying they're handing out flyers, but I don't see where anybody's showing us any flyers that are being hung.
Yeah, this is Bullhorn Betty. Notice that the beginning was a total, like the foundation of this live stream was a grift. The foundation of this live stream was a sad fish. Like, oh my God, poor me. There's something wrong with my car and it's going to cost money. Right off the bat, she needs everybody. She needs her problems to be everyone else's problems now. Because, that's your responsibility, is her shit.
By them at all. I don't see every place that we see flyers hung are usually hung by a volunteer of some sort. So I don't know what's going on. I don't want to assume. I'm not there, right? I have no earthly idea. I'm just looking at everybody else's work to derive what's truly going on out there. And I truly don't know. I know that there's a lot of a lot of hostility amongst some of the people. Everybody's there for Seth regardless. It just sounds like there's personalities and stuff like that. So personality issues. So again, and that's coming from several people. That's not just from the two people on here. I mean, you got to remember there was a multitude of TikTokers out there that have gone home. There was other YouTubers out there that have all gone home. Everybody's gone home because they were treated like shit. And it's really.
You know what I call that? A fucking win. Yeah. Everybody's gone home because they were treated like shit. Is that what it takes to get you tragedy pimp fucks to leave these search areas and not interfere with an open case? Is to be treated like shit? Is that all it takes? Then please, I would encourage, I encourage law enforcement. I encourage cops to treat these people like shit. To be as rude as fuck as you need to be, if that's what it takes to get them to pack their shit and go home. Here she is acting like she's owed some sort of, courtesy, some sort of professional courtesy. I think that's fucking just, I think that's just precious.
You're entitled to shit.
Exactly, Tony.
It's really sad. There's just a few of them that are still out there. And one is Boss Mama Mayo, Dolly Vision, and of course, JLR Magnolia. So other than that, I don't really know of anybody else out there. I saw Riley Lively out there. She was helping the United Cajun Navy. But other than that, I really, and Trev, our Trev, the one that's really took the wheels on Summer Wells and stuff like that. He was there as well. So there are some social media creators. They're not saying anything. I think Trev just wants everybody just to get along. You know, he's just a nice guy. Everybody just needs to get along, just work together. But I think there's just a little too hurt of feelings out there from my understanding. So, but Riley strain has everybody confused. Is this, did they already have the second autopsy has been completed and also indicating that there's no water in the lungs. And they said they're getting additional testing done. Has that additional testing come back? Does anybody know? Kill time. Sorry about your car. I know, problem, especially when you need. Yeah. Well, not only that, I've been down 3 weeks, and it's like now, it's crunch time. I'm just now finding out all this. It's frustrating. But you know, I mean, it is what it is. You can't blame the mechanic. You can't blame, you know, the car's old. I mean, it's got almost 200,000 miles on it, and this is like the largest repair that's.
I mean,
I've done to it. So in all the years I've owned
she
it,
aims high, man. Yeah, like she aims high. Like, no, I'm not looking for money to fix my car. I need a new car. It's old. So here she is fishing for money for a new car because, you know, her listeners owe her that.
Good, if you ask me. Yeah, they said it was dry drowning, but see, and it very well could be, but wouldn't they be, aren't there signs of, like, the way it's being presented is they're assuming it's dry drowning because there's no water in the lungs, but is there anything that identifies that that's what happened, like any kind of scarring or bruising on the throat muscle, or, you know, something that gives them that, for sure it's dry drowning type of thing? You know, I was thinking about the petechia, but I think petechia comes with anybody that loses oxygen, not just necessarily with strangulation.
Bro, you dummy. If there's no sign of any type of foul play, then yeah, there's no reason why they wouldn't come to the conclusion if he was found in water and no water in his lungs, well, then that's dry drowning. Sorry to shit all over your parade of there being foul play that you built up this entire time and got everybody to believe that this person's loved ones had something to do with his death and his disappearance. Sorry to shit all over your fantasy there, Betty, but dry drowning is what it is. They're not going to draw the conclusion of foul play, A, if there's no sign of it, and B, if they can't fucking prove it. See, these are the type of people that were disappointed when it was found out that Kylie Rodney was accidental. Her death was accidental. These are the people who just didn't want to accept it. Like the super chat dance, like that's forever. That's why it's staying, because that is somebody made this that little video while he was covering, while Ryan Upchurch was covering the Kylie Rodney case. And he was just making shit up about random YouTubers and trying to implicate them in her disappearance somehow. Is insane. And the fact that he did what he did, well, it's always going to have a place. He is forever memorialized. His tragedy pimping is forever memorialized here on this channel for every single time that someone donates to the channel via super chat. We get to see Cuck Church dance. These people don't want to accept that somebody could have died by accident. These people don't want to accept the best possible scenario in someone's death, that it was accidental and that the loved ones can just move on and mourn properly for this person. This is a horrible thought for them. It's a horrible thought for anything other than being able to point fingers at somebody and implicate them and make them out to be like they did something wrong and were somehow behind the death of this person. It's disgusting. And this is what you can hear right here. She's like, she doesn't want to accept that the autopsy results concluded dry drowning. She just doesn't want to accept it. Even though there's nothing to indicate that there's any reason to think otherwise, she doesn't want to accept this. I mean, it wasn't like there are reports that don't add up, like John O'Keefe. It wasn't like there's any of that. It wasn't like there's information on evidence being collected in some sort of negligent and or nefarious manner. There's no indication of any of these things when it comes to the Riley Strain case. This has nothing to do with anything. But she just doesn't. She's been spinning a narrative that there's been foul play this entire time, and now that it's proven that there was no foul play, that this young man, unfortunately, probably fell over a bridge and died. And it took him a while to find his body. And they're saying that he drowned. And they're saying it was dry drowning because there was no water in his lungs. Okay. I mean, that's good enough for me until people start raising questions that are worth asking. But until I get documentation that doesn't add up, I'm going to assume that these family members and these loved ones of this young man are going through the hardest thing in their life and should be able to do so peacefully so that they can move past it and move on with their lives and honor this young man by living the best possible life that they can. But this concept is foreign to people like her who really have nobody, you know?
Regulation or whatever, but I think it's a lack of oxygen thing that causes the petechia, but I'm not even sure about that. You haven't heard anything either? Okay, well,
you're not sure about anything.
Hey, Gigi, I hope you guys are doing well. We're just kind of doing
You're an idiot.
Just kind of one-on-one discussion about Riley Strain, and then we'll move over to Sebastian Rogers. And, you know, I know you guys are watching the videos I'm dropping, and I think one of my biggest questions that I haven't had really satisfied in my mind, could he have aspirated? You know, Karma's mom, it's possible. Anything is possible, but if they're indicated there's no water in his lungs, I think they would have been able to see the aspiration, that would have been notated. That would have been pretty obvious that happened, and that would have indicated why he may have perished before he got into the water. And, you know, somebody on TikTok was saying, you know, even with the whole, you know, idea of him hitting his head and having the brain shock, that would also show up very, very noticeably too, because it would be the brain itself would be very discolored because it would be hugely bruised. You'd have bleeding on the brain. You'd have a lot of indicators.
So now she's a fucking neurologist, bro.
To show that it was a, you know, from his fall. And from what I'm hearing, none of that is. There was just no water. His body was, you know, I don't know if it was nude from the waist down because we don't know if he had undergarments on, but apparently his boots and his pants were missing. His pants had the wallet in it. So if his pants had the wallet in it, he never took his shirt off. How did the debit card get on that spot where the girls found it? that's really the question. It's, you know, they're still saying no foul play. You know, we have to trust law enforcement. We're not there, and we're not medical people. We're not law enforcement. You know, this is what they're saying. They even have.
We're not law enforcement. We have to trust law enforcement. This woman has the worst record out of anybody of trashing and undermining law enforcement and their findings. The worst out of anybody. And here she is going, we're not law enforcement. We have to trust law enforcement. Dude, lady, like, yeah. So why don't you apply that to literally every other fucking case that you claim to cover? Why don't you just trust law enforcement? They know you don't. Shut the fuck up.
Could have an autopsy that basically states that. So, you know, is this the dry drowning, and how can they tell? One, and how did the debit card get on that portion of like that beach flat or whatever it's called? Let me go up here and see what people are saying. I think it's kind of rule out diagnosis, rule out everything else would explain it. Yeah, I guess that would make sense, Kelly. Could it be shock if he was swimming and trying to get out? Well, I'm curious what other injuries he had. You know, were there, because, you know, they were talking about a fall and how one of the areas that were open that he could have fallen down. They said if he had fallen, he would have been seriously injured. That they wouldn't be surprised if he would have had a broken bone or two. We didn't hear about any other injuries like that, any other significant injuries, just that he was in the river with no water in his lungs and missing some items on his person. So I think him hitting his head. Yeah, well, he hit that. I mean, he hit it hard. He was holding his head down the side of the wall, and it was just concerning. And even with that, you know, again, we haven't seen the autopsy. We haven't seen the official reports. We're only hearing what, you know, the spokesperson is providing to us. So we don't know if he's providing I have to think that he's probably not providing everything to us, but and we know that Riley was heavily intoxicated, or at least it appeared that Riley was heavily intoxicated. Let me get my glasses on. Sorry, guys. There we go. Okay. So that's it. And then, but that's one of the things I just want people to start spitballing around their head is the whole credit card thing. How did that get in that specific spot that he got into? I really don't know. Because his shirt was on him. It's kind of crazy because the one thing that we didn't expect for him to be found in was the only thing he was found in, which is kind of bizarre if you ask me. Yay, I caught alive. Yes, it's nice to see you guys. This is just an impromptu. I'm not doing it through StreamYard. I don't have a way to share my camera. I'm kind of going through a little bit of anxiety a little bit over the car. I won't lie about that. So it's kind of got me in a, you know, not a funk, but, you know, just kind of uneasy, I guess is what it is. And so I'm just hopeful to hear something soon. Kelly was on TikTok, girls. I don't know which one it was. What is Kelly? And thank God the YouTubers did find it. It wasn't.
Thank you, Team Brittany.
It was actually TikTokers. It was two girls.
Congrats. I'm not saying I don't know what you're.
So it's kind of upsetting because it goes right over, because we found out a lot of stuff about Riley Strain, and we found out, oh, thank you, Miss Always Right, Ryan. I think they don't want it out that he has attacked. Nashville is a tourist town. They don't want people to lose money from the. I really don't think like Nashville. I just don't think this kind of crime would stop people from going there. I really don't. As crazy as it sounds. But, you know, people get in planes and skydive.
Texas beach bum. I figured it out.
I mean, just to let you know, you know, people get in the planes and go like, you know, 20,000 miles up in the air and decide to jump out of a plane, you know? So I don't know, you know, I think that we think that would happen. But if you really look at it, like there's crime everywhere we go. And it's never deterred me. Like I've never went to plan a trip and went over to the crime page and say, oh my gosh, the crime's out of control. I'm not going to go there, you know? So I kind of, I mean, there are some people that are like that. But I think for the majority of people,
my God, lady.
I don't think that that's big enough but could they be keeping it under wraps while they investigate to find out who did it? I could see that. But without any body trauma, like it's hard to injure someone. I think it goes back to what Kelly had said, you know, ruling out everything else, because think about it. If you were being robbed, you and somebody hurt you really bad, you're going to be either shot, stabbed, or beat up. If his body has no signs of trauma, you know, he wasn't strangled, and he was in the water.
Well, that means it was fucking an accident, stupid.
Water in his lungs, but there really is no trauma. There's really no other way to explain it. So I think that goes back to what Kelly was saying about, you know, it being ruling out everything else that it could possibly be. Because, I mean, face it, I expect him to be, if he was jumped or hurt in any way, robbed or whatever, I would expect him to be injured. I would expect contusions. I would expect bruising. I would expect some type of something. I would expect that, but he did fall. Are they mistaken? Maybe a injury that they equated to a fall with an actual injury that was equated to this crime? Possibly, but we don't know what other injuries Riley Strain had. I haven't seen the autopsy report. I can tell you that. I would never jump out of a plane. I think
You're
I would
not
do it. I
gonna.
probably would jump out
Probably
of a plane.
not
I don't know.
gonna.
I don't know if I have. I mean, I got kahunas, guys. You know I have kahunas, but I don't know if I have kahunas to jump out of a plane with
Kahunas. You got surfers? What are you talking about?
without being attached to somebody much more skilled than me for my first time. I don't see myself having the balls just to jump out of the plane by myself alone, even in a group, but not attached to somebody. Like they're going to attach me to somebody. I pray.
Well, they don't let you. You have to jump tandem, dude. You don't. What are you talking about? They don't just fucking hand you a parachute and let you jump out of a fucking plane. It's not how life works. The fuck are you talking about? What's up, Gray Hughes? Good to see you, buddy. The spokesperson said that the police were interested in someone else after he asked them to come check out another person. To me, that is interesting. And there is a guy running away just 1 minute later. I don't know what you're talking about, Gray Hughes. Just as a car approaches. No, I know what I know what she meant by that, but that's not how you say it. It's cojones or cajones. There's a J, and sometimes the J is soft. But no, Gray, I'd love to know what you're talking about. I just don't know what you're talking about, what you're referring to.
I pray to God I'm not a screaming lunatic all the way down. Whoever's attached to me, please bring earplugs. I don't know what kind of Betty you're going to get. I don't know if you're going to get a fun, adventurous Betty, a
okay.
I'm scared crapless Betty.
Yeah, I didn't
or
follow.
Put me back in the plane, Betty. Let me
I didn't follow the case, but
crawl on your back, Betty. Okay.
let me see what you're saying here. So you're saying the spokesperson said the police were interested in someone else after he asked them to come check out another person. To me, that's interesting. And there's a guy running away just 1 minute later. Okay. I mean, yeah. Okay. But let's see if Betty has any of this information. Which
Okay, I don't know
think
what Betty
she
you're
does.
going to get if I jump out of the plane, but you're getting a Betty. You'll get a Betty. Did I see Ann? Hi, Ann. It's nice to see you. I'm so sorry. I heard about your doggy. I'm really sorry. Prayers to you for that. I hope you're doing well. Please keep me in your prayers. I believe in power of prayer. I went to the hospital last night because it was cold and got worse. I don't have COVID. I have pneumonia. Oh, no, just Deb, no. And pneumonia sucks because it's just a breathing, coughing that you just can't get rid of. And then your chest hurts. Oh. Yeah, we'll definitely say a prayer for you.
Like, you see
And anybody else.
that's the kind of audience she attracts. I truly believe this. I believe this to my core. And I don't know if Gray would agree with me or not. Because Gray's been at this a lot longer than I have. And I've been at this for a minute. I've been doing this probably a little over 5 years now. And I feel like a type of creator attracts a certain type of audience. And I don't have people flooding my chat with their fucking ailments. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't happen. I don't have people flooding my chats with like, oh my God, I had surgery yesterday. Prayers up for me. I had surgery yesterday. My dog has scabies. My cat is shedding and I don't know what the problem is, and blah, 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 blah. And I always see this type of person in certain types of chat. And it's usually the type of people who sit there and fucking sadfish, who beg for money. And what's fascinating about this is these are the type of people that she fucking milks money out of. People who need their money. You know what I mean? They're just too stupid, but they need their money. They've obviously got fucking problems of their own, and they're sitting around, I don't know, man. Like, I don't have those type of people come into my chat, dude. They don't do it. They know better. They're not going to come in here and just be like, oh my God, let me make the chat my forum for all my fucking problems. Let me make Claire's chat the forum for all my fucking problems. That doesn't happen here. It just doesn't. Like, well, that's what I'm saying, Chronicles, is like like attracts this type of person, you know, and then they pay her, which is like insane. It's like, I'm sitting here and I don't have enough money for my doctor bills. My insurance ran out. My card doesn't work anymore. Oh my God, Betty, you're such a good-hearted soul. Here's $100. Like, what? No, man, go put that shit towards your fucking car insurance or whatever, or your medical insurance. What the fuck is wrong with you? What are you doing? Let's see. And Gray refers to his followers as freaks. He says, sometimes when you have a family atmosphere, which I do, freaks will mention something and we all support them. However, there are others that do what you are saying. Right. Like, sure. I mean, I get it. But it just doesn't fucking happen here. I think that she attracts people who don't like to think through things and just listen to an extremely high level view with no details. That's exactly what she does. People who want to throw blame at people who want to feel more important than what they are, who's sitting in front of a fucking TV, who's got the game show network fucking playing constantly, or, okay, well, I've seen this fucking episode of Deal or No Deal from 1986 too many times. I've seen this one, so let me just put it on fucking Fox News, or let me put it on ID channel, and just a whole bunch of just bullshit where they want to feel important and act like they're sleuthing and making a difference when they're not. And the way that they feel important is to point fingers at people and try to sleuth a crime and act like, oh, this person's guilty and they did it, when you don't have shit to fucking back that up. You don't have anything to back that up.
Yeah, Alex, oh, look at I see you. I see you. So,
Like, you look at her super chats, they're so funny. They're like, you are such a blessing. You are such a blessing. Thank you for standing up for these babies. We love you, Betty. And she doesn't do shit. She complains. We love that you're standing up for these children. And it's always like some crazy $20 super chat after she whined and bitched about her car not working. Like, what?
11:30. I guess I'm used to going at 6:30 in the morning. I need to get back to doing that. I'm sorry. I had to take a little slight detour. Well, what it is I like the backgrounds I get from my TikTok lives, and they look so cool for my videos here. So I kind of got addicted to them. And then, you know, back when I first started doing that just a few days ago, like there was like 20 or 30 people in my lives. No big deal. You know, my lives would only last like, 15, 20 minutes. Well, thank you, Kelly. I just want to say I'm new to your channel this week and I appreciate all the informative content. Oh, thank you. Thank you, love. Well, I appreciate it. And well, now when I go live, to create those morning little brief updates and stuff like that, there's now hundreds of people in those lives in the morning. I was told nobody's up on TikTok that time of morning. So I just happen to like how I can do my lives and download them, So I started doing that. Well, now those lives are up to hundreds of people. So now the 15-minute lives are becoming hour-long lives. By the time I'm done with my hour, I'm exhausted. And then it takes another half hour to 45 minutes to download the live, and then another half hour to 45 minutes to upload it on YouTube. And
What did I say? Like, she'll even complain with a smile on her face. Like, that's what she's doing right now. She's just fucking complaining. She can't help but gravitate towards complaining. It's crazy. It's like, it's embedded in her DNA to be a fucking Karen. It's insane.
by that time, it's like, well, shit, it's lunch. So as you know, it's just about lunch. I didn't get notification from TikTok, and I have them all on. Oh, I'm sorry, Gigi. Yeah, I'm there at like 6 o'clock in the morning. I see Mel B in here. I don't like it. I miss our mornings. I'll come back to mornings. Tomorrow morning we'll work it out. Well, because it doesn't look like I'm getting my car back. I don't know when I'm getting my car back. I'm like biting my nails, and now I'm just like what the what? But
you see what I'm talking about?
I keep thinking, it's not my time. It's God's time, and I know I'll be right where I need to be when I need to be there. So we just have to remember that. And
yeah. Translation: those of you who believe in God and believe in the power of prayer. Well, you know what? God's working through me. She's counting on these assholes who are like, God's working through me. So here, Betty, here's $20 towards your car. Like, get the fuck out of here. It's in God's hands. That's what she does. It's in God's hands now. And then she gets those suckers that are like, oh my God, God's going to work through me and I'm going to help Betty. Like, lady, I can't believe people haven't caught on to this shit yet.
And you know, I think that there's enough stuff going on out there. I have a funny feeling that the stuff that's going on out there is going to settle down way down, and that'll get us a good ability to get in there and get our work done. It's also Easter weekend. I didn't realize that, and you know, the good Lord upstairs knows I work on birthdays, I work on holidays. You know, nothing really stops me when I'm on a case. Maybe this is just, you know, the guy upstairs saying, "Pump the brakes, babe." I don't know.
You can't force these things, Gray. Like. I love Gray. You can't force these things, Gray. I don't take requests. Okay. Nobody tells DJ Request what to play. No, seriously though, like I haven't followed that dude in a minute. Like I'm just waiting for this dick. Is this dickhead talking about Sebastian the way these other idiots are now? Because if so, then yeah, I'll do some. I haven't done a harsh reality review in a minute.
Thank you. I can never catch lives on my work channel anymore. Oh, I'm sorry, Hellcat. Oh, it's nice to see you. It's nice to see you. This is a live, but it's not really a live because I like to bring up videos and stuff like that. But I figured, you know, just having a conversation is one thing we don't do anymore, right? We're always on lives looking at shit and reviewing shit, but we never really have a conversation anymore. So I figured this was a good way to just kind of sit down and have a conversation about these cases. So I don't know what's going to go on with Riley Strain. You guys know I kind of, you know, I was always kind of skeptical about that because of how long, but I can explain everything, even down to the boots coming off of him logically, you know, just the you know, being caught up on.
You know what's going to happen with Riley Strain? Fucking nothing that has anything to do with you or what you can contribute to it. You can't contribute anything to it now. He's not missing anymore. They got it. Now it's up to the investigators. Now, yeah, you're done. Like you never were. You fucking never were. But Gray, they're not covers. But that's the only reason, dude. I was perfectly happy in my own little Karen Reed world, bro. I was perfectly fucking happy in that shit. And then this shit floods my news feed, and I'm just like, these same motherfuckers are still, and they're gaining popularity over it. What? Yeah, that's the thing, guys. And those of you who aren't subscribed to Gray Hughes, make sure to subscribe to Gray Hughes, man, because Gray Hughes like really does like when I first saw Microdots reminded me of Gray Hughes, just as far as like the details of the recreations and things like that. Gray Hughes is just a badass when it comes to this stuff. Like he deep dives into these cases, and he might form opinions that differ from yours, but he'll at least give good reason as to why he has formed the opinion. It may not be an opinion that you agree with, but he'll at least give you good, undeniable reason as to why he drew his opinion. You may not agree with it, but you cannot deny the facts that have led him to his opinions. Doesn't mean that you'll agree with him, but you know, but yeah, man. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it goes with the territory, brother. Goes with the territory. But you know, I mean, when you're honest and you're forthcoming and you're somebody who speaks your mind regardless of the worry of consequence, free of the worry of consequence, well, you know, you're going to have those of us who respect you for it, and then you're going to have those who are going to whine and bitch and hate you for it. It just is what it is.
Up on something's one way for it to come off. Just the movement, the gentle movement of the water, just ever so slightly working it down day in, day out, until they were just finding off as this person's.
And I
can explain everything.
I love listening to her logic and having Gray in my chat. Like that's just fun shit to me. It's just fun shit to me.
Still for the white
because these are polar opposites of true crime creators, like polar fucking opposites. You have somebody who is the least possible informative person that you can think of versus someone who's in my chat who is actually somebody that you can actually count on for credible information. Again, once he forms his opinion, it may not be the same opinion you have, but you can count on him to present facts, and you can count on him forming his opinion based on actual investigative work.
Of me cannot explain that bank card and where that bank card was located and how it got there. That is just the one thing that's just throwing a curveball in all of this. But I'm going to wait and see, you know, what they, you know, the family shares with us here in a little bit about Riley Strain. And that's really all I do have about him. We don't really have any more information, but it is mysterious. It is mysterious. I thought this was format was YouTube update. It's not. I definitely don't like it. I thought it was a format was a YouTube update. No, I don't. I think you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. To be honest with you. Yes, it bothers me too, buddy. I'm going to have to my daughter figure it out because I don't want to mess with no more. I don't know what that's about. Miss Horn says, "Okay, y'all, just wanted to pop in real quick. Got to go get ready for chemo infusion. Well, God bless you. You take care. If he was paying a tab, maybe he didn't put the card back in his wallet. Maybe just. Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. Maybe it was. Maybe he did. You know, he was heavily intoxicated. Maybe he was there and somebody saw it and picked it up and they ended up dropping it. I mean, you know, the what is it? The Yaya, the traveling.
See what I
pants,
mean?
The Yaya sisterhood of the traveling pants. Maybe it's the.
You see what I mean? Like, all right, peace. I gotta go get ready for chemo infusion. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, yeah, that's terrible that that's happening to you, but why does the whole fucking world need to know about it? You know what I mean? Like, it's not just one it's everybody in her chat. Like, her chat is riddled with people like this who take money that they should be spending on their own medical well-being and giving it to her. It's crazy.
Yaya Brotherhood of the traveling debit card. I don't know. I don't know.
And the thing is
but there's something
Betty,
weird with that card.
Betty doesn't give a fuck about their medical ailments, dude. She doesn't give a fuck. She fucking leeches off of them.
I think it was we were all kind of bugged out about where the card was to begin with, and then now we're hearing all of this, and it's just giving us more questions than it is answers. And of course, when we have questions that are unanswered or unanswerable at the moment, our imagination starts running wild as to what it could be. And I was already on the fence that there was a possibility of foul play, but you know what? I'm doing what is required of me and what is required.
No, your imagination. That's the issue. Is no, your imagination when it comes to true crime cases should not be running wild. Your need to get to collect tangible evidence and facts when following these cases should be running wild. Not your imagination. Your imagination is the enemy when it comes to actual real people who are being affected by a horrible tragedy. I mean, no, just because you can relate and say, yeah, my imagination's running wild, it should not be encouraged. Your imagination should not be running wild when it comes to people's personal lives that have nothing to do with you and probably have nothing to do with the disappearance of a high-profile missing person.
Part of me is to provide you guys the facts, and the facts are the police think that there's no foul play involved, and they've maintained that from the beginning. So if anybody's feeling like it's foul play, it's just your opinion. Just like it's my opinion that there's a possibility it could be foul play. I mean, they haven't resolved that in my mind yet with Riley Strain. Sebastian Rogers, they're still looking for volunteers to go out there.
Yeah, right. Because in her mind, regardless of the fact that it's been established that there's no foul play by professionals, I'm not convinced based on nothing. Now, if somebody like Gray Hughes comes into my chat and says, I'm not convinced there's no foul play either, I'm going to go, okay, if I'm interested in the case, I'm going to go, okay, well, why, Gray? I'm going to want to know, because I know that Gray did a deep dive and collected all of the information to draw him to this conclusion. So if there's no foul play, there's no foul play. You know what I mean? Like, but don't form, your opinion that there's no foul play. Hold on one second. Yeah, Clubber. Yeah. Yeah, he's got a bowl full of fresh water that I just poured for him like an hour ago, and I hear him drinking out of the toilet. Like, dude, come on, bro. Like, And he's doing it just to get attention because I've been live for 4.5 hours and he's just like, ooh. Even though I already took him out.
I'm obviously not out there, so I can't put boots on the ground. There's a few creators out there. It sounds like Dolly's leaving tomorrow, or what's today? Is today Wednesday or today's Thursday? So it sounds like he's going to be leaving tomorrow. He's going to go back home until next week. Like I said, I don't know what's going on with my car. As soon as I get it back, I'll decide what day I'm going to go out there. It's easier to cover more ground with teamwork because I heard Justice for All is going to be trying to go out there too. He just doesn't. He doesn't like drama. None of us like drama. So he's like, but I think once the drama calms down, we'll have a good.
None of us like drama. Like the creator that she just mentioned in Justice for All, he was Molly Golightly's fucking lapdog. Molly Golightly got booted off of the YouTube platform. And for basically harassing victims and making true crime cases into drama. This was her craft. Actually, if I had to name the mother of Krama on YouTube, I would name Molly Golightly that. Absolutely 100%. I hold Molly Golightly almost directly responsible for what we're dealing with here. People saw that she could make a shit ton of money doing what she did by contacting victims and then creating drama with those victims. That's exactly what she did. She's done it with every single case that she ever covered. That's a fact. That's not speculation. That is a fact. And so this and Justice for All dude, he got a shit ton of notoriety. Why? Because he got an interview with some dude that was loosely involved with the Summer Wells case. And so he got that dude on his channel and his channel blew up. And literally, he got absolutely nothing that is helpful to the Summer Wells case. Nothing at all that was even remotely helpful to the Summer Wells case. And Betty saying she doesn't do drama is fucking hilarious. Because she is literally in a lawsuit right now with a drama channel. And won't shut up about it.
Network of people to coordinate with, because we do have to contemplate a few areas of searching. And to be honest with you, the areas I've identified that I think really need to be searched are nowhere in Hendersonville. You know, they're just not. I've got, I think it's 4 or 5 separate locations. And I don't know if they're even in the same county, to be honest with you. I mean, I'm going to look there. There's a few spots that I saw there that I want to look at just to get my eyeballs on it, just to see what it looks like and see if it needs further inquiry. But I don't know if it's something or nothing, because the way the maps look, it could be either or. So there's like 3 spots that are in and around like this, I don't know, a 6-mile radius from their house. So it's right on the outskirts of that 5-mile radius, but there's 3 spots. Well, one of them is inside the radius, but there's 3 spots total that I found. And 2 of them are outside of that radius, but I can't tell if they're viable spots because of the way the mapping is. It looks like it could be something, but the problem I face with these maps is the maps and what you're seeing, like especially like your bird's eye view or your more realistic, like your satellite images, those are old. They're not what you're seeing. They're not the what it looks like today. Those are usually like a 2021, a 2022 image. So a lot can happen in 2 years to an area. And so again, that comes back to, is it a viable area? I really don't know until I get there, because all the places that I've circled on this map could be.
Well, she hasn't. Here's the thing, Gray, is she hasn't even yelled through her bullhorn in God knows how long. I think the last time that she did that was the Quentin Simon case. And she got all kinds of backlash for that and came this close to getting arrested. And ever since then, she got scared. And she hasn't yelled through a bullhorn since. That was a couple of years ago. So she's been scared to actually use her name, like apply her name. which is just funny. But it's funny that you say that, Gray. This just isn't the case for you, Betty. None of the cases are for her. None of the cases. There is no case that is for Betty. None. The closest thing to it was where she got her notoriety from in the first place, which was the Gabby Petito case, because she was yelling, and it was justified by the public that she was yelling at the house of the Laundries. And since the Laundries, I even believe that the Laundries knew of what happened to Gabby Petito the entire time. I think that they knew. That's my personal opinion. So she got notoriety for that. She got praise for that because she was out there doing what people were wishing that they could be doing, which is demanding that these people cooperate with law enforcement. How dare you? You know more. We know you know more. We all knew that they knew more. But she went out there with a bullhorn, which literally anybody could have done. They just had more sense than to do it. But there are stupid people out there that are like, oh my God, she's doing exactly what I wish I could be doing. No, you're not even realizing that the reason why you're not doing it is because it would mean that you're a jackass. Because only a jackass would be out there doing it. What do you mean, dude? Like, only a fucking asshole would be out there yelling through a bullhorn. So that's, therefore, nobody's going to come to the conclusion that that's what they should do. Which is why you were the only asshole out there doing it. Not because they didn't have balls. Not because they weren't brave. You're not brave. You're just entitled. There's a big difference between being brave and being entitled. Bravery is going out and asking corrupt cops about a cover-up, knowing that they could very well easily throw you in jail for it. That's brave. Not just making shit up. Not just making shit up and yelling through a bullhorn.
Be wildly different when I get there. And so I'm running into that. So I honestly think, like, literally the first day that I'm there, I'm probably not going to even participate in any searching. I'm probably not going to do any ground searching at all. It will just be driving to my key points and looking at them to make sure they're still viable search areas, because that's going to be most important. And then once I make sure that they're viable search areas.
So she's going to determine whether or not these are viable search areas without doing any actual investigating whatsoever, without having any investigative skills in order to pull off any investigating whatsoever. She is going to determine what is a viable search area. Okay. I love it.
Making sure that the bodies are there to search them. So I don't know. There's just a few places that are kind of really, that look really promising and would bode, in my opinion, with certain behaviors as well. And that poor bio dad, well, he wants help from anybody. Seth wants help from anybody. My heart is breaking. My heart is literally breaking that all of this stuff, like, to be honest with you, I honestly didn't know what to think at first. And had it not been for the narc diver, that I've never heard of before, have no conversation with. They don't even know who Dolly or the other YouTuber out there is. He even said that on his platform when he was playing his video. And so it's like, well, you know, and we're all watching Dolly, and he's having no communications with the other guy. It's like, wait a minute. So none of these people are communicating with each other, yet every single one of them have a similar story. And then you got the video from JLR popping up with that guy literally coming over there and disrupting JLR's peaceful enjoyment in his own damn car, bothering absolutely no one, screaming at him. And then we see Dolly on his camera, not even realizing that all those cops there are there for JLR. Because of this, it's just a long story. Anyways, I don't want to get the drama scrummed up again. The bottom line is searchers, real searchers, people that actually want to make a difference, needs to go out there and start searching. Okay, they're in an area. Go find out what areas they've identified.
Okay, so her logic here is ignore the professionals. Ignore what the professionals are saying. Ignore what the family's wishes are. Ignore what anybody who is trained to find a missing person is telling you, and go out there and impede on an investigation and possibly taint evidence. Because that matters more than actually finding the missing person.
identified and just get your little team together and go out and employ in those areas and search. He needs searchers out there. We can't stop searching because of personality issues, which was my biggest concern when this whole thing stopped.
No, they didn't stop the searching because of personality issues. Sebastian has been missing a month. Okay? Sebastian Rogers has been missing for a month. Okay? Law enforcement has pulled back their efforts in searching. Pulled back. It doesn't mean they stopped. It means they pulled back. And so the same people that found Riley are now contributing their efforts to finding Sebastian. This is a good thing. There's nothing about this that should be criticized. There's absolutely nothing about it that should be criticized. If law enforcement have exhausted their resources as far as searching for Sebastian Rogers, well, then the non-profit organization that has stepped up, an organization that I would imagine Gray Hughes Investigates has raised plenty of money for, because that's something that Gray Hughes also does. I should tell you guys who are not familiar. Gray Hughes Investigates he'll tell you in the chat, but I don't know exactly the amount, but he will take a certain percentage of any money that he makes off of his channel, and he will donate them to different organizations that step up and help find missing children. And not just one organization. So Gray Hughes' channel has donated $190,000 so far since January 2020 towards organizations such as the Cajun Navy. $190,000 since January 2020. This is what Gray does with his channel.
Solid days. 3 solid days. No searches. I was pissed.
And Gray's saying that his channel just donated to the Cajun Navy $1,400. I wonder how much money Betty's raised for any of these organizations that help. Oh, I'm sorry. She's too busy trash talking them. She's too busy telling her audience to undermine their efforts and piss on their expertise.
But the bottom line is the searches have to still go on. We just can't stop searching altogether because this organization we're finding out isn't who they say they really were, and finding out that they're littered with all these problems. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because people need to be out there. People need to be searching. People need to be in those woods. People need to be looking along the roadways. People need to be looking to see if there's any Tupperwares, backpacks, bags, things rolled up in mattress sheets. Just a lot of stuff. Is there any earth that is soft? Is there soft ground that looks like something has been disturbed or just disrupted? Those things, no matter how we have, whether we like people or not, those things still have to continue. We can't just stop. The show must still go on. And we clearly see that this is a dysfunctional group. So us pulling away from them doesn't mean stop the searches altogether. It means go and do your searches. People still need to be out there. Everybody, just if you're in that area and you have the ability to search, please search.
No,
this
don't.
boy needs you. And we cannot have drama stopping.
No, don't do that because you're creating the drama. There is no drama. There's no drama until you assholes go on your YouTube channel trash talking this organization who's only trying to find Sebastian. That's literally all they're doing. They're just trying to find Sebastian. And they're saying that, I don't know if they're saying it, but I know that Sebastian's family is saying all of the shit that's stirring on social media is not helping. You, Betty, are creating the drama. Dolly Vision is creating the drama. JLR is, creating the drama. So don't sit here and be like, oh, they're creating all this. No, they're not. They're the ones searching. They're the ones actually searching. And they're saying, we don't want your unprofessional help. You're not going to help, you're going to hinder. And if I had to use my imagination, now I live in Tennessee, but I've never been to Hendersonville. And I would imagine that it's probably an area that's probably similar to Rogersville in the sense that there is a lot of terrain. And if you remember correctly, the TBI and the Hawkins County Sheriff's Department did not want volunteer help for the simple reason that they did not want to have to look for other people on top of having to find a lost little girl, which is probably the same thing that's going on here. The Cajun Navy are trained to search in areas that are dangerous to search in. And if you don't have that proper training, you could get hurt or lost or both. And if that happens, well, then guess what? They have to be looking for you on top of looking for Sebastian. They're trying to avoid that. And if they have to be dicks in order to preserve your own safety, then that's what they're willing to do, is what it sounds like to me. Salty, thank you so much. I appreciate you. That's exactly what it sounds like to me. They don't want to have to they don't want to diminish their efforts on what is the focus, which is Sebastian Rogers, finding Sebastian Rogers. And if you got some dickhead like Dolly out there with no training whatsoever, wearing fucking snake boots with a snorkel, and then this dickhead gets fucking bitten by a water moccasin, you know what I mean? Like, now they got to go looking for him.
What is going on out there? And I'm stuck here. Like, I'm literally stuck. I was like, I'm literally having like all this stuff related to, like, literally today is, I'm thinking I was supposed to get my car back. I'm still waiting for the part to come in just to be installed, right? That's what I've been told. It's just not like,
Bro, you guys are never going to know those kind of problems of mine, bro. Like, you're never going to know those kind of problems. I don't fucking sit up here and talk about these kind of problems in my life, dude. We all got problems. Everybody's got problems. Those are everyday problems that everybody fucking gets. Everybody has these problems, bro. Why are you making those problems your audience's problems? That's a shitty move, dude. For me to sit up here and start telling you guys all my ailments, like, oh, I got this issue and I got that issue. My family this and my car that and my rent and blah, 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 blah. I'm not doing that. We all have our problems. Everybody has problems. When you feel so entitled that your problems need to become everyone else's problem, well, then that makes you an asshole. I'm sorry, but it's true. If you're one of those people, dude, when it comes to like everyday things that you really don't have any control over, you know, I have a problem with people who just excessively fucking complain. And they always make excuses for it too. Well, I'm not complaining, I'm venting. Bro, venting is a fucking made up word designed to excuse complaining. That's all it is. That's what venting means. It's a bullshit word designed to excuse complaining. Nobody wants to hear you fucking complain. Shut the fuck up. Fix your problems. Manage your donations better. If you're counting on your donations to fucking help you through your problems, manage your own shit. Because you're implying that your shit that you see, you're implying that you are unable to manage your own shit and that it's now your audience's problem to manage your shit. Get the fuck out of here, dude.
not like that. So long story short is I will be out there just as soon as I possibly and humanly can, but I have to always remember that things happen for a reason, and there's a reason why I'm here, right? There's a reason why I'm here. If I was supposed to be there, I would be there, right? Things are preventing me from being
God's
there. And I have to,
will.
I believe in signs, I believe in the universe, I believe in all these things, and I have to think that there's a reason why I'm here. So I'm going to trust that. And as soon as I'm able to get,
I agree 100% Betty. There is absolutely a reason. Call it divine intervention. Why you're stuck there whining from a motel room, then out there hindering an investigation and hindering the efforts of finding an autistic boy who can't help himself. Yes, I believe that is a divine intervention. If I ever fucking believed in God, bro, I got to tell you, if I ever believed in God, man, today's the day. Dear sweet baby G. Seedy little hotel room and keeping her from fucking things up all over this search for Sebastian Rogers. Thank you, Jesus. There we go.
to get out there, I will, but it doesn't look like I'm going to be getting out there at least before next week, the way things are going today, unless we get some good news on the car, which, I know they're working on it. I know, like I said, I love my mechanic. My mechanic's good. There's just, this is a vehicle. You never know what you're going to get yourself into until you get into it. So it's part of the process, and it sucks. That's all I'm going to say. It sucks. But we'll get through it. We'll get through it with a smile on our face, and we'll manage to just, we just got to figure out what the problem is, what the resolution is, and get it just done. I'm ready for the car. It's been 3 weeks, so I'm ready. I'm really ready. Like, I'm really, really, really ready. If you don't know, I'm really ready. What else do we have? Riley college student was found, but Sebastian, 15-year-old. So, Leah, let me tell you about Sebastian. I wish I could change can I change my background?
Please tell us about Sebastian. You know so much.
Well, that's the highlights. I don't want to highlights. Oops, no, don't want to do that. It says I got a filter on here. Oh, that's for my thumbnail. Okay, no, I'm good. Okay, well, I can't put a background on. That kind of sucks. I wish YouTube would be a little more user-friendly for green screens. Okay. But what was it?
God, dude, like, you can't even go 2 minutes, bro. Now let's complain about YouTube. I wish YouTube would do more with green screens. Oh my God, everything is fucking. If it's not somebody's fault, it's YouTube's fault. Everything's somebody else's fault.
Hold on, I forgot what I was going to answer. Your thoughts on the police report? Oh, Kelly Mack. Yes. Okay. And there was something else that I was going to read, and it was the one right above you, and it was telling you about these cases. Okay. So Riley Strain was a student that was found in the river. So his case is basically closed. But there's just some, obviously some major concerns with the lack of water in his lungs, because everybody believes he drowns. But it sounds like law enforcement and the medical examiner still don't believe foul play. So they believe it's what's known as dry drowning. So that case is almost over unless we do find out something more is involved in it. And everybody went over to Sebastian Rogers. Sebastian Rogers is a 15-year-old boy. He's an autistic boy, high functioning autistic boy from what we know, but he has some he has a hard time keeping friends because of some of his behaviors associated with his disability, of course. So he doesn't really have a whole lot of friends, but he disappeared on the 26th. Apparently this was the Monday when he was going to school. His mother calls her husband and says that he's missing at 6 a.m. She went to go wake him up. She went to bed at 9. She went to wake him up at 6 a.m. When she went to wake him up at 6 a.m., he was not there. She calls her husband. Her husband was at work some 3.5 hours away in Memphis. And he won't tell us where he was that weekend. Everybody else is telling us where they were, but he won't tell us where he was. And so far, it's been a month, and this boy hasn't been found. Meanwhile, the stepmom or the stepfather and the bio mom haven't really been participating in any searches. They haven't posted any flyers that anybody could see. They haven't really come out of their house at all, which tells me that there's a hint of shame and guilt there. Some of the main talking heads are giving them passes and saying they don't believe they had anything to do with it. But I'm not sure if I'm there. I'm not saying that they did. I'm just saying that their behavior are exhibiting some major concerning behavior for me. And for me, it seems like those behaviors are derived from guilt and shame. Now, where is that guilt and shame derived from? I don't know. Some people
she's a
debate
fucking
on whether it's because she
psychiatrist.
feels responsible or they feel responsible. There's people out there that saying that she's having an affair with another person in the neighborhood. I don't get into the gossip. So far, I haven't seen any.
So why are you spreading it? Why even bring that up? Like, I won't even mention shit like that if I'm covering a case, and I don't think that it's relevant. Like, I won't even mention that shit. I'll be like, this lady's killing me, bro.
And evidence of that, other than people.
Dude, I haven't.
That's true.
I haven't reviewed her in so long, and she's exactly the same.
Saying, oh, well, a neighbor said this, but they can't produce the neighbor or the statement where they said that. I don't go by anonymous posts unless there's enough identifying markers in there that I can pretty much know who that person is or if they're associated with it, which only happens in a very small windows. That's why I don't really use the anonymous post in those Facebook group, because it could be a troll as well. You never know. So I try to be very careful with what I read and what I digest.
Oh my God, dude.
It just seems like their behavior is really suspect. They keep lying about what the law enforcement has done. They were on Nancy Grace, and basically, I don't think they actually said yes, DNA or forensics was done. They kind of danced around the question.
How do you know? How do you know what they lied about as far as what law enforcement has? Law enforcement shared their investigative efforts with you or the public? How do you know? How do you know that they're lying about what's going on with law enforcement? How the fuck do you know that?
But we're implying that it had been, is the best way I can describe it from the way I remember it. And in my opinion, they flat out lied and wanted to imply that way, just like Chris wanted to imply he had a polygraph test and passed. I don't know why he lied to everybody about that in the Facebook group. I don't know why. Why would anybody lie about anything when they have a missing kid? No matter whether you look like you're a good guy or a bad guy, just throw the truth out there, because the truth matters. When people feel like you are.
Here's the thing, is he doesn't owe you an explanation. He doesn't fucking owe you an explanation. Dude, the best thing that I could ever tell any parent, any parent of a missing child, stay the fuck off social media when it comes to your missing child. Stay the fuck out of the Facebook groups. Stay the fuck off of Twitter. Stay the fuck away from YouTube. Stay the fuck away from people like this. Stay the fuck away from anybody who is not a professional who is officially assigned to your missing child's case. Do not talk to them. Nobody. Don't respond to Facebook posts. Don't respond to Facebook messages. Do not pay people like this any fucking attention whatsoever, because they're going to take anything you say. Their mind's already made up about you, and they're going to take anything that you say and twist it to feed their narrative. They're going to take anything that you say, twist it, and say, oh, see how they said that? Did you see the look on their face when they said that? Did you see how they paused before they said this? Blah, 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 blah. It goes on and on and on. The possibilities of being able to twist the most innocent thing that you could say into something that makes you look like a guilty party to a bunch of fucking morons. The possibilities, the likelihoods, they're infinite. They are infinite. These people already have their minds made up about you. You're not doing anything. You're not doing anything to help your child by feeding it. And I'm telling you that right now. Take Don and Candace Wells as an example. No good has ever come from Don and or Candace Wells going on a YouTube panel. Ever. Or commenting in a Facebook group. No good has come from it. Nothing has come from, nothing positive, nothing productive has gone towards finding Summer Wells from those actions. As a matter of fact, they've made things worse. Because the TBI publicly said this. The very same TBI that is working this case. They will tell you firsthand, do not contribute to any of the bullshit being spun on social media. Don't do it. Because it doesn't help. It hurts. It will hurt our chances of finding your child. Because all of these people, like that, all of these idiots on her channel, every time they get a fucking brain fart that stinks up their atmosphere around them, well, they have to take it and do one of these fucking things and put it in the fucking and throw it in TBI's face and make them smell it too. And the efforts that the TBI, that's resources, that's time that could be put towards something tangible that could find Sebastian Rogers. But the problem is that they have to follow up on every single lead, even if it's one of your harebrained bullshit fucking theories. They have to follow up on it. They don't have any choice. That takes away efforts that could be put towards something tangible leading to this missing person's whereabouts.
You are lying or deceiving them. They question everything you say. And if you said one fact that's true, only one thing that's true that they needed to listen to, they're now going to second guess that because they caught you in a lie. So now even the truth is being met with resistance. And that's why it's so important not to lie. And every time we turn around, they're lying. And that's what I found out with the Cajun Navy too. Every time I turned around, I catch them in a lie. I don't like that. That doesn't make me feel comfortable. That doesn't make anybody feel comfortable.
They don't know
I
you
make anybody in
shit.
the audience feel comfortable when every time we turn around.
They don't know you shit. Shut up. Shut up, stupid. I hope the Cajun Navy fucking makes bullshit up just like JLR makes bullshit up just to troll you. And I'm not saying make shit up about Sebastian's whereabouts or anything like that. I'm saying make shit up about themselves and whatever the fuck, just anything to make you fucking act and keep you busy. Give you something to tinker with while they actually get results in finding this missing child. I hope that they lie to you on an insane level just to fuck with you while they get shit done.
Turn around, we're hearing somebody being able to put receipts to those lies and showing that they are lies. And that I don't like. Why is a parent, a step parent, or anybody lying when they have a missing child? And not just lying, but lying about critical details, but lying.
See, it's my opinion that dude should have probably fucking lied about taking a belt to a stepkid. Because everybody's basing their opinions on this. Everybody's spinning their narratives around this. Oh my God. He hit him with a belt. He must have killed him. It's not even his kid. That's the mentality. As much as I hate it, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to shit on somebody for being an honest person and telling the truth, because I get that. I can relate to that. But when it comes to having a missing child, that sort of information is just going to make things more difficult. And they have no way of knowing that. These people don't follow true crime, most likely. They have no fucking idea how this fucking cesspool works. They have no idea how this fucking sewer is. And make no mistake, the true crime community is a fucking sewer. It's disgusting. And now, no matter what happens, these people are going to come out stinking. No matter how innocent they are of the issue at hand, they're going to come out smelling bad because their personal lives have been aired out for the whole world to fucking know about, because for some reason they've been convinced of the idea that they owe everybody an explanation on their personal lives. And why? Because you have assholes like this fucking lady. You have assholes like her who make it seem like, well, if you don't tell us everything, well, then you're not going to get any of our help. That's exactly what Dolly did. I mean, let's just be honest. Let's take a look real quick.
Got some stuff to talk about tonight, okay? Everything from Sebastian Rogers to Livestream to P. Diddy being a freakazoid. Okay, we're gonna talk a little bit about all of it tonight. But of course, if you're just tuning in, make sure y'all hit that like button. The only search group is these people. And I don't want to search for these people. At this point, I want absolutely nothing to do with these people. I don't want to be around them. I don't want to talk about them. They're wasting my breath, to be dead honest. And I don't know. I think people think I'm negative. I'm not negative. I'm the most positive person in the
Big
world.
shout out
But, when they say,
to
social media,
Chronicles of the Shady. This is her video that she put up.
you notice who they call out. They didn't call out anybody but me, right? And maybe you shouldn't have did that.
Make
Maybe
sure
you should
to
talk about that
subscribe to
before you
Chronicles
start attacking
of the
somebody
Shady.
that has a bigger base in your whole organization, right? Dolly's organization is bigger and more powerful, okay? Y'all might have more money than me, okay? But that's it. As far as people and the numbers, y'all don't have that. Y'all only got chairs, okay? Y'all got a chair right there, I got a chair over there, 2 chairs, and a chair there, and I'm sitting in one. That's 2 chairs, okay?
If you cannot search, then supply food, portable toilets, etc. Maybe I'll bring some chairs. Okay, maybe we just take some chairs. If you cannot search, then supply food, portable toilets, etc. The focus should not be on the Proudfoots, YouTubers, TikTokers, or anyone other than Sebastian. The focus is Sebastian and Sebastian alone. Nothing else is relevant. Nothing else matters. I don't think that's true. Things do matter. There are things that are relevant. Their story, the Proudfoot story, it don't add up. If you're worried about your grandson, you should worry about what happened to him. Okay? Do you really believe your grandson ran off? There was no dog trail. We learned that last night. Okay? I'm thinking something bad has happened to your grandson, ma'am. And I know you want to protect. I don't know why you're protecting them, why you're defending them. You know, I think I would until it was over. And
there's a bunch of videos like this that Chronicles did. Like, there's a bunch of them. Just she clips them, and Dolly's threatening people. And I know that, and I was going to cover. Let me go over that too. But we went over this earlier. Dolly is sitting here acting like, basically in their own, like, it's abusive. It's abusive. Basically, if we don't get you, the parents, to sign off on us, the public, being able to go and freely search for your child, well, then we're not going to share his name out there. We're not even going to help at all. If we can't help on our own terms, then we're not going to help at all. That's the attitude that Dolly has. That's the attitude that Betty has. I mean, it's crazy. It's fucking crazy. Give me a second here. Dude, what is, hold on. Now, this is Unsupervised Maniac. She's in the chat as well, or at least she was. And I think we're going to get a lot more from Unsupervised Maniacs. Unsupervised Maniacs makes great videos as well.
My beautiful people of YouTube.
Dolly has never found anybody. Dolly, Betty, JLR, they've never found shit. They have never found anyone. They've never even contributed to finding someone.
Of course, it is Dolly back again. Now, you know, I've been out on the hunt today for little Sebastian Rogers, okay? 15-year-old autistic kid gone missing right outside Nashville, Hendersonville, Tennessee, okay? So, you know, we had this big search going on in Nashville for Riley Stream. And a group of people came in, you know, and there's a lot of confusion about this name of this group. There's an official group, and then there's a whole bunch of people that try to copy that group. What it appears is we have a copycat group in town, and I don't know how the authorities are letting this happen, okay? Now, these people are controlling the searching, acting like they own properties they don't own. They're trespassing on federal land. They're doing all kinds of things that are not legit, okay?
The search for missing Sumner County teenager Sebastian Rogers continues, with volunteers teaming up with the United Cajun Navy.
News 2's Caitlin Quisenberry spoke with Sebastian's biological father.
I'm carrying the world, and all of a sudden I got somebody standing behind me, helping me hold that up.
Seth Rogers, Sebastian's biological dad, tells me he has been searching for his son since the first day Sebastian was reported missing from his home in the beach area. He says now there are more resources looking for Sebastian, with the United Cajun Navy here following the conclusion of the Riley Strain search.
Normally we would deploy twice in the same area, but the outpouring was just so strong for us to stay and look for Sebastian. We said, you know what, since we're here, let's do it.
Turnout, volunteers say, was not enough. With criticism online, Seth says the drama on the internet has deterred some people from helping, and he says it needs to stop.
People need to stop their ego. Just because you pick up a phone and start recording You can either help with that or you can hinder. I am asking the world to help me find my son. I need my son back.
Okay, guys, we've been at this for 5 hours, and I can keep going and going and going. As far as information regarding these people who we like to call tragedy pimps, we can keep going and going and going. There is an endless amount of information in regards to these people and what they do. Please, when it comes to the case of Sebastian Rogers or any other missing person, and you start getting caught up in the drama, and you start getting caught up in the personal lives of these families that have someone that they love who's missing, they have no idea where this person is. In Sebastian's case, he's a 15-year-old kid who's autistic, high functioning, but autistic, and has certain issues that make it difficult for him to be able to handle day in and day out life. He needs help, and he has medication that he has not been able to take for the last month. I know a lot of people are going to jump to the conclusion, well, it's been a month. It's probably a goner. I understand that. But the thing is that we don't have any information that indicates this. And the time that he's been missing and his circumstances, as far as his special needs go, that's not enough to assume the worst. With the lack of information that we have, we should be focused on the idea that he's out there somewhere scared. And we should be supporting the people who are trained to search under circumstances like this and trained to search with this assumption. And we should be supporting them. And when you start to listen to these ins and outs of the personal lives of these people, just because somebody like Nancy Grace, who has a large audience, is focused on this, it doesn't make it right. These are still real people with real problems. And all Nancy Grace gives a fuck about is more views. That's all she gives a fuck about. She's no different than any of these other YouTubers. Ad revenue. That's what she's interested in. She is paid to be dramatic and create drama out of a situation that tugs at your heartstrings as a human being. That is what all of these people are trying to do. And when you start to follow this case and you realize that you are genuinely scared and worried for this poor kid who's out there, scared, ask yourself if the information that you're getting in regards of Sebastian's personal life and his family's personal life, ask yourself if that's helpful towards finding Sebastian. And then ask yourself how it's helpful. And then ask yourself if you're justifying following drama by equating it somehow to it leading to his whereabouts. Because realistically, you cannot. I promise you that. Realistically, there is no fucking way that you are going to draw the conclusion that knowing the ins and outs of whether or not this man is having an affair or blah, 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 or what kind of marriage he was having or what kind of job he used to have, none of that shit matters to finding Sebastian. None of it does. So when you're sitting there and you're convincing yourself, oh, it matters because I care so much about this kid. Well, if you cared so much about him, then you would realize that you, who are nobody, yes, you're fucking nobody. As far as this case goes, you are nobody because you are not trained and you don't have the education that it takes to locate a missing child, especially one with special needs. Once you realize this, you have to be able to differentiate. You have to be able to differentiate. Because there are professionals that are tasked with the responsibility of investigating those things that you are making excuses is your business somehow. They're not your business, because unless you are trained to put 2 and 2 together and you have the resources to be able to actually investigate, like talk to neighbors and talk to family friends and talk to family, which you shouldn't be doing, again, because you're not a trained investigator. Because if you are not a trained investigator and you are still engaging in knocking on people's doors, trying to get answers to someone's personal life, well, then what you're doing is you're hindering an investigation. You are tampering. That's actual witness tampering. That's actually that is actually hindering the investigation. That is interfering with an ongoing investigation, which could cost. And if your deepest fantasies that you idiots fucking fantasize about, because you're sitting here talking as though the greatest thing that could happen is you being right about this kid being no longer with us. If that worst case scenario turns out to be true and you turn out to be right about that, well, guess what happens? You're costing him justice when the time comes to prosecute, when the time comes to investigate and prosecute someone who is responsible. Shut the fuck up, mind your own business, and if you have a platform that people watch you, share his information, period. That's it. Do what the professionals are asking you with a platform to do, which is merely put his face and name out there. Tell them to keep their eye out and keep hope. Keep hope that he's out there somewhere. Guys, I'm going to wrap this up. Thank you for joining me. Thanks for hanging out with me. In the meantime, now I'm sure I'll be I'm not tonight. I didn't expect this live to go as long as it did, but tomorrow I'm sure I'm going to go live, and there's still more stuff about the John O'Keefe Karen Reed case that I want to go over and talk about. I'll go over that too. And I do have every intention to stream that trial every day, if I can. But in the meantime, guys, thanks for joining me. Thanks for indulging me, because this is something that has always bothered me, is people capitalizing off the back of a missing child and off the back of the suffering of their loved ones. That is something that has always bothered me. So I do appreciate you guys joining me. I do appreciate you guys indulging me in this pet peeve of mine. It means a lot. You guys are great. I love you guys very much. We'll do this again very soon, my friend.